Chapter 1. A 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya was in his living room putting together a toy robot when it all happened. He stood up and shouted, "There is someone at the door. I'm going to get it. Make sure to look through the peephole." His mother, Inko Midoriya, shouted from the kitchen. "Okay." He shouted back and picked up a stool and placed it behind the door. A man dressed in a suit and tie was clenching his jaw as if preparing himself for something. Placing the stool back in its place, he opened the door a bit. "Hello, sir. What can I help you with?" Little Izuku said with a stutter. The man slowly crouched to get to his eye level. "Hey kid, I'm a detective. You can call me Tsukachi-san," he said and showed his badge. "Is your mom home?" he asked lowly. Izuku nodded and opened the door all the way. "Why, you can take your shoes off here. I'll lead you to the kitchen." "All right, little guy, what's your name?" he asked, slipping his foot into the guest's shoes. "Izuku Midoriya, Detective-sama," he said and bowed slightly, leading the detective into his kitchen. "Hello, sir. Inko Midoriya." She bowed and frowned. "Could you happen to tell me what the occasion is?" she asked. "Detective Naomasa Tsukachi," he said and bowed. "You might want to sit down for this." Would you like some water, sir?" the kid with the green bird's nest on his head asks. The detective raised his eyebrow at this and nodded at him. "If you wouldn't, Midoriya-chan." "You have a polite kid there, Midoriya-sama." Inko smiled and followed Izuku's movements. "I know, you can call me Inko-san, sir." Tsukachi gave her a gentle smile. "You can call me Kouchi-san. I'd rather have your son out of the room for this," he said and clenched his jaw. Izuku placed the glasses in front of the adults and turned to his mom. She ruffled his hair and nodded to the living room. "Go play with your robot, and put on some music, adults are having big talk," she said and smiled at him. Young Midoriya happily walked down into his living room and put on his favorite radio, Present Mic Live. He's such a great host. His enthusiasm reaches thousands of people. Grabbing his mini toolbox, he looked at his robot. Already completely sucked in by his analytic brain, he began to tinker with it. "Your husband is Hisashi Midoriya, correct?" Tsukachi began slowly easing his way into a stable conversation. "Yes. We found him with an empty wallet in an alleyway," he said, just breaking the news to her. "We know he was mugged whilst trying to defend himself. He got stabbed a few times." He winced as he looked at the young mother in front of him. "Oh," she said with a quiet tone. "Eyewitness said the mugger used his quirk." He clenched his jaw and took a sip of water. "I have his will somewhere between his books. Could you please keep my son busy while I look for it?" she asked and stood up. Tsukachi nodded and walked into the living room. Sitting next to him on the floor, he tapped the ground a few times, Izuku not feeling the vibration and being too immersed with his robot. Chuckling softly, he tapped the robot instead. Finally catching his attention, Izuku slipped off his headphones and looked at the detective. "What are you making there, bud?" Izuku's eyes lit up as someone took interest in his tinkering. "It's a robot," he said excitedly and showed it to the older man. "Are you going to tell me what it can do?" he asked, grinning at the kid. The kid grinned back at him. "It follows me around. Dad said this chip makes the machine follow me around. And I made the wheels better. It's like a tank now. My dad gave me a box full of old robot parts," he said. "So it's for every terrain?" Tsukachi asked, genuinely interested. Izuku proudly nodded. "I'm trying to make it like the old movie, WALL-E, but in a dark blue color." "WALL-E?" the older man asked. The small child giggled and proceeded to run to his room. After a few seconds, he could hear the little steps getting louder. "This robot." He shoved the poster in his face, showing a small square robot standing on a garbage pile whilst staring off into space. "What's it about?" Humans lost hope in the world when trash turned into their ground to walk on. Only WALL-E was on Earth with a cockroach. WALL-E was made to clean the world while the humans were gone. So he did. He probably still had the cockroach as a friend cause they're able to survive in radioactive states. "Oh really? Who told you that?" The little boy turned to him and grinned. "Dad did. The robot dreamed of love, and so a robot came down to Earth. She's called Eve. When Eve was supposed to go back to space, WALL-E clung to her." He giggled. The detective smiled at how bright the kid is, smart too. He heard ruffling from the doorway, revealing the older Midoriya. "You're good with kids," she said. He nodded and followed her back into the kitchen. "I should be, being a detective isn't just catching bad guys," he said and smiled at her. She put the paper on the table. "I appreciate you helping me," she said quietly. He nodded curtly at her. "My mother had the same happen to her. I was only 10 years old. Is that why you're helping me?" He shook his head. "I'll help anyone I can, I just know how single parents work." Inko smiled at him. "Thank you, but I'll take it from here," she said. He nodded and stood up. "If you ever need help with the mini engineer or in general you can reach me." He slid his personal business card over to her. "Izuku, will you show our guest out?" Inko called from the doorway. Mini Midoriya stood up and nodded at his mom. "Right this way, sir." Tsukachi laughed softly and followed the green bean. When he changed into his shoes, he crouched in front of the kid. "Take care of your mom, Mini Midoriya. And you may call me Kauchi-san," he said before ruffling his hair and exiting the Midoriya household. "You can call me Izuku-chan, Kauchi-san," the green kid said with admiring eyes. Izuku decided he didn't like funerals. Especially not his dad's. His mom cuddled with her little son in her bed. While breaking the news that his dad wouldn't come back from his vacation, she had burst into tears. He held her for a few hours. That's when he decided that he can grow up to help her. His mom crouched down and tied his tie correctly and kissed his forehead. "I'll teach you how to tie it properly when you're a bit older." Izuku nodded. "Yes, mommy." Inko was crying. She felt Mitsuki pat her back. "You can call me anytime," she whispered. Inko nodded and smiled softly at her. Inko made eye contact with Kauchi. He had been patting her son's back. Thankful, she nodded at him. "Oh, Mom? Why are we here?" A 6-year-old Izuku asked his mother. "Kauchi-san suggested you learn self-defense at a young age. While appreciating the old traditions, you will also be learning kendo." "So I learn how to fight?" the small bean asked, looking up at his mother. She nodded at him. His eyes shined. Finally he could learn something to protect his mother. "I will do my best," he said, excited, and posed as All Might. "Fall into line," a hero shouted. Izuku's eyes widened. "Gunhead," he shouted excitedly, running to the pro hero. "Looks like we have a fan here," Gunhead said and grinned behind his mask. He squatted down to his height and threw up some peace signs. Quickly running back to his mom, he picked up his small notebook. "Can I have your signature, please?" Gunhead chuckled and signed the book. "Give the book to your mom and we'll start the lesson." Izuku bowed swiftly and gave it back to his mom, who just laughed at his actions. He fastened the white belt around his judogi. Standing in front of the class, Gunhead bowed to his students. "You may call me Gunhead Sensei or Gunhead. Today we'll start with the basics." The class cheered excitedly. Izuku's eyes glittered. "Your son has a quirk," the doctor announced. Inko grinned and brightened up. After Izuku's first martial arts lessons, she went to the quirk doctor with him. Her little boy was basically bouncing in his seat. "Has it appeared yet?" Tsukachi said from behind the Midoriyas. Tsukachi has become Midoriya's favorite person. It didn't take a while. The man was very lovable. He came around so much that Inko sat him down at the table and slid over an extra key to the apartment. Once Inko does something like that, she won't take it back. And if you insist on it multiple times, she'll give you the looks. Her aura changed instantly and she would glare at you for a couple seconds until you wince and look away. Izuku shook his head. "No, it hasn't." Doctor gave the kid a look of sympathy. "Your quirk is still asleep. It'll probably appear when you're around, but look at it positively. You can train your body and brain before your quirk appears," he said. Tsukachi nodded. Right." Exiting the building, they all made way to the detective's car. "Can I go on patrol with you, Kauchi-san?" Tsukachi's eyes widened in surprise. "If your mom allows it, you can go on a drive along." Looking at Inko, to his surprise she smiled and nodded at the man. "Really? I trust you with my kid, Kauchi," she said and smiled at Izuku. "But Izuku can't go until he cleans up the robots and his room." Izuku began nodding repeatedly, so excited that Tsukachi held his head. "If you go any faster it might fall off. Now get into the car." he said and laughed. Izuku's room was surprisingly, well, not really, a mess. Were you inspired by Wally, Izuku? Izuku frowned. I don't remember, I think I was putting together the small robot. Couchy laughed. Clean it up and I'll call Bossman. Izuku hopped further into his room and began picking up his clothes. Walking outside, Tsukachi opened his phone and called his boss. Captain of Squad 1 here. Hey Cap. I need a favor for a kid. His boss sighed from the other side of the line. Is it the little kid you always talk about? Woof. Yes, sir, I'd like to take him for a drive along, tomorrow. If I could. Fine, do your usual patrols though. I believe the kid would like to see the streets at night. Only if he stays in the car at all times. The detective nodded curtly and let out a breath. Thank you, sir, have a good day. He hung up and walked back into the house. Having made sure to walk into the kitchen where Inko was cooking. Hey Ink, we'll be fine for tomorrow. Maybe you can take a spa day with Bakugo-san. He suggested. And the food smells great. Inko brows furrowed as she was thinking, when was the last time she went out? I think I'll take that offer. Till what time will you be out with him? From 1900 till 23:30, I hope that's okay? If I stick around work longer than usual they'll kick my butt out. He joked. I guess I could invite Mitsuki for a movie night instead. Inko began to mutter. Inko-san? You're muttering again. Oh dear, I see where Izuku gets it from. She said with a tint of red on her cheeks. Could you get him for dinner? I'll set up the table in the meanwhile. Tsukachi nodded and walked to the green beans room. Knocking slightly before opening the door. You either made it less or more messy, eh? I honestly don't have a clue. He said with his jaw on the ground. I'll continue cleaning after dinner. Mini Midori was acting up again. He said as he put the robot down on the ground, letting it follow him. Couchy shook his head in amusement. Dinner is ready. He said, waiting for Izuku to follow him. It didn't take long. Tsukachi decided to test something out. He swiftly turned around and threw a punch. Izuku quickly tilted his head quickly and jabbed the older man's elbows pressure points. Good reaction, Zuku. The detective said proudly. Tsukachi Neomesa. His body went rigid as he slowly turned around to see an angry parent glaring at him. Did you just try and punch my kid? She said calmly, too calm. He began to sweat under her glare. To test his reflexes. Don't do that ever again, she said and turned back into her bubbly self. Ready? The men in the house let out a breath, relieved they didn't die. Quickly followed by the sound of a robot sighing too. Is that new? The older man asked as he sat down by the table. Izuku nodded happily. I did it so he can repeat a few words only. It's very funny when I begin to mutter. It also didn't need a powerful speaker, but the programming was kind of hard. I am a 7-year-old, but I will be turning 8 next week and they lost him. Laughing at one another, Inko knocked on the table, startling Izuku out of his muttering. His head turned into a tomato. Sorry. He muttered and began eating his dinner. Delicious. Can you teach me how to make this? Inko's smile just got 10 times brighter. Of course, little Izuku, I will teach you that. She said excitedly and turned to Tsukachi, looking like she'll cry at any given time. He's growing up too fast. Tsukachi bursted into a laugh. Oh, Inko. Are we going to see any heroes? Izuku asked from his passenger side. Yes. Could I have their signatures? If you ask them they might give it. Yay. Make sure you say thank you and bow before you get into the car. Will do, Couchy-san. The green bean said happily. Tsukachi-kun, a captured villain at GPS location, sent a patrol car. Get the hero's name and report back on the road. Tsukachi reached for the microphone and clicked the button to Izuku. Deputy Midoriya confirmed, we're on our way. He said excitedly into the device. The female operator laughed, you're lucky you're cute. The green bean got flustered and began muttering under his breath. The detective on the road turned into another lane and parked the car. What are you going to do? Stay in the car until I've been given the clear sign. Tsukachi nodded and walked to the villain on the ground. Looking up, he was surprised to see a blue-haired young lady along with a homeless guy. Detective Tsukachi here. Are you the pro hero? He asked the blue-haired lady. Yes. He's two. We're Ms. Joke and Eraserhead, she said excitedly. She could totally match Zuku's energy. He surprisingly looked at the homeless guy, thought he was homeless, only to see a hero license pushed in front of his face. Pardon, he said and bowed. It's okay, I'm used to it, although it has only been a year. He said into his scarf. I have a question, could my key drive along meet you guys? He absolutely adores heroes. He corrected himself and smiled at them. Oh, I love kids, Ms. Joke said excitedly. Tsukachi gave the kid the clear sign as the villain was transported into the other cop's car. Hearing a door slam immediately, he saw the kid in front of him. You're fast, Eraserhead remarked. Izuku Midoriya. Are you guys Ms. Joke and Eraserhead? He said, bouncing on his place. Yes, Ms. Joke said and picked him up. Can I do this? I'll do it anyway. So how do you know us? We're underground heroes. There wasn't a lot on the forums, but I pieced it all together, Izuku said happily. This kid is smart, Aizawa said. Can I have your signature please? I'd bow but Ms. Joke has me in her arms. He squealed. Sure kid, Ms. Joke said and put him back down. Tsukachi smiled. At the exchange, Izuku pulled out his mini notebooks he used with gunmen. Can you write your hero name and sign it? He asked innocently before bowing. Ms. Joke grinned and signed it, passed it on to Aizawa and whilst he signed it, Ms. Joke crouched. I love your energy. When you become a hero later, you have got to intern with me. Eraserhead snorted. Sounds like a disaster, you'll corrupt the poor child. Obviously. He's great already. Come on Izuku, we can't stay here for too long. Tsukachi suddenly said, there are more villains to catch. Izuku bowed quickly before running back into the car, already bouncing in his seat. You got a great kid. Eraserhead shouted out of character. You're already so soft to the kid, it's kind of scary, Ms. Joke remarked. I know, he said and turned around. The detective, his ears were red. Your kid? That'd only mean he would be his dad, and Inko his mother. He began to mutter. Quickly realizing what's happening, he shook his head and stepped into the driver's seat. Holy, cover your ears, sheet, Tsuchaki said as he pulled into the next scene. Endeavor was there, the number 2 hero. He can already see Izuku lose his mind. He saw the kid bouncing in his seat at least 100 times more. Looking around, he realized the site was cleared. Stepping out of the car and to the number 2 hero. Thank you for helping, the detective said whilst bowing. No problem, the man replied shortly. Can my drive along meet you? He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. The fiery man seemed to hesitate, before reluctantly nodding his head. Grinning, he threw Zuku the sign and in a matter of a few seconds he already saw the kid bowing in front of him. Izuku Midoriya, sir. Hello kid, the hero replied. Can I please have your signature please, along with your hero name written? Izuku said, offering his notebook. A smile appeared on Endeavor's face. Sure, why not? He accepted the notebook and began scribbling down the asked things. Endeavor leaned over to the detective, his flames much calmer. I have a kid his age, mind if they have a playdate? He hasn't been talking with his classmates. A smile appeared on Tsukachi's face. He handed Endeavor his personal business card and bowed. I know pros don't like giving their private information. A thought appeared on the detective's mind. Did the hero think I was his father? Chapter 2. A lot happens in 2 days. Izuku sat in his classroom. He liked his class. Everyone minds their own business. Buried in his book he heard some kids gossiping around. Did you hear about Endeavor? No? What happened? He caught some big guys. Izuku perked up and turned around to the gossip. When did that happen? Last Saturday. Oh, I was there. I got his signature, Izuku said, bouncing in his seat. Really? Show us. His eagerly excited fellow student said. He took the notebook out of his bag, couchies, and took me out on his patrol. We met around 5 heroes. Oh, who's this? That's from Ms. Joke. She's so energetic. The green broccoli said and pointed to his drawing of her. It was blocky but it did the job. I'm Haruna June. I want to be a pro later. The blue-haired girl said. And this is Taiki Hikari, he said, pointing to the other person she gossiped with. They both have blue hair. Are you guys family? Izuku asked, picking up on some similar features. Taiki nodded. We're cousins. Don't tell my other cousins, but she's my favorite, he said and got flicked on the back of his head. I'm your only cousin. Haruna deadpanned. They all burst out laughing. What are you reading? It's a robot book. My mom said I was smart enough to read it. It also shows heroes their support items and dismantles them, he said, struggling with pronouncing dismantle. I know that word, repeat after me. Dismantle, Taiki mouthed. You need to open your mouth more, he said and huffed. The bell rang and the kids, totally forgetting what they were doing, ran outside to their school's playground. Oi Izuku, Auntie Inko left her vest at my house, Kaken said and handed him the vest. Thanks Kaken. Mom told me to give you a cookie if you were nice. This is you being nice, Izuku said and handed his mother's famous cookie. Kaken gasped and took it. I love Auntie Inko so much. He hugged Izuku. We should play video games again, the little explosive guy said, pulling away from the hug. You just want to learn the recipe, Izuku teased. Katsuki's signature grin spread across his face. That, and I bought a new game. That definitely got Izuku's attention. What game? Superhero Smash, Kaken said and pulled an all-might pose. Izuku's eyes widened and copied his pose with a jump. Can we hang out after school? I'll have to ask Mom first, or Kauchi-san. Kauchi-san basically lived at his house, always there for dinner, except when he had his late patrols or when he was busy helping heroes catch bad guys. He had a major case, is what the detective called it. Can I give you my present early? Katsuki said, releasing excited little explosives from his fist. Stop with the explosions, Izuku scolded playfully. You will have to ask Auntie Mitsuki. I think you can wait another few days. Right, he teased. Kaken rolled his eyes and went back to his friends. Izuku is glad he has them. If he didn't lecture the teacher, the explosives child would have gotten too big. When he started calling them extras is where Izuku drew the line and scolded him for it. When Mitsuki heard of it, she laughed. Way to go, kid. Maybe you should babysit him sometimes. Hell, I'd even pay you. Izuku's eyes widened. He could help mommy buy some groceries with that money. I'll do it, the little guy said, grinning. Great, I'll let Inko-san know when she picks you up. Now go play some games with Katsuki. She shooed him away. Izuku quickly hugged his auntie and ran up the stairs. Outside of Kachan's door there was an explosive hazard sign. Izuku giggled and shook his head. Typical. The explosive teen kept shouting at his game. Walking into the room, knowing knocking isn't going to do anything. Hey Kaken. I brought more cookies, Izuku said. You're amazing. Let me put in the CD first. Take the controller from my bed, the blonde said and walked to the console. Nodding, Izuku sat on his bed and turned the controller on. Opening the cookie container, he placed it on the messy desk. You should clean your room, Izuku said shamelessly. Not right now, Katsuki growled. How is your quirk? The cinnamon roll changed the subject, hoping to keep the kid calm. Bakugo looked up to him with his red eyes. If I use it for too long my arm starts to hurt, and when it's cold I can't make them powerful. What if I make you a promise? Midoriya suggested. What'll that be? A few months before you are going to UA Hero School, we'll train together. Why won't we go together? I'm older, silly. Izuku rolled his eyes. Can you even get in without a quirk? Katsuki asked curiously. I have a quirk, but it's just sleeping. Izuku deadpanned. Dip's endeavor. Did you know I met him? You're joking. Izuku shook his head at his statement. I have his signature at home. He smiled at his friend's jaw dropping. The young Midoriya sat in an open field by a forest reading his favorite book by his own, Wally, with him. Earlier he had decided to go for a small hike with his robot. He had upgraded Wally over and over. Now he has a closable back where he can place his bag or books, in this case, his blanket and picnic. You know Wally? Should make a motorcycle later, and cool support items. The robot gave a confused sound. Support items help heroes and their quirks. Mine hasn't yet appeared, so I am focusing on staying academic high. along for physical, you know how the dojo is with Gunhead-sensei. Midoriya rambled. Anyways, I think we're nearly there, he said and walked a bit faster. When he had arrived, he stopped Wally. Opening the back with a button, he folded out the blanket and placed it on the ground along with his backpack and picnic. Gunhead-sensei showed me how to work with a staff, but I literally cannot swing it correctly. A shurnai is so much easier. He sighed and got out his pocket staff. He pulled the pin and a metal 110 centimeters staff appeared. How is this so cheap? He asked his ribbit only to receive a happy sound back. Opening the radio app on his phone, he started to play Present Mix Live Radio. He looked around, good music, some training, his robot, food, his books, and he discarded his t-shirt and got into the stance Sensei has shown him. Placing his hand on it, he slowly started to turn it, and put his other hand to continue to turn. Strengthen your wrist and hands first, Midoriya-kun, then you speed up. When he finally felt like he had it under control, he heard distant explosions. Forward marching, here we go. He stopped turning his bow staff and looked at the blonde patch of hair crossing a fallen tree. Already making his way down with Wally in tow. Numbers of the agency Bakugo. Then he slipped, quickly running down into the water, telling Wally to stop. You okay, Kakin? He asked and held his hand out for him. Yes, Oni-chan. He rolled his eyes and accepted his hand, pulled up and shouted, think quick. Throwing a punch, Izuku expertly dodged and threw Kakin over his shoulder. You know I have been following lessons in the dojo, Katsuki-kun, he said and walked out of the water. Worth a shot, the blonde said and shrugged. Rolling his eyes, Izuku and Kakin parted ways, Izuku returning to his quiet spot and Kakin back to his friends. He began practicing his strikes. The number 2 hero opened the door to his traditional Japanese-styled house. Come on in. Shoto is in the dojo, I'll call him here real quick. There is no need for that, Izuku would love a new sparring partner. Tsukachi said, stopping the older Todoroki. Your kid is in shape? That's great. You may call me Enji or Todoroki when we're in the house, he said, letting little Midoriya and the detective in. You may call me Izuku, the green blob of hair said and bowed out of respect. Enji laughed and ruffled his hair. We'll do Izuku now. Let me show you the way. As he led the way, Izuku began a conversation. Tsukachi-kun, can I call you Dad? The detective stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened. I dash, he said, sputtering a bunch of words out. Finally calming down his red face, he smiled softly at the kid. Yes, you can, Izuku-kun. Picking the kid up on his shoulder, they followed the chuckling pro-hero. And are you going to tell Mom that you like her? Kids on the playground said whenever someone likes someone, they look at them for really long and blush when they get close. Tsukachi chuckled. You're good at observing people, but me telling your mom that is a different case. Can't you solve it like a detective? Izuku-kun, this is a matter of the heart, not the brain. Anyways, did you bring Wally? The red detective asked. Enji stopped at a door and looked at the pair, amused. Wally? It's the robot I made. The movie was amazing. The kid began to mutter about the scenes and walked into the dojo. Shoto, this is Mr. Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya. Enji introduced. The detective would correct the pro-hero but didn't, as his heart clench at the introduction. Midoriya, huh? Neo Mesa Midoriya? Or Inko Tsukachi Midoriya? He was deep in thought when his new pro-hero friend clapped him on the back. Would you like some tea, Tsukachi-san? You could maybe tell me about his mother. Todoroki laughed at the darker shade red the detective got. Making their way to the corner, they left the kids alone. Hello. I'm Izuku, the green-curled kid said to the dual-haired kid. The younger Todoroki bowed. I'm Shoto Todoroki, but you can call me Shoto. I have a question. Shoot, Izuku said and did his finger guns. Why is your backpack moving? Shoto asked, head tilting a bit. Excited, the broccoli boy pulled his backpack off of his shoulder and revealed the robot. This is Wally, I made him. The robot rolled out of the bag and made a happy sound. I upgraded him. Now he can learn people's faces without needing a chip. Wally is just like a dog. Can you introduce me? The little Todoroki asked, bouncing in one place. Laughing, the little green head caught the robot's attention. Wally, This is Shoto. The robot's head snapped up and looked at the red and white-haired kid. Analyzing. A robot voice said. Shoto, it said. Follow Shoto-chan until I say stop. The robot gave confirming noises and Shoto looked awestruck. Race? Izuku asked. Shoto nodded and got in a running stance. 1, 2 and 3. The kids ran to the other side of the dojo, Shoto winning by just a second. You're fast. Shoto bounced. Thanks, look at Wally. The little robot was trying its best to catch up to the duo. Kawaii. Little Todoroki said. This looks like Gunhead-sensei's dojo. Can you fight? Shoto nodded. Daddy said it was good to learn how to fight at my age. Izuku brightened up at that. My mommy said that too, or well, Dad said to Mom to take me. Wanna fight? Shoto nodded and looked at the robot. Wally, stay? He tried. Staying came as a response from the robot. Shoto's jaw dropped. You made him? All by myself, he said proudly as they stood in the circle. First one out of the circle is a sore loser. Izuku. Tsukachi scolded playfully. Sorry. Ready, Shoto-chan? The ice and fire wielder nodded. After the countdown, they circled each other for a few seconds. Izuku, seeing Shoto put his weight forward, prepared himself to throw him over his shoulder. Now hoping to rush Izuku, Shoto ran as fast as possible. Feeling Izuku grab his shoulder, he gulped. Using his own body weight, Izuku threw Shoto out of bounds. You're kind of easy to predict. The green head said, rubbing the back of his neck. Standing up and jumping a bit, Shoto shouted, Again! Both of the kids, feeling energized, stood back in the circle. Ready, go! Same as last time, they started to circle each other. Shoto, realizing his mistake, waited for Izuku to do the second move. Izuku noticed and shot out to grasp both Shoto's shoulders. Turning around in circles, they started to reach the edge of the circle, Shoto feeling undoubtedly intimidated and froze up a bit. Izuku, spotting the opening instantly, shifted his weight and body slammed Shoto on the mats. What's your quirk? Izuku asked curiously. Fire and ice. Small Todoroki said and showed it, creating a huge ice snowflake in his right hand, and in his left hand he held a fireball. Oh, that's so cool. Mine isn't awake yet. Izuku said, kind of somber at the end. Meanwhile, the parent and surrogate dad sat down by a table, very amused by their kids. So you and his mother? Enji Todoroki said with a teasing smile. It's clear to say that the detective turned into a mess, nodding and burying his head in his hands. I don't know what to do. He said, muffled. Understanding what he said, Endeavor just smiled at him. Just talk to her, I think little Izuku already approves of it. He said, pointing to the small green bean throwing his son over his shoulder. He's very good at that. The pro-hero remarked. Tsukachi looked at his surrogate son. He's too smart for his own good. Still red in the face, he took a sip of his tea. Great tea, Todoroki-san. Thank you, Todoroki said. It looks like they're getting along well enough. Izuku-kun has a thing for getting along with people, along with scolding. The man said, embarrassed. That might be my fault. He picked it up after going on patrol with me once. He tends to scold a friend of his whenever he calls other kids extras. Endeavor bursted out laughing. He definitely got the spirit. Say, Tsukachi-kun, what is his quirk? He asked curiously. Tsukachi shook his head. His quirk was said to be dormant. I'm pretty sure he is convinced that it won't come until he's an adult. That might just explain his training regime and his grades. I'm just letting him do his thing. The detective explained. He also is absolutely obsessed with quirks. He figured out which hero was at the scene thanks to vague descriptions on a forum. He also just started a hero analysis for the future notebook. Tsukachi rambled. So you're telling me he's a genius and physically able to fight? Sounds like a hero to me. I have a feeling my Shoto and your Izuku will be great friends later. Looking over to the kids, Tsukachi could see them sitting together playing with Wally. His heart clenched as Izuku's eyes began to droop, along with young Todoroki-san's too. Here, Tsukachi said and handed Enji an invitation. I would appreciate it if you and your kid would like to come over for Izuku's birthday. If you want, you could stay for Inko's dinner. I'd be demed if you never tried her food. Tsukachi said with a pointing look at Endeavor. Enji's face splitting into a huge grin bowed and accepted his invitation. Could I bring along my 2 other kids? I think they'd love Izuku as a little brother. Enji said softly. Tsukachi smiled. It's for your family, not just you two. He stood up and bowed. Thank you for the tea, Todoroki-san. The older Todoroki looked over to the kids, seeing that they were fast asleep on the mat, chuckling softly as they made their way. Wally, follow me please, he said with a quiet voice. He picked up Izuku with an oof. You're getting too big, Zuku, you'll be one tall boy later. He whispered and followed Enji as he showed them out, with Shoto in the same position. Thank you for the visit, Tsukachi-san. You should ask Izuku's mother out at one point. Enji advised. I am doing it tonight, Tsukachi said with a determined face. Endeavor raised his eyebrow. If you say so. He teased, let me know when you did it, he said and winked before he closed the door. Chuckling, the detective and still asleep kid made their way to his car, strapping him in the passenger's seat. Tsukachi sat in the driver's seat and started to drive. Suddenly gaining an idea, he grinned and made a mental note. There is no way anyone could see this coming. Arriving back at the apartment, the detective placed the young Midoriya in his bed, kissing his forehead as he made way into the living room where Inko sat reading a book. Leaning against the door frame, he cleared his throat, catching Inko's attention. Are you getting sick? Inko asked. Shaking his head he replied, no, but, guess what happened today? Placing the book next to her she looked over at him. Did Izuku blow something up? Again. Laughing softly Tsukachi shook his head. Incorrect, but that would have been one huge mess to clean. Try again. I'm out of suggestions, I raised my boy good, Inko said, gazing at Tsukachi's face. He asked if he could call me dad. He said quietly. Inko's jaw dropped, she closed her mouth and shrugged. That took longer than expected. I would have guessed he'd ask when he turned you have been around for ages. She pointed out. What did you say? I said yes, giving the older Midoriya a cheeky smile. I would like to ask you something, he said with a serious tone. Inko noticing the tone change from playful to serious, she patted the empty space next to her on the couch. I'll answer your question honestly. Unconsciously using his quirk he knew she meant it. Would you like to go out? Go out? On a date? He nodded, sweating a bit next to her. Oh. Inko said, thinking things over. Yes, I would love to. If this could turn into a relationship, what do you think Izuku would think about it? He actually asked today when I would ask you out, the detective said, laughing slightly. He really is too smart for his own good, Inko said, giggling softly. Agreeing, Tsukachi stood up and smiled at Inko. If we would become a thing, would you like to move in with me? I know it's fast, but Izuku deserved something stable. Inko melted on the inside. I'll think about it, she said, smiling at the detective. Great, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to make a call, he said, excusing himself. Walking into the guest room he opened his phone and clicked on his second emergency contact. Toshi, I hope you're not busy in a few days. I actually think I'm free, I don't have any missions lined up until next week. Toshinori replied with his typical all-might voice. Could you come over for a birthday party? Your birthday already passed now, Toshi said, confused. It's not mine. Then whose birthday is it? Izuku Midoriya's. Now that rings a bell. Isn't that the kid you basically call your son? Toshi said excitedly as his close friend finally found some kid to settle down with. Yes, and I might have asked his mother out, he said with a smile on his face. Oh, you finally decide to settle down with the kid and his mother? I'm happy for you now, the blonde said from the phone. I'm sure we'll see more of you this month, maybe you'll be Uncle Might. Tsukachi laughed. Melissa already calls me that, All Might said with a laugh. I guess I won't mind if another kid does. Thinking about it, aren't they the same age? I believe so. How is David actually? I haven't seen him in ages. He's working on another project. As usual. That's great. Anyways, Toshi, I'll send you the invite. Show up in civilian clothes. You'll definitely be attached to the kid the second you meet him. Trust me, I've seen it happen in the course of 4 years. I'll trust you on that. All Might said with a smile. Thanks Toshi really. You're one of my closest friends Tsukachi, it's fine. Good night. He said and hung up, quickly forwarding the invite via text. Now texting the number 2 pro hero. Did it? Great. I'll be bringing my wife and kids Friday. He replied. Quickly sending a text back he heard shuffling across the hallway, opening the door to see who, he smiled at the bed hair Izuku, but frowned when he noticed the puffy eyes. You okay little man? Can I sleep with you dad? I had a bad dream. Tsukachi's heart clenched at the kid calling him dad. Smiling, he opened the door and crouched, come here. Smiling softly, Izuku hugged the detective. Thank you. He said hoarse. Picking the kid up, Tsukachi made way to his bed and tucked them in together. Kissing the top of his head he fell asleep with a blob of green on his chest. Chapter 3. The Party. Friday morning. Inko snorted as she found both Tsukachi and Izuku sleeping in the detective's bed, both drooling. Both were drooling. For Kouchi-san not being his biological father, they both have some similarities personality-wise. Izuku was nestled on the detective's. Quickly unlocking her phone she took a picture of them, wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. The duo groaned at the same time and tilted their heads looking at each other. Noticing one another had drool, they pointed it out and quickly wiped it away. Good morning, Tsukachi said hoarse. Blinking away the sleepiness, Izuku turned his head and smiled at his mother. Mornin', mommy, he said with a bright smile. Happy birthday Zuku. Inko said, you're growing up too fast, I don't think I can even pick you up anymore. The detective said dramatically and wiped away a fake tear. Izuku frowned, why are you crying? Tilting his head like a lost puppy. A smile appeared on Kouchi's face, it was a joke silly. Oh. Izuku turned back to his mom, thank you mom. His mom was in tears, such a big boy. She pouted. Tsukachi was by her side rubbing her back instantly. Where did your shirt go dad? Izuku noticed. Inko's eyes widened and her face turned red. Quickly detaching from the women's side he pulled a t-shirt over his head. Breakfast is ready. Inko squeaked and walked out of the room. Wanna bet that it's pancakes? The green bean said mischievously. The detective's jaw dropped and he started to lecture Izuku why betting is bad. Izuku, betting is not a joke. It can turn into an addiction. Without precautions taken you will not bet. The green blob of hair nodded. Okay dad. You'll get 2.000 yen if you're right. Tsukachi said and sped off to the kitchen table. Giggling, Izuku followed. Thank you for breakfast mom. Inko's heart squeezed. Anything for my birthday boy. Grinning they all dug into their breakfast. Izuku grinned at his surrogate dad. 2.000 yen in the bag. Izuku. You're going to wear your shirt and good breathes. No tinkering until then. What if I wear an apron? The little boy questioned. Then you'll have to roll up your sleeves. Not so little anymore. Izuku grinned and finished his breakfast. Hopping into the shower and brushed his teeth. He avoided the hairbrush like a plague. Curly hair and a brush don't mix. Stepping into his room, he opened his closet and put his clothes on. Walking back out into the living room he saw Tsukachi watching the news. Dad. Ya kid. Can you help me with my tie? He asked, rubbing the back of his neck, embarrassed. Sure will bud. He said and stood in front of Izuku. Do you want me to show you instead? Wait, let me dress. The detective said and rushed to put his clothes on. Standing back next to Izuku he grinned. So kid, first step. Follow my hands yes. Nodding, Izuku followed his hands. His dad adjusted it here and there. The final result was great, a slim dark green tie to match his hair. He walked back into the bathroom, loosening his tie a bit. Hello. Come on in, we're all in the back. He said in the mirror and smiled. He did it a few more times and returned to his room. Looking in his mirror, he saw a 7-year-old kid, green curly hair that cannot or is impossible to tame, red Jordans he got from his dad a month ago, black breathes, a white t-shirt tucked into said breathes and a huge grin on his face. Rolling up his sleeves and wrapped the apron around his waist, shrugging the band around his neck, he cracked his fingers and looked at the machine in front of him. He had gotten another one of the boxes his biological dad had left behind. It was filled with grime and a base sketch of what was supposed to be the final results. A helicopter and an old-school movie droid. Deciding that the droid is far cooler, he began to organize the parts into two different boxes, labeling one as droid and the other with chopper. He looked at the whiteboard that hung above his desk. Grabbing a marker, he began to write down a bunch of stuff and a sketch of the droid. Writing down the list of stuff he had, he began adding adjustments to the sketch with a green marker, kind of highlighting it. He wiped the sweat off of his forehead. So maybe I can make it into another kind of Wall-E? If I add a voice recognition microphone and a speaker. Maybe make the body out of hard plastic, since none of it is really able to explode. Maybe fry, but that's it? These are the moments where I need an air dryer for the plastic shell. Paint it? Most likely, I can ask Dad to add the waterproof layer spray. Huge letters, R2D2? I think yes? Trace the outline of the plastic with red? That'd be so cool. Has to be done by hand. He began his muttering storm and wrote it down on the board. Taking out the old camcorder he had, he started to explain what he wanted done. Blog 1, R2D2, old-time movie machine, small sketch, a lot of adjustments. Microphone, speaker, hard plastic body, I think it was thick polyethylene? Yes, cut out the general shape with a carton and blow dry over it, taking said carton's form. End result will look something like the droid with mainly white, blue and lines of red. He rambled and stopped the video. The doorbell rang and he quickly walked out, not realizing it's already time for his birthday party. Shoto! Izuku said as he opened the door. Quickly hugging the boy, he took a step back to let everyone in. Hello Todoroki family, thank you for coming. He said and bowed. It's a pleasure, kid. Endeavor huffed. If you would follow me to the garden. It's a bit cramped. Excuse the apron, I was tinkering. We know. Shoto snickered and pointed to his forehead. You have black grime on your forehead. Quickly picking out the towel from his back pocket, he led them into the backyard where his mother and basically Dad sat. His dad was already standing by the barbecue, preparing the food. Todoroki's. The detective said and smiled at them. Welcome and thank you for coming. Anytime. Endeavor said uncharacteristically, this is my wife Rei Todoroki. This is Fuyumi, she's 14. Natsuo is 11, and this is Shoto, he turned being a year younger than Izuku. They all bowed when they were introduced, muttering nice to meet you. Tsukachi smiled and pointed to Inko. Inko Midoriya, food genius and mother of this genius little guy, Izuku. Drinks are on the table or in the cooler, feel free to help yourself. Rei immediately walked over to Inko. Your kid is so cute. She said, does he really tinker a lot? She asked. Shoto wouldn't shut up about his robot, Wall-E. Inko smiled and nodded. Izuku's dad passed away and gave his old mechanic boxes. Now he just tinkers whenever he has time. He literally keeps track of it with a camcorder. Inko gushed. As the adults started talking, the kids turned to Shoto, who quietly whispered, where is Wall-E? Izuku grinned and motioned the Todoroki to follow him. Fuyumi tagging along thanks to the lack of kids her age around. Stepping into his room, he pointed to the corner, where a noticeable Wall-E was on its charging pad. Call him. Izuku said to Shoto. Smiling, the dual-haired boy said loudly, Wall-E. The knee-height robot came out of its corner and rode to the group of kids. I thought you were kidding. Fuyumi said awestruck. I built it myself. He said proudly. What's that on the whiteboard? Shoto's older brother, Natsuo, asked, pointing to it. Izuku got excited and smiled. It's an old droid from a movie. It's called R2D2. I was going to make him with a red outline. He began to mutter. Slightly freaked out, the youngest Todoroki shook his shoulders, snapping Izuku out of it. Do you have a mini Wall-E somewhere? Shoto asked. Izuku nodded and looked through his machine shelf. Quickly spotting it, he handed it to Shoto. It's the same as my Wall-E, but he follows you with a chip, not on its own. Shoto started bouncing, yay. Putting the chip Izuku gave in his pocket, he ran out of the room, a quick mini Wall-E following. So you're like, super duper smart? The quiet Fuyumi said. Izuku nodded and blushed a bit. Mom and Dad says so. He rubbed the back of his neck. I think they're just being nice. Without my quirk waking up until later, I think being super duper smart is nice. I get that, I don't think I can be a hero later. Ice quirk is super slow and small. Natsuo said and clenched his fist. You can still be a hero. Izuku pointed out, doctors save lives every day, so do firemen. He got a point. Fuyumi said, genius. Natsuo said, we should go outside. I think 3 other people are coming. Izuku said, thinking about the invitation list. Quickly taking off his apron. Hearing a bell ring, he raised his eyebrows. Oniya-chan, hurry up and open the door. He heard the explosive kid shout from the other side. You guys go ahead, he said to the white-haired Todorokis, unless you want a door pressed against you. Nodding, they left to the garden. Shaking his head, the little green-haired boy shook his head, twisting the door knob. He got pushed into his wall by the door. Kaken? Again. He pointed out to him being pushed up against the wall. Earning a flick on the back of his head by his mom, the blonde shrugged. Happy birthday, Deku. He shouted and pushed a lot of presents in his hands. Let's go to the garden. Izuku said, struggling to hold his presents up. I'll give you a hug as thank you when everything is out of my hands. He said and smiled brightly at the Bakugos. Masaru groaned softly and helped Do with his presents. I tried to talk about his inside voice, but he won't listen. Please try it later. The parent whispered. Nodding, Izuku looked at Kaken. Where did Deku come from? Present Mike said it on the radio. It means dork in English? Kaken said, dork fits good with your nerd complex. He explained. Rolling his eyes, they walked into the garden. Inko-san. Mitsuki said, interrupting the conversation between Rei and Inko. Mitsuki-san. Come on over, these are the Todorokis, known as Endeavor, Enji, his wife, Rei. 3 kids, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto. How did you just say that so casually? Mitsuki asked. The number 2 hero is in your backyard. She explained. Katsuki's jaw just dropped, awestruck. Masaru just bowed and started to introduce his own family. My name is Masaru Bakugo, but call me Masaru. This is my wife Mitsuki and our kid Katsuki. He introduced, stopped them out of their shocked state. Izuku dropped the presents on the vacant table. Your friends from school are sick, Izuku. I had to say happy birthday from them and that they'll give you their presents Monday. The detective said from the barbecue. That's all right. Is this everyone then? His dad nodded. A friend of mine will visit after everyone leaves. Okay. He said and looked over to his presents. Inko, following his gaze, laughed a little. After the food is done, Izuku. Then we can open them. Izuku playfully pouted and looked over to Enji. Enji Koen. The man's head snapped to him. What is your most successful and easy villain story? Endeavor laughed. I once had to work with Best Jeanist for a hostage situation. They were in a corporate building on the 80th floor. Luckily we saw the camera footage and memorized their positions. Most likely they were rookies. Who doesn't take out the cameras? He scoffed and continued. So me and the Jeanist went up from the staircase, since flying in would hurt the hostages. So Jeanist threw his threads and confiscated the weapons. Then I rushed in, knocking out all of the villains. Then they were all saved. Katsuki and Shoto cheered. Rookies. Katsuki shouted. Dinner is ready. Inko said and looked at Izuku and Katsuki. Can you help me set up the table? They laughed and nodded, passing everyone a plate and cutlery. On today's menu is rice, Indonesian satay sauce with chicken sticks. Inko said and placed 2 different pans with sauce in it. Just dip in it or don't. Mitsuki said and dipped her chicken in the sauce. Disu. Rei said after taking a bite. They all grinned and began eating their food. How do you make this so godly? The detective asked Inko. Inko grinned and turned a bit red at the compliment. Secret recipe. She muttered and began eating her food. Enji chuckled softly while looking at the detective. Tsukachi turned a bit red at that and continued eating. Izuku giggled from between his parents. Presents. Izuku said excitedly. Rolling her eyes at the excited blob of green hair. Open them then. Izuku grinned and opened the Todoroki's joint present first. A functional Baymax from Big Hero 6? I haven't heard of it yet. He read off the label, looking at Shoto question ally. I watched some old Disney movies, from the same Wall-E creators. That's where the idea came from. Shoto said and shrugged. Then Daddy agreed and bought it as a present. Enji grinned and nodded. You just need to put it together. The basic medical stuff is in it already. Maybe you can add some stuff. I know you love doing that. He said and grinned, turning on his fire mustache. Grinning, he hugged the two Todorokis. Now to open the Bakugo's presents. Tearing off the wrapping paper, he looked dumbstruck at Katsuki. You got me weapons? Mitsuki nodded proudly whilst Inko's heart dropped. I can't believe this. She muttered and just accepted it. A Yumi? Izuku's eyes widened. That's the original samurai weapon. The little Bakugo nodded. I know you like history and weapons, so me and Mom mixed it. You got me a sai, the green bean said breathlessly. Too lightweight sais, Sensei is literally gonna be so surprised. He teared open his last present. Oh, thank all might it isn't a weapon. He said to his mother. A bunch of Arduino sets? A wearable one? Holy! He said excitedly, and placing his gifts down on the table, he turned around and hugged the three Bakugos. Masaru whispered as he got hugged, sorry for giving your parents a heart attack, I got you the Arduino. Izuku laughed and turned to his parents, they're still in shock. Enji leaned over to Tsukachi, I think I would have gone with a weapon theme, but maybe a medical robot was a great idea. He whispered and laughed. Tsukachi's sweat dropped and laughed nervously. Time for my present, he said, and Inko frowned. You know you didn't have to. I wanted to, he said, and handed Izuku his wrapped present. It's fragile, so don't break it. He unwrapped the small present cautiously. A plastic keyboard? It's very advanced. His dad said next to him, I already set up your computer inside. Pretty much a hologram computer. It's the computer from the Big Hero 6 Upgrades Baymax scene. The computer there is literally so advanced I'm jealous. Izuku.exe stopped working. You're kidding. He muttered. His dad shook his head. You now can program your own robots instead of using some kid's simplified program. Tsukachi rubbed the back of his neck. Do you like it? It's very portable, he said nervously. Do I like it? Izuku said and hugged the man. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Dad. I love you, he said and squeezed a bit tighter. A close friend of mine helped me get it for you. I think he added a video in it for you to watch later. He did it with my phone once. Izuku nodded. Can you say thank you for me? Tsukachi smiled gently. Of course. Inko sat down at the table. Next to Mitsuki and Rei, her jaw dropped to the ground. Izuku's dad looked over to her and put on a worried expression. Are you okay, Ink? Inko blinked profusedly. Weiss, I think? The two women next to her shared a look, hopeless. It said, laughing, they nudged Inko in her sides. He's a keeper. Rei sang softly. Why do you tease Midoriya so much? Muttered a confused Fuyumi. Natsuo laughed next to her. It's very funny. Can we do the Mulan training scene with the bow staff? Gunhead Sensei dropped some off as a present. He knows how fast I used to break them. Izuku said to the kids. Shrugging, the two older Todorokis walked along to see. Here, everyone hold a staff like this, Izuku said and put it forward as if he was doing a push-up. He leaned forward on one of his feet, the staff following its movement, slapping it up and twisting it in a circle. Whilst turning his own body, he moved like the scene. Bakugo's sweat dropped. When did you even learn this? Izuku smiled. I was watching Mulan from Disney. They did this with two big pots, he said excitedly and did it again. I can teach you guys it. Please do, Shoto said excited. As they all left, the Midoriya household started to clean up the plates and wrapped papers. Inko was already upstairs cleaning the dishes, whilst Naomasa was downstairs looking at the Baymax. His phone began to ring without checking the caller ID. Tsukachi here. Yes, hello, other Tsukachi here. I'm back in town. He could hear his sister grinning on the phone. Makoto, you should come over. Yeah, about that, you aren't home, she said. How would you know that? He questioned her. "'Cause your house is empty, and for a detective could you maybe choose a less obvious place to put your extra house key?" the younger sibling teased. "I'm rarely home anyways." He shrugged. He heard a gasp. "Did you finally get a girlfriend?" His cheeks reddened, causing Izuku to look up to him curiously. "Something like that," he said and ruffled Zuku's hair. The little kid smiled brightly. The detective's heart clenched. "I'll text you the address. Get some little kid's present on the way," he said and hung up. Izuku's curious gaze looked up at him. "It's nothing, let's finish up," the older man said and took his presents up to his room, the green bean following in tow. After half an hour a bell was rung. Opening the door he saw his sister. "Hey Mr. Policeman," she said with a giggle. "Hey Rebel," he said using her nickname. "Come on in, I want you to meet them." "Them? You made a HRM?" she asked teasingly. Turning to her with a strict gaze, "Be polite and kid-friendly," he said and continued walking into the living room where the two green-haired Midoriyas sat. "Inko Izuku. This is my little sister Makoto. She's in town for a while." His sister took next to him, waving slightly, present in her hand. "Great to know that I'm an aunt," she said excitedly and handed little Izuku the present. "Happy birthday, little guy," she said and ruffled his hair. "Thank you, Auntie," he said immediately, accepting and hugging her leg. "If you told me how cute the kid was I would have bought more." "What do kids these days even like?" she questioned her brother. "A skateboard," the little guy said excitedly. "They like skateboards at that age," Makoto concluded. "Would you like something to drink?" Inko asked. "Water please." "I love your dress," the younger sibling gushed. "Thank you. You should go out on a date tomorrow. I can watch the little guy," Makoto suggested. The older Tsukachi turned into a flustered mess. "That's a great idea actually," he said, winging the plan. "I would love to, thank you." Another knock came from the door. "Toshi," he said and basically ran to the door. "Man, you gotta help me. Makoto is back at it again," he complained. His signature heavy voice rang as he laughed. "Let's get inside first," he said and crouched slightly walking into the apartment. "Small doors aren't my thing," he shrugged. Following his close friend into the living room, Izuku's jaw dropped, going basically into a state of shock. "Same goes for Inko. So many pro heroes in a day," she said and fainted. "Inko," Makoto said bewildered from next to her, quickly moving her to the couch behind Izuku. "All Might?" he asked awestruck. He wasn't in such a stock when he met Endeavor. Tsukachi muttered teasingly. "You may call me Uncle Might," the number one hero said and struck a pose. "Uncle Might," Izuku said and ran to hug the man, well, his knee. The man was tall anyways. "Chow. Why?" "Well, your dad here is a close friend of mine," he said and grinned. "Here is your present, little man. Night I helped me pick it out. Although he didn't approve of a weapon." "Unlike Mitsuki," Inko muttered as she woke up. "Little kid got a weapon as a present. I should be the one corrupting him." Makoto pouted at her brother. His sweat dropped. "Please don't," he pleaded. Izuku unwrapped the small present with caution. "A key?" he questioned. All Might's grinned bigger than normal. "Look outside, kid," he said and opened the front door. "You got me a bike," he said excitedly. "Best one around, although you might have to grow a bit to ride it. But that will be no problem. I can already see you're going to be taller than Mr. Detective here," he said, teasing his friend. The detective just shrugged and nodded. "Most likely, I want to bet around Nitai's height." "Oh God, he's growing up too fast," Inko said with a sad tone. "Oh yeah, Toshi, this is Inko. You remember Makoto, and the little kid you just bought the bike for is Izuku. I heard David got in on your present." All Might said slowly. "Smart. A/N, hey guys. There is going to be a mentioning of SXL assault in here, so the bold text later is going to be that part, even if it's only a few sentences. I wouldn't want to trigger anyone. Hope this story is coming more to your liking. Thank you all for reviewing and giving me a few pointers. I know some said that this story is where Izuku is too perfect. He has great parents help him through anything. Along with connections that Tsukachi has, everything is pretty self-explanatory. A kid deserves to be happy. Some don't have the family that can give them anything. Izuku in this case got lucky. Chapter 4. Hello Midoriya-san. I've heard a lot from Tsukachi-san from you. You're his son anyways, how could I not hear about you? You're literally a genius, already having the thought of building a robot at the age of 4. That reminds me of myself. I put my contact info in one of the documents. If you ever need help, just call or send an email. You're a bright kid, keep your eyes open for schools. Same for your quirk, it may be dormant till a certain age. I had that too. Bendy fingers are fun and all. If you ever need certain equipment or advice, you can hit your old man, Uncle Shield up. Anytime. A man in a lab coat said. Izuku was stunned. This man was Uncle Might's old sidekick, world-known scientist and resident of Island, and he had helped his dad give him a computer with a video of him in it. So many famous people. Izuku thought, thinking about the people he met recently. He began muttering about how kids his age were just watching hero movies. Nissen warned me you'd do that, Auntie Makoto. What robots did you get here? She asked, snooping around his shelves and boxes. His mom and dad are finally out on a date, he's very happy about it. Izuku perked up and closed his computer. Well, on the board, that's R2-D2, his parts are in that box over there. He said and pointed to it. To the left is a helicopter. For my birthday I got Baymax, he's an inflatable robot, along with their Arduinos from Uncle Masuru. And this is what Dad and Ajisen Shield gave me. That's a lot, kid. What was that about weapons though? Your mom said something about it. Izuku giggled and opened a modern chest, and pointed to the barrel with multiple staffs in the corner. Obasan Mitsuki and Kaken thought it was a good idea to give me weapons. He said and rolled his eyes. Mixing some of my samurai knowledge, they gave me a Yumi and 2 lightweight Sayas. Dimon, I don't even need to corrupt you, you're already giving them a heart attack with keeping those in your possessions. Obasan Tsukachi muttered. Izuku giggled. Do you know how to use them? She asked. The green bean shook his head. I don't know how to use the Yumi and Sai. I'm going to ask Gunhead Sensei when I'm back at the dojo. He said and shrugged. Did you meet Wally? She shook her head whilst the robot made a curious noise from his charging pad. Come on out, Wally. Izuku said excitedly. This is Obasan Makoto, say hello. The robot begins to wave. He doesn't have any speech, only a few sounds, and communicates with body language. Izuku explained whilst his aunt's jaw dropped. He also recognizes a few key words. I finished making him at 6. So you're a genius. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. That's what Mom and Dad says. Well, they're right. What are you working on today? Well, I thought of watching Big Hero 6 to see how Baymax works in the movie. Deku suggested. His aunt squealed, movie night. Go to the living room and set it up, I'm getting snacks and soda. Izuku smiled and walked to the living room. While setting the movie he heard his aunt. What flavor boba do you want? I have coconut, original and honey. She called out. Coconut. Izuku replied and paused the movie, getting ready and sat down on the couch. His aunt walked into the living room with taiyaki, pocky and boba on a tray. Ready? Izuku nodded and grabbed his boba. Inko and Naomasa walked into the apartment. After a successful first date, they decided to dig straight in it. Hearing 2 different soft snores, they looked at each other amused, already knowing the source. Walking into the living room, they noticed the pair asleep on each other. I think Izuku has a thing for napping on Tsukachis. She whispered and quickly took a photo of the duo. The detective turned red. True. He said softly and smiled at her. I'll carry the babysitter into my room. You take Izuku? Inko nodded and pecked her newfound boyfriend on the cheek. You can sleep with me tonight, no funny business though. She pointed out. Wouldn't dream of it. Naomasa playfully rolled his eyes at her. Laughing softly, Inko picked Izuku from his aunt up, kissing the top of his head as she tucked him into his own bed. You guys didn't have to. These are expensive. Izuku said as he received the present from his friends, Haruna and Taiki. We had to, it was your birthday. They gave him fully functional steampunk goggles with zoom functions. 5 months later. Say Inko, would you like to move in together? Tsukachi said as they dropped Izuku off at school. But we already live together? Inko said confused. In a house, somewhere by the beach. The detective explained further. I saw a place for sale there, when me and Toshi were discussing work things. Really? Inko asked. Tsukachi nodded and kept his eyes on the road. I would love to. The mother squealed. We'll ask Deku when we're home. The parents said and smiled. You want to move? His parents nodded nervously. Into a house? They nodded again. By the beach. But yes. His parents looked dumbfounded at each other. They didn't expect him to give up his safe place so fast. Are you sure? Shouldn't I be then? We're gonna live together as a family. He said excited and hugged both of them. Their hearts clenched. Whoa, it's so big. It sure is, kid. Everything is intact. Japanese-style roofs, window frames, a platform, even the staircase is traditional. The real estate agent said. There is a shed in the back. The few trees around the house make up for privacy that comes with living by the beach. Sadly enough, people do keep dumping stuff on the beach. The parent duo looked at each other and nodded. We'll take it. They said in unison. Izuku, you'll have your own little workshop. Tsukachi said and smiled at him. But a dojo inside would be too much. Maybe we'll just buy some mats to put on the grass. Izuku smiled brightly and hugged the man. 11-year-old Izuku stood next to his dad, starting to mature earlier than his classmates. He stood at a good 5 feet 6 inches feet. Same height as his mother. So the first thing you do is, put shaving foam over your beard. Or in your case mini facial hairs. His dad teased, shave down the way hair grows, so down. Avoid getting cut that way. He explained and did what he just said. Okay, so, apply shaving foam. Izuku did that, shave down. He shaved down. And avoid getting cut. You're getting it. If you do cut yourself, I have an alum block in the closet here. He said and opened it. Wet it and apply to the nicks, the detective explained. Okay, can we go visit Uncle Mike now? I heard Grandpa Torino say he's in the hospital when he was visiting. We sure can. His dad replied with a somber tone. Kid, you're gonna give me a heart attack one day? How did you even get these weapons? Gunhead Sensei said. I got it from my birthday. Mom got a heart attack too. He muttered. Can you teach me how to use them? Especially the sai. You're one crazy person. At this point I'm giving you private lessons. The pro hero exclaimed. That's what you are doing, Sensei. We pay you for this. Izuku deadpanned. Gunhead composed himself again. Oh yeah, totally forgot. I still remember when you were a kid. He nodded. You need to make a strength and speed workout regime. I suggest you ask a contact of your family to do so. I just eat and do a bunch of fighting. He shrugged. Black belt and weapon user, kid's going to be one hell of a hero, Sensei muttered. I'm going to show you a bunch of grips and how to use it. He said and got out his own size. I'll show you how to use the Yumi in half a year. But if you learn fast enough, probably in 2 or 3 months. Uncle might. He asked after the ringing stopped. Yes, Izuku, his uncle replied. What can I help you with today? Well, Gunhead Sensei suggested I get a strength and speed workout. I hoped you could help me with that. He could hear a laugh from the other side of the phone. Will do, kid. You're already pretty lean. Guess I can buff you up. I will turn you into a mini-me. He said jokingly. All Might could hear Izuku laugh. I'll see you whenever you visit. In 3 days All Might was at the Midoriya residence. Knocking on the door, Inko opened the door. Toshi, how is your recovery coming along? She asked the muscle man inside. Still a bit sore, but that's okay. Do you know why I'm here? Inko nodded. Izuku was very happy when you agreed. She said and smiled softly. He's in his room, mind getting him while I make tea? All Might smiled brightly and gave her a thumbs up, walking to his nephew, knocking and opening the slide door slightly. Looking around in his room, he noticed the slightly higher than usual traditional bed, a desk with his computer, 2 charging pads with robots on them, the usual white walls with wood, the barrel with bow staffs in it, the hardwood floor, weapon closet, a few shelves full of miniature heroes that he met, including a very rare eraser head. You have a nice room, Toshinori said, although it's kind of missing the usual engineer vibe. Izuku laughed from his desk. All my robot and computer stuff is in the shed. It's way easier to keep everything together. If not, I can just send Wally. Our 2D2 is nice and all, but I use him for mostly the fire extinguisher and holo projector, he said and shrugged. That's great to hear, young Izuku. I have your training regime with me. Thanks to my recent hospitalization, I have some time to train you. Starting at the beach, he said and smiled cheekily. Let's first discuss everything with your parents over some tea. Izuku nodded and walked over to the living room, where his parents sat, most likely whispering sweet nothings to each other. His heart clenched. When are you guys going to marry? He said jokingly. They both became a flustered mess. Toshinori bursted out laughing, coughing slightly. His dad sent him a concerned look. They sat down by the table, pouring both him and his uncle a cup of tea. We're going to discuss his training, Toshi said seriously, but on the other note, my appearance has been changed after the hospital, he said and turned into his true form, making his usual muscle clothes into baggy clothes. Everyone's jaw dropped. Inko was the first to straighten her back again. What happened? Fight with a villain took half of my stomach and respiratory system out. I can still use my muscle form up to 22 hours, before I have to recharge, he explained. They all nodded, understanding the situation. As for Izuku-kun training, we'll be doing community work, the man said excitedly. The beach doesn't clean itself. Izuku smiled brightly. We're cleaning up the beach? I've wanted to know what it'd look like without the trash, the green bean said, nodding. Great. Here is your schedule, and here is the diet, he said, placing the papers on the table. Uncle? Yes, he replied innocently. This is a week-long schedule, saying what I have to do every hour in the day, he deadpanned. I got a bit carried away. But this would help you in every way, from mental to physical. Izuku wrapped his head around it. How long is it going to last? About 7 months. The way your body is built is right now. I can do that, Izuku said and nodded. Did you work with Gunhead-sensei about the dojo workout? Toshinori nodded. I got carried away, but remembered the importance. He said he'll be keeping it light. Just weapon grips and sparring. Izuku wiped away some sweat. Great, thank uncle, he said and gave the frail man a side hug. When do we start? Tomorrow morning, 5 o'clock on the dot. So sleep at 8 tonight? All Might said. The tea was lovely. You'll see me around Midoriya's, he said and excused himself. Izuku nodded and walked to his room. Opening his phone, he dialed the Todoroki household. After a few rings, the phone was picked up. Todoroki household, how may I help you? Izuku bursted out laughing. How do you sound so formal, Natsuo-san? Is middle school corrupting the impolite you? A now 13-year-old Natsuo laughed. Hey Izuku-san, both school and dad were mad at my impoliteness, so I had to switch it up when it comes to strangers. I'm sorry, he said, faking sympathy. Is Shoto around? No, I don't think so. He's out training with dad. Or well, as dad called it, father and son bonding, while I am at home getting scolded by Fuyumi. Sounds like you're living the life. I don't think training with Enji-san is really fun. 'Cause it isn't, the white-haired guy said. I've been through it once, never again. Izuku laughed. It was a nice chat. But I have to go now. Have a nice day, Nat, he said. The other side of the line started muttering about nicknames. Izuku hung up and walked outside. His parents had decided he needed a day off, so they pulled him out of school for once. Not as if it's a huge problem. He was ahead of class for a half a year or even more. He pulled out his favorite training outfit and changed into it, grabbing his bow staff and mentioning Wally to come along. Quickly putting his water bottle in the storage container from the robot. Followed by the robot and the bow staff in his hand, he opened the door. I'm out by the pier. I'm taking Wally with me. When his parents confirmed they heard it, they walked out. It only was a few minutes' walk to the beach. Whilst walking, he heard a scream and saw some girl dragged into an alleyway by 3 men. Wally, start filming and keep 5-meter distance. Attempted RP starts with the thick letters. Without noticing, his feet just moved. With a Wally trying to catch up, he enters the alleyway. What are you doing? Get off me! The blonde girl shouted. You heard her, get off of her, Izuku said from the entrance. As if we're supposed to listen to a little guy. One of the men scoffed, whilst the other one perked up. Maybe you can learn how life works and see how this little girl's innocence gets taken. The third one shook his head. He might call the cops, let's get him first. You, he pointed to the first guy, keep this nice little girl down while we get the little brave guy. The third fully grown man said. Fighting scene. Izuku held his staff in a defensive manner, analyzing their moves. The second of the three showed off his quirk, eagle talon nails. Izuku noted. As for the third, he just inched forward to the little boy. He took the first initiative and lunged for the guy, only to get hit by his jaw by the twisting staff. He growled and motioned for the second guy to attack. Pushing one end off the staff into his gut, he threw the staff in an upward shape, giving the man a nasty hit in his chin. He turned around to the other guy who was starting to glow. You don't want to get burned if I were you. He growled and his fists started to glow like an electric stove. Glow like an electric stove, he mentally noted down his quirk, sparing a glance to his left, the second guy who was slowly getting up. Spotting the first guy getting handsy, he decides to try and cut the fight short. Sorry in advance, Izuku said and knocked the guy out on his temple with his staff. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Turning around and swinging it as best as he could, he did some footwork and appeared at the man's side, ending the fight with a quick knockout to the back of his head. Quickly heading over before the first guy noticed, knocking him out too. The girl crawled back, away from Izuku. In a state of shock, Izuku shouted, Wally, come here and stop recording. The robot moved to him, opening the storage in the back. He handed her a water bottle. Are you okay? She nodded rapidly. Thank you, she said and took a sip. Staring at his arm, she started to reach for it. Quickly grabbing her own reaching arm, she pulled it to her side. Your arm, she said. Izuku frowned and looked at it. Just a big scratch. Do you want me to call the police? The girl shook her head yes, two of her buns following along. I see, can't stay though. She winced at the thought of why. Izuku tilted his head, wanting to ask why, but noticing the wince, he decided to keep it for himself. You can go. It's an act of self-defense. I'm going to call the police now, okay? The girl nodded and started to get up, staring at his arm. She shakingly gave Izuku a hug. Thank you. Not a problem, the boy said, flustered with how close the girl is. He unlocked his phone and started to call the police once the girl was out of his vision. Yes, I'm in an alleyway by the Takoba Municipal Beach. 3 men attempted to take a girl. They currently are unconscious and the girl ran away. I am sending a cop. Do you need medical attention? He winced at the question. If you could send someone with experience, that'd be appreciated. On their way, sir. Keep on the phone until they have arrived and talk to you, the operator said. Izuku waited a total of 6 minutes until a car pulled up. Noticing one of the men moving a bit, he pointed to them. They're waking up, sir. I think you should get them before my arm. 2 cops walked out with 2 kinds of HNDCFFS. Do you know their quirks? One of them asked. He pulled out his phone. They have arrived. Thank you for sending a car, he said and hung up. Eagle claws as nails, warm hands, can get really hot, and for the one there, I wouldn't have a clue, he answered. My partner can help you with your arm. Just sit on top of the hood, kid. Izuku nodded and followed his instructions, Wally following. I will be taking your statement at the same time I'll be assessing your wounds, the police officer said professionally, as she took out a first aid kit from the passenger's side. Can you tell me your name? Izuku Midoriya, miss. Did you use your quirk, helping the said girl? She interrogated. No ma'am, I used my staff. How did you walk upon them? I was walking to the pier for training and clearing my head, when I noticed a girl getting dragged by 3 men. I followed them and then confronted them. My robot recorded all of it, he said and pointed to Wally with his good hand. Any way we could get the video evidence? Izuku nodded. If you have a USB, that might be possible. We have one in the car. Your wounds aren't deep enough to get stitches. Make sure to change the bandage before you sleep and after you wake up. You should be fine to train, just keep it light," she said before taking off her gloves and putting everything back into the car. Walking back out to a green-haired kid sitting on top of a police car hood. "Here," she said and handed him the USB. He nodded and got off of the hood and opened the robot's storage. Looking to the side, he opened a panel and stuck it in. "Wall-E, copy recent recording to USB stick." The robot made a confirming noise, and after a few seconds a robotic "done" was heard. Pulling out the stick, he nodded to the woman, handing her the USB. "Thank you for your service, kid. We'll be in touch. Make sure to tell your parents what happened," she said and stood next to the passenger's side. Nodding, Izuku grabbed his staff and walked back to his house. "So much for training," he muttered. Chapter 5. Did what? Inko asked, with a PNTRTN gaze. Tsukachi could feel the black aura around his girlfriend grow, being glad that he wasn't the one she was looking at. "I fought 3 men to help a girl?" he replied, somewhat. It sounded too unsure. "Oh my god, I'm going to die." His sweat dropped. Inko's expression changed. "What a gentleman," she squealed. "But never get injured like that again. They'll probably ask you to testify in court," Tsukachi said and hugged the kid. "Did you film it?" he whispered. Izuku nodded against his chest. "Show me later or now," his dad said, checking his watch. "Honey, I'm going to help Zuku in the shed with something." "All right, I'll start cooking dinner," Inko said happily and walked to the kitchen. "Wall-E, follow us," Izuku said and walked side to side with his dad to his shed. "Wall-E, send the latest recording to computer 246. Izuku ordered. He pressed a finger against his fresh wound. Wall-E making a confirming noise, it opened on the basically hologram screen. While the video started playing, Baymax inflated himself up and walked over to Izuku, only bumping into small things. "Hello, I am Baymax," the white robot said, and waved in a small circle. "Your personal healthcare companion. I heard a sound of distress. What seems to be the trouble?" "Oh, I got into a fight, and now my arm has claw marks," Izuku informed the robot. A screen popped up on the robot's chest. "On a scale from 1 to 10, what would you scale your pain?" "I think about a 7. "Does it hurt when I touch it?" he said and started to reach for it. "Baymax, it's okay. I've been treated by someone else." "Okay, a quick scan will do." Izuku just sighed and let the robot scan him. "You have sustained 2 injuries on your arm. The patient said it's already treated. However, your hormones and neurotransmitter level indicates that you are experiencing more sweating and hair growth. Diagnosis, PBRY. "Thank you for the diagnosis," Izuku said. "You can go to your charging pad now." The robot handed him a lollipop and went back to his designated place. Watching the last scene with his dad, he winced at the part he got hurt. "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Izuku clenched his jaw. "I fought as if I'm in the dojo." "Correct. I left my back defenseless and open." "Correct again. I didn't knock them out correctly, or when I had the chance." "Correct again. Good job, kid," Tsukachi said and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "The fighting as if you're in a dojo is because you haven't had enough fighting experience where people use their quirks." "Oh, what if I keep a villain analyze book? Heroes have to keep up with public image. In the meanwhile, villains can be as cold as they want." "You're a literal genius, kid," the detective said. "What are you working on nowadays?" he asked, looking around in the shed. "Upgrades on Baymax, something that'll make him not so terrible when something sharp pokes him. And not to copyright, I tried to make a stronger spider web come from the glove. That hero is so old, although still younger than the Star Wars movie," he said and shrugged. "That's great," Tsukachi said. "What would you think if I asked your mother to marry me?" Izuku grinned. "I'd say it's finally, don't mind my French, in time to. We've lived together for so long, and you've been around since I was. Please ask her already." Izuku rambled. "I can call you officially dad then," he muttered. He could feel the detective wrap his arms around him. "Never change, please," his dad said. "You're literally too good for this world," he said, and Izuku smiled brightly. "Young Midoriya, you're early," Toshinori said. in his scrawny form. I wanted to get some stretching in, he said excitedly, and I might have wanted to try the new belt and motor on Wally's wheels. It works, he kept up with me. Mind telling me what happened yesterday? Frail All Might said, placing a hand on his hips. I got a vague explanation from your dad. Well, I saw 3 men drag a girl into an alleyway, and before I knew it, my legs moved and then I helped the girl out. Got a few scratch marks, which are most likely to turn into scars. Izuku said casually and shrugged. Your legs moved on its own? Do you mind the scars? My legs moved on its own. The boy confirmed. I don't mind the scars I got from it. It represents what I did. If it were that I lost that fight, there'll be a reminder of what I did wrong and it'll tell me to learn from my mistakes. He explained. Toshinori took a shaky breath in. Great explanation, young Izuku. Do you think you can lift anything with those wounds you got? Let's stretch and see. He said and started doing his usual stretches. I think I'll be fine, he said, nodding at his mentor. The man clapped his hands. Let's get started right away. Let's start with something lighter. Just like the stove here. He pointed to it. Sir, yes sir. All Might walked Izuku home after today's training. Can you send your dad out? I need to talk about him, confidential information. Tell him the word, legacy. Izuku nodded and hugged the man before walking inside to send his dad out. After a minute, Tsukachi was outside by the beach with his old friend. You used the code word. The detective pointed out. It's about finding a successor, Night Eye warned me. He looked into my future. Yagi's jaw clenched. I think I found someone worthy. Who? Tsukachi asked curiously. Izuku. A moment of silence came between them. That's actually quite logical. The detective took a sharp breath in. I approve, as long as you train him properly, he said with a strict tone. I will. And don't give the kid it now. Why not? All Might asked. Because his own quirk hasn't even woken up. How would we even register that? He first needs to know his own quirk. Maybe give it when he finds out what it is. The parent said. All Might nodded. I will. Thank you, he said and stepped into his car, getting ready to drive to the landfill. I wonder what his quirk even is. Yagi thought. A/N, some of the newer chapters are going to be short. I'm writing chapter 8 right now. /N. Tiguila Robot, I've thought about Tuya's case a lot. I'm sure to make Shoto and Izuku to have a one-on-one about it later in the story. It'll nothing bad, just complicated for the pro-hero endeavor. It's most likely that I'll have them talk about Tuya after they meet them at the training camp arc. I also hope everyone knows that this is cross-posted on fanfiction.net too. Chapter 6, Aging Up. It was early in the morning, still a bit dark as Yagi made his way from the parking lot to the beach. When he heard a scream, more of a mix between a scream and a shout. He shuddered. He could hear the frustration coming out of the person in sound waves. He furrowed his eyebrow, quickly puffing up in his muscle form, ready to fight anyone. He chuckled softly as he saw the source of the screech standing on top of the trash. Young Midoriya? He muttered and shook his head. He let the young boy finish his screaming session. He has grown muscle and length. I think he's standing at a solid 5. Are you done? All Might asked, amused. Oh. The green buffed-up bean said and rubbed the back of his neck. I think so, he said weakly and shifted his weight, only going slightly limp and kind of free falling off of the trash. All Might using his quirk and speeding down next to the trash to catch the boy. You entertainer. You cleaned all of it? Even outside of the place I marked. Teenagers are great, he said with an entertained tone, placing him back down on his feet. Thank you, Ajisen, Izuku said as he regained his footing. You did all of this in 7 months. Look around and be proud. I think the beach will be more busy these days, the pro-hero said, striking a pose. Izuku chuckled weakly. That'd be nice to see. -2 years later, a 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya biked home. Having grown quite a bit from when he was standing at a good 5 foot going under a tunnel, he suddenly was catapulted off of bike. See? He muttered and stood up from his fall. Only a scrape. Stay calm, a villain said as his liquefied body reached towards him. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. The disoriented voice came from the slimy villain, forcing his liquefied arm into Izuku's mouth. Izuku was struggling to breath. He tried to reach his keychain where his bow staff was, just out of reach. "Thanks for your help, you're my hero," he said mockingly. "I can't," the kid wheezed out. "I'm dying." Black spots started to appear. Somebody. "It's all right now, young man," All Might said coming out of the sewer. "I am here," the pro-hero's voice said before he jumped at the villain. "Texas Smash," he shouted before punching the sludgy villain. "Wind pressure?" the villain shouted distraught. "You messed with the wrong family." The young boy flew out of the villain's reach. His eyes opened a bit. "Ajisen?" he muttered confused before passing out. "Prick," All Might said before poofing into his frail state. "Young nephew?" he asked before gently slapping his nephew's cheek. "Your mom is going to kill me," he muttered, and Izuku gasped. "Mom is going to kill me," the young boy shouted. All Might corrected him. "Hey Uncle Might, how have you been?" Izuku asked, starting up a conversation. "Not so good, young Midoriya. My limit has been nearing." He sat down against the wall and coughed. "I can only do about 3 hours of hero work," the pro-hero said distraught. "And yet you're still smiling fearlessly," his nephew said and sat down next to him. "I wish I could do that." "You sure can, kid, but I don't smile like that for fun. I smile like that so I can hold all the pressure inside, so they think I'm never afraid. While I'm afraid." The skinny man sighed. I never thought of it that way," the green-haired kid said and gave his uncle a side hug. "You don't have to smile around me. I also smile because I'm happy, kid," the blonde said and ruffled the green bird's nest. They both shot up when they heard an explosion. He covered the kid's ears. Sheet. All Might forgot to put the villain in a bottle. The sludge villain was knocked out and slipped away right under their eyes. The villain. Izuku Midoriya shot up and ran to his bike. "I'm sorry, Uncle Might," he shouted before speeding off to the sound. When he arrived, his eyes widened. The street was on fire, while the villain breathed. The 3 heroes that arrived at the scene looked at the liquid body. "A child has been taken hostage." Death Arms roared, "Coward!" The pro-hero jumped and punched the body, his arm getting SEK'd by the villain. "I can't grab anything to hold." He was surprised, and then launched into a metal gate. The other heroes jumping away from the sludge's attack. Izuku's heart dropped when he heard his little brother. "I won't get taken like this. You little dash," Kaken shouted, releasing powerful explosions from his hands. "Such a power! I've hit the jackpot," the villain shouted. Izuku's eyes shot up to the rookie hero, lady, her sweat dropped. I can't. There aren't 2 lanes." Kamui Woods picked up the 2 freshly graduated elementary school kids from between the fires. "I'm not good with explosions. I'll leave it to someone else today," he said and jumped out of the fires. "Where are the fire trucks?" Water Hose asked the other heroes. Izuku made eye contact with Katsuki. He looked at me with those eyes. The green-haired kid's his legs began to move on its own and he began to think about his approach. Think. Page 25. He pulled the pin from his keychain, a bow staff popping out. "Kaken!" he shouted, ignoring the pro-heroes their pleas to stop. Throwing the staff at its eye, the villain's grip faltered, and Katsuki could speak. "Deku! What are you doing? Get to safety!" he shouted. "My legs moved on their own." Izuku sobbed and began clawing away the sludge. "Get away!" Katsuki pleaded as the villain's grip tightened. An explosion was heard when the villain tried to slap the young kid. The wind pressure changed. All Might held up the liquid fist. "Sorry for being late, young Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened as All Might grabbed his little brother and uppercut the sludge villain. "Detroit Smash!" his uncle shouted. Everyone took the weather change as a surprise. After coming over their shock, they all turned into raving fans. Just with 1 hit. "That's amazing." Uncle Might put his fist up, and the crowd lost it. Not noticing the little step back he took, that didn't go unnoticed by his nephew. Izuku looked at the ground shamefully. He was getting scolded by the pro-heroes at the scene, whilst his uncle was getting interviewed. Are you okay in the head, kid? Death Arms asked. Izuku nodded. My legs just moved, and you guys weren't doing anything. He said softly to not PSS off the pro hero. Death Arms softened a bit and handed the kid his bow staff back. Thank you, Izuku said and smiled brightly, sliding the bow staff back in its keychain. At least you know how to use it. But don't ever do that again, kid. I would hate to see anyone with potential go. Izuku smiled at the man and bowed. I got to go home now, my mom is going to kill me. He gulped and quickly got on his bike. I'm locking your shed for a week. Take out your robots now or they'll stay there. Tsukachi said strictly. But... Izuku's head dropped again. That's fair. He muttered and opened the door to his shed. Wally, take your and Baymax's charging pad please. He ordered and let the robot do their task. You know I don't want to do this but I have to be strict with you a few times. His dad said, placing a hand on his shoulders. I know, Dad. I'm just glad Kaken is okay now. Izuku replied and closed the shed. Walking inside of the house he placed everything in his room. You guys stay here. Baymax, if you hear anything distressed, just don't break my room. Izuku said and winced at the thought of his Arduinos falling. Wally made a confirming noise. Izuku, checking the last of his storage container, walked into the living room. Is there any mail? I ordered a chip for Baymax. He asked his mother. Flicking the back of his head softly, she smiled at him. Your mail is on the table, and that was for rushing into danger, she said, adding a small glare at the end. Thank you, Mom. The boy shrieked and looked at the table where his mail was. Unboxing the small box, he found 3 chips he bought, along with a letter showing a circle logo with 3 small ones inside of the big one. Curiously, he opened the letter and a puck appeared out of his. Tapping on it, a hologram appeared, showing a slideshow of the famous I-Island, along with a voiceover. The I-Island Academy Council has decided to give you a chance of becoming a part of the Academy. They have taken note of your maturity and grades, along with your programming and engineering skills. Along with your fighting skills, the amount of competitions you've won is a huge accomplishment. The Academy couldn't just sit back with their excitement. They have offered you a rare chance of being one of the youngest people to attend the school. If you want to hear more information, say I-Island. The hostess said with excitement. Izuku Midoriya was in shock. Do they want to give me a chance? Island. He stuttered out. Great. Your application would just need a few more information about your quirk, blood type, relatives, and DNA. What we, the Academy, could offer you is our majors. You can study here like an American student, major and minor, general engineering, bioengineering, chemistry engineering, sciences, like chemistry, astronomy, and you'll learn how to break everything down to an atomic level. Along with your scholarship, you'll be offered to stay at the dormitories, where you'll have your own room. Work hard enough and you'll receive things like your own workshops, or something like collaboration with pro heroes on their suits. Make support items too. Don't forget that. And maybe if you're smart enough, you'll graduate early. Our scholarship has been sent to your email address. Make sure to check it out and let us know. The clip ended. Did you see that? He heard a thud and turned around. His mother has passed out on the couch. Oh God, what if I accept? Would I be able to learn about my quirk? Could I take my robots with me? Most likely they have taken interest in me because of that. Does that mean they have been following anything that is available? His muttering storm was cut short by a small bonk on his head. I heard. His dad said and looked him in the eye. This is your decision. Be open to the possibilities, pros and cons list. I need to help your mother, he said and walked over to her. Izuku's mind was going non-stop. I'll be in my room, he said and speed walked into it, his mind racing. If I stay here I'll go to a normal school. With my quirk dormant I won't be able to become a hero. Fighting skills without surprise isn't something you can do against a magma-type quirk. Or anything at all. Here I'd just stay, fight in competitions, pay for my robot's maintenance, have limited options here. Island exists out of opportunities, support items, I could get dash. His mutter storm continued. After a while he came to a conclusion. Call Uncle Shield, ask Shoto for advice. Maybe even ask Uncle might, just maybe, he is more of a musclehead. Izuku sat on his desk chair and turned on his computer. Clicking on the contact, the computer started to ring. When Uncle Shield finally picked up, he looked at his nephew, wearing his usual attire, a shirt, pale gray breathes and his blue glasses. "Izuku, what can I help you with?" he asked, grinning happily at the camera. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. I have a few questions about the academy there." He stuttered out. "You didn't catch me at a bad time at all. I was just finished with my project. Now, tell me those questions, would ya?" Izuku nodded and started. "How is the academy in general?" "Very good. I did some digging for Melissa. They're very well respected by everyone, and have a great reputation. The smartest people teach and attend there. Would it be possible to graduate early, with around 3 majors?" His uncle nodded. "Anything is possible if you do your best, stay ahead of the classes, complete extra credits and in general, be a genius." Izuku nodded. "Is Melissa going to attend?" He has only heard about the girl, but hasn't met her yet, or well through phone. "Absolutely, she's your age, she got a scholarship earlier. The scientist stopped talking. "Oh, you got one as well, I assume." Izuku nodded shortly. "Yes, uncle, I'm trying to rationalize everything." His uncle smiled softly. "Good luck with your decision. If you ever need advice or talk about it, you know how to reach me." Izuku nodded and breathlessly said bye before hanging up. Now to ask Shoto. He pulled out his phone and clicked on his contact number. "Izuku, how are you doing?" He could hear the boy ask. "I'm doing somewhat fine. Crazy day today." "Do tell." Shoto's curiosity piqued. "Well, I got attacked by a sludge villain, then got saved by All Might. And then, the villain escaped, then I decided to see where the explosions came from, then I saw Kaken getting attacked by said villain, and then my legs moved on their own. I got scolded by Death Arms and got mail from my island." The green-haired boy was out of breath. Shoto was silent. "What the F dash?" He finally said, "Is Katsuki okay?" Izuku nodded. "He's doing fine now, a bit peachy but fine." Shoto, the mail was a scholarship. I can finish middle school and high school at the same time there, only for math or science-based subjects, but you know. Holy CRP. Have you been hanging out with Natsuo? You're cussing a lot. Izuku pointed out. "They can also help me with my quirk," he said, nearly whispering it. "And you need my advice?" The dual-haired boy asked. "Yes. I say take it, your brain could make it, knowing you, you're reaching to graduate early. And if they can help you with your quirk, you might just be able to become a hero." Shoto said, a bit biased. "You can literally take the world in your hands if you take this opportunity, make new friends and probably tutor me." Shoto joked at the end. Izuku thought about it. "Thank you, Shoto. It means a lot. You're cut out for amazing things, Izuku. Just know how to do it when you graduate there." Shoto doesn't get sentimental fast, but his best friends know how to get him to. They both hung up. He plopped down on his bed. "Is this a smart idea, Wally?" he asked. Wally made a confirming noise. Izuku scoffed. "You've been my best friend since I built you. You sound very biased." The robot made a strict sound, as if saying he's agreeing unbiased. Rolling his eyes, Izuku laid down and went to sleep. Chapter 7. He clicked on the email. He hasn't been able to sleep well, but when he woke up he got up and decided to face the music. "Dear Izuku Midoriya, here is more information on your scholarship. We are offering you to finish your middle school but at the academy. Whilst teaching you how to build up your future, you'll be guaranteed a teaching spot later. Every student has mandatory social classes to prepare for your future sponsors. Or even your own class later. It's all included in your diploma. We are sure that you'll finish studying a major here. On our website you can view every subject and majors we can teach. Our sponsors, quirk training and physical activities. Here, we'll add a link with our website on it. Make an account and fill in your details. We'd like to get a response at the end of the week. Hope you join our humble academy. With kind regards, the I-Island Academy Council." "I think I'm gonna do it," Izuku said as he sat down on the couch, his hair sticking in every direction. Inko's eyes started swelling with tears. "My baby boy." She wailed and hugged the kid. I have to tell everyone about this. Inko said and hurried off to the landline, most likely to call Mitsuki and Rei. Tsukachi walked in right after his mom ran away, holding a tray with a lot of snack vegetables. What's that about? He asked, very much confused. I told her that I think I'm going to accept the scholarship. Izuku explained. He sighed and leaned back into the cushions. I just don't know how Kachan will react. He's been peachy lately, and I don't think this is going to help. I think, his dad said and sat down next to him, is that you just got to rip the bandage off. It's not easy, I know, but better rip it off instead of keeping it on. Izuku nodded. But how will he react? That's the unknown part. You'll never know until you try it for yourself. I suggest you call him before his mom calls Mitsuki-san. Izuku smiled and hugged the man before running back into his room. Unlocking his cell phone, he clicked on the contact. Deku, what are you doing? It's 8 in the morning. He heard the blonde complain. Well, Izuku started as he began to fumble with his t-shirt. I recently got an opportunity, and I think I'm going to take it. He held his head high. I'll tell you about it in person. Okay. His voice was off. Izuku began to panic. You know the summer house by the beach? Be there in 20 minutes. He said curtly and hung up. He buried his head in his hands and groaned, I'm going to die. He said and stretched before walking into the kitchen. He suddenly got embraced by his mother. This is the first time someone in the family got such an opportunity. She squealed. Now said you are going to meet up with Katsuki. Do you want to bring some cookies with you? As peace offering, yes. Izuku deadpanned, I got to change. He excused himself and ran to his room. Throwing on his black dress shirt, his corduroy briefs and red basket profi shoes. Looking into the mirror, he nodded to himself. Good enough, he thought and checked his watch. Death is waiting upon us. He took a breath in and walked back into the kitchen. Thank you, Mom. He said cheerfully and kissed his mother's cheek. If I don't report back in 10 minutes, Kaken killed me. He said, faking an awfully cheerful tone. He could hear his mother laugh, kind of worried. But he dismissed that and walked out of the door. He gazed at the alleyway he crossed a while ago. I wonder how she's doing? He shook the thought out of his head. She didn't look like she'd want someone to remember her. He gulped nervously when he saw a blonde at the pier. Taking his time, he walked to the gazebo, clenching the box of cookies tightly. His sweat dropped when he heard the explosive preteen shout, Oi Deku, hurry up! Izuku clenched his jaw and started moving a bit faster. The blonde looked at him. So, opportunity? What is it? A scholarship. Izuku said and sat down against the railing of the gazebo. For 2 years. 2? That's when we would go to UA. The abrasive kid's voice raised slightly. I would be in your first year when you were finally in your second. His voice, barely a whisper, said, Kaken, I know I said I would be there with you. But I got to think about my future too. My quirk still hasn't appeared yet. What if I don't get into UA at all? I would have wasted a scholarship that not many people get. Do you understand? He asked. No, the blonde growled. This is just adding an excuse to why you're leaving. He clenched his hands, trying to let no explosives escape. I have to be selfish once in my life. Izuku said softly, these kinds of opportunities are like the last train. When you miss it, there is no way but to wait until the next day. When is the next train going to be? Maybe the UA bus won't even let me in. You said you were going to train with me. Katsuki looked down at his feet. Izuku frowned for a second, and placed his hand on his little brother's shoulder. I did promise that. He straightened his back. Izuku Midoriya, will find a way to help you. No, Bakugo whispered. You shouldn't make promises you can't keep. The betrayal in his voice shook the green-haired teenager. Izuku's jaw dropped. What do you mean? The blonde gritted his teeth. Don't make any more promises. How do you know you'll keep them? His voice got a bit louder each time. You're leaving me. We could have been heroes together, Izuku. He turned around and stalked away. The young Midoriya was dumbfounded. See cookies? He shouted after him, desperately. The kid kept walking away. Izuku's shoulders dropped and he groaned. That could have gone so much better. He muttered and waited until the blonde was out of his sight before he started to walk back home. Damage is done, Izuku told his dad. He didn't even take the cookies. He buried his head in his hands. He had been doing that a lot lately. He felt the detective pat his back. I don't think I can help you, Bakugosen must accept it eventually. The relationship might be a bit strained right now, but you'll both push through. He might just be going through PBR2I. His dad suggested at the end. Rolling his eyes, Izuku responded, he didn't call me Deku, he whispered, but by my real name. Due to Tsukachi's shock, he quickly recomposed himself. He's in denial. He cleared his throat and stood up. You should probably email them back. His dad left the room. Ping, come over in 2 days? What's the occasion? Your scholarship, everyone is really proud of you, especially Dad, he complained about never having trained with you. Then he started talking about how Tsukachi did a good job building your muscles. So, what you're saying is that it's anarchy at home right now. And you need me to calm it down? Yes. I'll talk with Mom about it. The green-haired boy rolled his eyes. I'll tell you how it went with Kaken at yours. You not being dead is a good sign. Izuku was a bit confused at his statement. His normally stoic voice made jokes a bit hard for the green-haired boy to understand. Thank you for having me, Izuku said and smiled at Fuyumi, who opened the door for him. You know we love to have you here, Zuku, she said with a small smile. When did you even get that tall? She grumbled. Well, sister dear, I've always been taller. He teased as he slipped on his own slippers. I was once your height at 11 years old. He nudged her side. She rolled her eyes. Yeah. Dinner is in an hour and a half. Shoto is in his room, she said and walked away. Izuku smiled happily. At least they didn't react like Kaken. Izuku walked down the hallways. The Todoroki actually lived surprisingly close. It would just be a 15-minute walk. Hey Shoto, he said as he walked inside of his room. It had a low desk and it was overall just Japanese traditionally styled. You're alive, the dual-haired teenager said. Surprisingly, he teased. Strawberry milk? He offered. Please. Izuku grinned sheepishly. Kaken didn't murder me, but he did call me Izuku. That's a different kind of murder. Shoto flinched, and he looked so betrayed. He started and looked at Shoto. What happened to your face? Mom and Dad were having tea. I kind of tripped face first in it, he said, pointing to the bandage. Izuku winced. Are you okay? Shoto shrugged and nodded. It'll just leave a scar. Anyways, what did Katsuki-san say? Izuku smiled. That I am leaving him. He sighed and sipped his drink. Honestly, I can't miss this opportunity. Maybe the doctor even read wrong on my chart. Maybe I'm just hopeless and quirkless. He felt Shoto awkwardly pat the top of his head, giving him a questioning gaze. Dad did this once. The Todoroki shrugged. Explains, Izuku said and pressed his lips together. The scholarship is on the Island, he said softly. I'll be there for 2 years. Shoto shook his head. Island is very important. You'll get great recognition, and don't think like that. I have a gut feeling that your quirk will show up eventually. He leaned back against his desk chair. Izuku scratched the back of his neck. Doctors make mistakes too, he pointed out. Yes, but I just know. Shoto deadpanned. You have been hanging around with Natsuo-san too much. You're being corrupted. Izuku joked. Might as well be. Shoto grinned at him. Izuku gasped playfully, and suddenly turned serious. I'm going to do it. Proud of you, Oniai-chan, Shoto said and grinned at him. Thank you, Izuku said and gave him a grin. I'm so proud of you, Endeavor said loudly as he sat down at the table. My nephew is going to be a scientist, or my soon-to-be favorite support item creator. He nudged Izuku's side. Izuku smiled shyly and rubbed the back of his neck. Natsuo-sen, have you chosen your major yet? He asked and bowed his head when Rei placed soba in front of him. Thank you. Natsuo looked up and grinned at him. Medical field, and pointed to him. Inspired by you, your words when we first met really stuck with me. He smiled thankful at him. My quirk isn't powerful enough for the hero job, so might as well save lives another way. Izuku smiled at him. I'm glad I inspired you. We'll make sure to visit you at Island. Ray said, the yearly support item festival takes place there. Izuku smiled even brighter than normal. Fuyumi nudged her little brother's side. I didn't know he could be any brighter. Natsuo chuckled and covered it up with a cough. Have you been yet, Enji-san? The fiery man nodded. It's where most workers at my agency graduated from there. If I wore local fireproof clothing, there would only be a bit of coal left. He explained. There must be a whole process behind your suit then. Do you overheat if you use your quirk too much, just like Shoto-kun? The man nodded. They made my suit to ventilate properly. That sounds like a big process. Geniuses work on suits like mine, just like you would for a hero later. Izuku's cheeks start to redden. Thank you, Enji-san. I really appreciate it. He bowed slightly. Can I help with putting these away? He asked Fuyumi. Fuyumi smiled slightly and nodded. I would appreciate that, Izuku-kun. He nodded and excused himself from the table, picking up a few plates whilst the Fuyumi picked up the rest. Walking into the kitchen, he saw her leaning against the counter. Did you know I used to have a crush on you? Izuku's eyes widened. When? 3 years into knowing you. She said, you really helped all of us get closer with each other. Izuku smiled brightly at her. You guys deserve it. The white-haired girl looked up at him. Then I realized you were more of a little brother figure. Your maturity is better than people at my age. She joked. He saluted her and walked into the dining room, where they all were seated. Thank you for dinner, Todorokis. I have to go, or Mom might kill me. He chuckled. She hasn't forgiven me for giving her a heart attack with the sludge monster. You gave me one too. Ray butted in. Izuku smiled apologetically. Sorry for that too. It's okay. She waved it away. Shoto stood up. I'll walk you out. Izuku nodded and walked next to him. When your quirk appears, make sure to contact me, the youngest Todoroki said. I nodded. I'm leaving when the school year is finished, or whenever they'll have me. I think it's directly after one of the vacations. They sounded a bit eager in the email. Shoto chuckled. How can't they? You literally started to design a robot at age 4. He said and smiled. When my quirk appears, I'll make sure to try out for UA. Izuku said with a determined look on his face. Shoto smiled. I know you will. Also, you should go now. Your mom is spamming my phone right now. He said as he could feel the vibrations in his pocket. Izuku paled a bit and ran to his bike. Leaving the Todoroki estate, he started biking home. A/N. I would like to remind you all that Izuku is a literal genius. Just a little below Nizu chapter text. Chapter 8. Izuku was right. They were really eager to have him. He got an email back saying that he has to finish school until vacation. He also was allowed to study in some summer classes, to catch up. Fine, he doesn't know everything yet, but he'll catch up in less than a week, or exactly a week. When he would finish his 2-year scholarship, he'd be in the end of his first year of high school when he finished his diploma, or potential diplomas. He sat in his last day of school when his teacher decided to speak up. Congrats, Midoriya. Hope you have a nice time with your scholarship on Island. He said and nodded at him. Izuku smiled back and his face turned red. Thank you, sensei. He stuttered out. His 2 friends turned back at him. You didn't tell us? They said in unison. Izuku's jaw dropped. I knew I forgot something. He nodded and looked down at his notebook. Sorry. I totally forgot. This is going to be the last day for me. He felt someone punch his arm. Taiki looked at him. Why did that hurt my fist? He then started to poke his arm. Flex your biceps, please, he said casually. He followed his order and frowned at him in confusion. Holy shit. Haruna questioned her cousin. What? He's built like a rock. Really? Let me see. She reached over and squeezed his flexing bicep. His face turned red. A girl is touching my bicep? Oh God. When did this happen? Taiki questioned. Why, years ago. I got trained for some new sharp props I got for my birthday. He said, hinting at the weapons part. Whoa, Haruna said. You'll make all the ladies swoon, Midoriya-kun. His face still red. I'm trying to focus on my education more. He stuttered. I'm sure the glasses will come in handy. He said truthfully. The pair grinned. Glad you like them, we got a crazy scientist vibe from you back then. Guess we weren't wrong. Taiki said and grinned. Izuku grinned. Guess you didn't. Once he arrived home he could hear two voices chatting. Walking inside the living room he saw Aunt Mitsuki. Whenever his mom and Mitsuki had tea, Kaken tagged along. Once he notices the quietness outside of the chatting. His shoulders slumped. Hello Mitsuki-san. He said politely as he dropped his bag at its usual place. Is Kaken still mad at me? He asked. I think so, he's been both kind of sad and angry, his temper has gone through the roof. She said. Oh, he said, I'll make sure to visit him before I leave. Mitsuki's gaze on him softened. He'll come around kid, don't worry about it. I'll try and make sure he stays in line. We don't want him calling his friends extras again, do we? Izuku let out a small chuckle. No we don't. If you'll excuse me, I will be packing my stuff right now. He said as he excused himself to his room. Unlocking his computer he looked at the things he needed. Unnecessary for me to bring a lot of clothes, growing spurts are not treating me well. Maybe donate a part. I definitely have to bring my custom supplies with me. Computer is a basic. The hero figurines definitely have to come with, well, maybe not all but the rare ones. So Eraserhead, Ms. Joke and definitely bring Gunhead Sensei as a thanks. Computer is obviously coming with, it's high-tech and comes from my island. Any projects? Let's just drop them from now, but I will be taking my Arduinos with me. Weapons? Bow staff and the practice size? Best keep in shape there. Do I still have All Might's American Dream workout? I'm pretty sure he mailed it to me once. I can maybe alter them to what they have available there. His muttering got interrupted by his dad. Hey kid, need help? Izuku contemplates it. Sure, he said and brightened up. I wasn't allowed to bring my robots with me on the plane, right? His dad shook his head. We're shipping your robots out today, so you'll arrive at the same time as them. You'll have to ask your uncle to help and pick them up. The boy nodded. Do you think I'd need like half of my clothes? The detective shook his head. You're growing, I don't recommend it. We do need to get new shoes before you leave. Don't come at me, but you need to lose the red shoes only. He said and rubbed the back of his neck. Izuku frowned at the thought but nodded. Red stands out too much. I'm bringing my bow staff and the practice size. He said, not leaving any space to argue at the end. Shrugging, his dad walked to his desk. You bringing your computer with you, right? Do you need a bag with your Arduinos on the plane? Izuku nodded and started placing the mini robots together. I'll get you something for it, be right back. His dad said and speed walked to his room. Maybe I should give Kaken my old clothes, although that might be too big for him. He began his mumbling festive once again. His dad leaned against the doorframe, looking at his kid proudly. He accomplished a lot for his age, mini genius and mini fighter. When he becomes a hero, he'll be the best one around. Hey Zuku, he called out. Izuku snapped out of his and directed his gaze at his dad shouldering a book bag. Thought this would come in handy, he said and handed it to him. It used to be mine when I was in high school. The space in it is perfect for your Arduinos. It has mini pockets with padding on the inside. He explained. Izuku's heart clenched. Your old bag? He gave his dad a hug. Thank you, it means a lot to me. The green-haired kid liked the way his new bag looked like. It's only a bit worn out. Enough space for his favorite thick books and of course his notebook. His eyes widened before he got out one of his old notebooks. Hero Analysis No Degree 1. Here, take a look at the first page. His dad was confused but accepted the book anyways. Following his instructions, he saw something that surprised him. It was him. His first entry for his multiple series notebook is him. His heart clenched. Babysat me when mom was doing groceries. Made sure mom eats, sometimes she doesn't. Got me a robot. Helps me with my nightmares. Conclusion. He is my favorite person. He felt tears well in his eyes. He grabbed the kid's shoulders and pulled him into a hug. How is your writing so good at the age of 4? He asked, his voice cracking a bit. If you're going to cry, then I am too. Izuku warned. You got emotional from your mom. He sniffed and wiped away some tears. I'm asking your mom to marry me at the airport. Everyone will be with us too. Izuku said and grinned. You keep mom happy, thank you. We keep your mom happy. The detective chuckled. You're getting tall, a few more months and you'll be like Night Eye. You've met him? His eyes snapped to the detective. The man nodded. Toshi is my best friend. Of course I met his sidekicks. We lost some contact over time. What was he like? Imagine going to church, accidentally leaving your phone on when you start to play a game, and seeing the priest make direct eye contact with you. Even though Izuku isn't a religious person, he winced. Are you talking out of experience? He teased. His dad gulped and nodded. My mom had the slipper ready to go. Izuku looked at him in horror. I'm so sorry. He said sarcastically. You've been hanging out with Natsuo too much. Actually not, it has been Kaken who is corrupting me. He got this new video game recently and it allows him to talk with his teammates during matches. What I heard coming out of his mouth was so bad, I threatened him with soap. He chuckled sadly. I'm going to visit him before I leave Sunday. That might be best. Mitsuki already left. You would have heard her if you weren't muttering all the DM in time. The man teased. You'd also hear your mom shout that dinner is ready. I'm so glad I taught you the basics of cooking. Who knows what they'll feed you there? They're a scientific academy, not a food critic one. Actually, they teach food science there too. I think most of the time that their classes are in charge of the canteen. Or they have robots there to do that. Oh, imagine. He began to fanboy about the possibilities that could arise. His parents just looked at each other and chuckled. The usual. Inko teased her son. His face turned red. Thank you for being so supportive, Mom and Dad. Their faces lit up with a smile. As much as we'll miss you, we got to let you go on one point. It was earlier than expected, but I'll accept that. And if you ever need any recipes, you know my phone number from your heart. Just remember to use a condom if it ever comes to that. His dad said casually. He mentally got a nosebleed. He nearly spit out his water. Dad. He complained. Oh boy, we do need to talk to him about that. Do you think you got it? Or do I have to? Mom asked her soon-to-be fiancé. No. They ignore their kids, please. I'll handle it. I'm pretty sure we have a few condoms laying around. He winked. That's when he really spit out his water. Please, no more? He asked desperately. Inko looked at her kid weirdly. What? It's human nature. She teased. We just got to make sure that you know about it before we leave you. Not a lot of kids are so handsy. At the age of 14 to 16, but precautions have to be taken. His dad said strictly. He buried his head in his hands and groaned softly. I'm going to die. You gotta roll it out like this. Zuku, are you listening? His brain started malfunctioning. Do you have red versions of these shoes? He asked the cashier. They shook their head. Only black ones, sorry kid. His dad looked at him. No, he deadpanned. We're keeping these Nikes. He opened the box and showed it to him. SB charges canvas. They're fine. We're evolving your clothing style, Zuku. He said and nodded teasingly at him. Next store we're going to is a second-hand one. You, as a future hero, must also realize how bad new clothes are for the environment. Izuku nodded at his statement, fully agreeing with it. Plus, most of their clothes are going to be your size. Literally, how did Toshi buff you up so fast and good? He questioned. It was hell. He said sheepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. I had to drag a fridge with him on it. Oh dear. His dad clicked his tongue. Here it is, don't get distracted by the books. I know, it's extremely tempting. I've been there. Izuku coughed to cover his laugh. I'll try not to. He said and straightened his back before following the detective inside of the store. We need to get you a suit too. Can't have my kid win an award without a good suit. He said and ruffled the green hair. Izuku's eyes brightened when he heard his dad say that. But in this store, we'll find some good breathes for you, maybe even old heroes merch. If he wasn't bright enough last time, he sure is now. They greeted the owner and moved to the clothing section. Look, these are nice. His dad immediately said as he held up a white hoodie and a red sweater. Izuku nodded. Put it in the cart. He started blowing himself. No way. He said softly, Daddies. We have to. He held up a few t-shirts with it saying, T-shirt, on it. Depending on which color, blue t-shirt, one is very nice. His dad laughed. Okay kid, throw him in the cart. He quickly pulled out a t-shirt of his own, showing a green one with a small squared All Might on it. He looks funny there. The kid chuckled. I found these khakis, along with some black breathes from a store called Dickies. It sounds American. He shrugged and threw it in the cart. You need these too, the detective said as he held up a color-patched jacket. These stand out but fit with your current style, he suggested. Izuku looked skeptical and thought of the outfit combinations, then he nodded. Only if I can get that dark green bomber jacket. It looks straight out of a Hollywood movie. Deal, his dad said as he threw both items in the cart. Moving on, need any glasses? You broke your last pair, he pointed out. The young Midoriya rubbed his temples. I barely used them, but I think I need to now. Getting them lasered just sounds painful, he said. Next store, the glasses store, his dad said enthusiastically. Literally, how are you so full of energy? This is bonding time with my kid before he leaves, he said, and I didn't stay up programming, he teased. The green-haired teenager rubbed the back of his neck. That's true, he said and looked at the corner, a mini cafe. Do you want to get some coffee? He asked his dad. Izuku nodded and rubbed his eyes. Caffeine sounds great. They walked and looked at the vending machine. Can I get a latte macchiato? He asked his dad. The detective nodded and pressed the buttons. Let's sit down there, he said and pointed at the table by the window. The teenager nodded and left the cart by the entrance. I'm going to the Bakugos after this. Good luck with that, his dad said and sat down comfortably. How are you going to pop the question? Well, I had a plan. You're involved. The detective leaned over. When you're heading to the final gate, where we can't enter anymore, you'll start waving to your mother, and after a few more waves, you're going to make a turn-around gesture, and then I'll be on one knee ready to pop the question. Izuku grinned. Sounds like a great plan, he said and thanked the waiter for their coffee. How long have you been planning this? Since I got into a relationship with your mom, the scholarship is a bonus. His dad grinned and took a sip of his coffee. Izuku smiled. Picture for mom? He held up his phone. His dad nodded and took another sip of his coffee. Click. I like this picture. The old cafe, bookshelves behind you, foggy windows and you drinking coffee. You're literally in your element right now, the green bean teased. The man laughed and leaned back. Have you met me? Of course I'm in my element. Toshi can no doubt vouch for that. They laughed. This suit is kind of baggy. Well, that's because you're going to grow eventually. That plaid tie would look great with that light beige sweater we bought. I really like that gray waistcoat. I would wear it casually, Izuku pointed out. Suspenders, the detective suggested. Let's add those and that thin bow tie. It really looked like that one guy's outfit. What's he called again? The one from Fantastic Beast. His dad shrugged. You lost me. Izuku frowned. Well, he shrugged. What's next? The glasses, how did I forget about that? Izuku facepalm. The girl who was supposed to help them studied Izuku's face, which caused it to turn red. Your hair is big and takes all the attention, along with the freckles on your face. Literally it's everywhere. Quite cute. I suggest something gray or light-colored frame and round. A bit oval shape. The detective nodded. Which ones do you recommend? She led them to a table. Make yourself comfortable, I'll be back with options. Izuku nodded and sat down. Not even a few seconds later he felt his dad lean over. She's around your age. Try and get her number, he teased, turning even redder than before. He shook his head rapidly. I can't. Plus I'm leaving tomorrow, he reasoned. Have you ever heard of long-distance relationships? Yes and no, I'm not going to ask for her number, he said, standing his ground. His dad looked like he wanted to say something before the girl came back with about 3 glasses. So, first one, these are on the oval round shape side. Light, no frame, just glasses. The temples are gray, and no frame around the actual lenses. Izuku tried them on and looked at the mirror next to him, shaking his head apologetically. He put them back in their place. I don't think I fit them. The girl bit her lip. Try these. She handed him another pair. These are all lightweights, so, The thin frame is gray, the oval round-shaped side, and the bridge isn't huge or pokes out. He looked in the mirror. I like this one. Is there another one you suggest? This, she held another pair, the exact same, but black. If you ever want to stand out, these are the way to go. We'll take both of them. His dad spoke up. Will do, sir. Be back in an hour and they'll be ready. -2.00 is my eye strength. The green bean spoke up. The girl nodded and walked into the back. The duo left the store. -1 hour later. Thank you. I can finally see, Izuku said dramatically, feeling the caffeine rush coming in. The girl giggled. No problem. Have a good day. The green-haired kid said as he dragged his dad out of the store. Mom will be happy that I'm finally using my glasses. He muttered. She can get quite annoyed when you keep asking what's on TV. His dad said with a matter-of-fact tone. His phone rang. Tsukachi here. Izuku held his shopping bags tighter. Yes, sir, I'll be right at the scene. Is 7 minutes. He hung up and looked at Izuku. Come on, we got another criminal in the bag. Izuku grinned and stepped into the car, placing the bags in front by his feet. Any details? His dad shook his head. Nothing. We just need to get a few statements and leave. Boss just noticed that my GPS was on and parked nearby. Is the scene secured? The detective questioned. A police officer nodded. Witnesses by the ambulances? They nodded once again. Everything secured. Quirk suppressants on the villain? Izuku, you can come out, just observe the scene, and see if I missed anything. He shouted and walked to the detained villain. Izuku looked around. There are a few blood stains on the alleyway's wall. He flinched, his eyes widened when he saw a pro-hero talking to one of the officers. Holy shit, the R-rated hero, Midnight. He fanboyed softly, making his way towards her as the officers left the hero alone. He was about his height. That's funny. Hello, Midnight-san, may I please have your signature? He asked, holding out his usual notebook in front of her face. You can't shake off some hobbies, can you? Her eyes roamed his face, then his body. She liked her lips. Anything for a handsome guy like you. She winked and signed his book. What do you say we get out of here, together? Those glasses really attracted me. She whispered bluntly in his ears. He got so red, you don't even know. I can't. He squeaked out. He saw her lick her lips again, enjoying his stuttering state. It was nice to meet you, he said and turned around. He suddenly felt arms wrap around him. Did you know I'm a part-time teacher? I can teach you a few things, here and there. She suggested whilst touching his abs region. He gulped, his voice suddenly a bit lower. Do you teach at U.A? I heard a few rumors. He asked excited. She clearly looked thrown off. That honestly just excited her even more. Yes, she said and got off of him. It was nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, at your service. He said and did a small salute. At my service? The R-rated hero teased. His brain stopped working. He felt someone grab his wrist unannounced. He then quickly turned the person's wrist around and held it in a slightly painful position. Once he recognized the person, he released his hold. I'm so sorry, Dad, he said. His dad massaged his wrist a bit. It's okay, Zuku. He suddenly felt something on his shoulder, as if smoothing out the wrinkles there. When he felt a hot breath and two round-shaped things pressed against his back, it already answered his question. Who? Do that to me and I'll go crazy, she whispered. His breath began to quicken. Does she even know I'm only 14? He thought, panicking a bit. His dad, getting the hint, cleared his throat. Let's get going, Izuku. You still need to pack for your scholarship. Weiss Island. He stuttered out and followed his dad to the car. It was nice to meet you, Midnight-san. Call me Midnight-chan. She flirted and winked at him. He let out a relieved sigh when he closed the door. Thank you so much for pulling me out of that situation, he said, expressing his gratitude. I never saw her this close to someone she just met. Normally it's just flirting on a distance, he said and shrugged. Guess she might just like you, he teased. She said my glasses are attractive. Should I just not wear them anymore? His dad laughed at his joke. They might help you out a lot later. Don't worry about it, he teased. Please no. He whimpered as he sunk into his seat. Chapter 9. Kaken? Can you let me in? Izuku knocked on his door with the usual hazard signs. Izuku took a sticker out of his pocket and placed it on his door. It was a grenade. He snickered, "Ready or not, I'm coming in," he said, and opened the door, only to see him with headphones on, reading a book. Izuku's eyes widened. It was rare to actually see him read a book, casually. The green beam tapped the blonde on his shoulders, indicating that he's next to him. The blonde turned around with a sneer. "What do you want, Izuku?" Izuku whined. It's not like him to act like that around him. "I wanted to tell you that I'm leaving tomorrow. In person." The sneer on Katsuki's face faltered for a second and he looked Izuku in the eyes. "You're leaving me anyways, why even tell me when?" Izuku sighed and sat on his bed. "I'm saying this cause I want you to know, what did you do all day?" "Aunt Mitsuki said you've been here all day." "Reading." He huffed. "What did you do all day?" Izuku saw that he was trying, even though he's really mad right now, mainly frustrated. "I actually went shopping with Dad." He was so energetic. "Then I got these new glasses," he said and pointed to the gray ones sitting on his nose bridge, "and I got hit on by 2 girls, well, 1 girl and 1 pro hero." Kaken dropped his book on the table. "Girl and a pro hero? Is this the curse of a mature face?" he asked in shock. "You'll hate me for which hero flirted with me, hint, R-rated." "No way, there is no way H dash. Midnight," Izuku said and turned red. "She gets really handsy. Dad said she never did that with someone before." "I'm not that jealous anymore," Katsuki said as he cringed. "She does teach at UA. She also said she could teach one thing or another. That part really confused me," Izuku admitted. Katsuki face-palmed. He got all of the lady knowledge from his friends online. "What?" Izuku questioned. "Nothing." Kaken shook his head. "I'm sorry for being like this the past weeks. It's a lot to figure out." Izuku softened a bit. "I understand, maybe you can even visit me for some quirk research." He teased. "I already know how my quirk works, Deku look," he said and made many more controlled explosions. He smirked. "My sweat is explosive." Izuku was thrown off. "How did you figure?" The explosive blonde paled a bit. "Sludge monster." His voice cracked a bit. "I started sweating when I had to run from him, when he got me and started using my explosions, somewhere inside and the sweat just exploded." "Izuku, don't throw yourself in danger anymore," he said and looked down at his closed book. Izuku gulped. "I want to be a hero, Kaken. Self-sacrifice is a part of it. But I will do it with help later." "Don't say things you can't promise," the blonde said through a clenched jaw. "As a hero you won't be able to call others to." Izuku finally noticed how much effect the monster had on the boy. Without a doubt, he has been struggling. "Kaken, are you okay?" "Yes, why wouldn't I be?" the boy said loudly, clearing his throat. "Not really." "It's okay, Kaken, you've been through something traumatic." "Deku, thank you." Izuku smiled at his little brother. "You're going to wave me goodbye, right?" The blonde's head snapped up and stood up from his chair. "Stand up. Think fast," he shouted as he threw a punch at the green-haired boy. Izuku grinned and dodged the punch. Holding onto the blonde kid, he threw him over his shoulder, onto his bed. "Some things never change, do they?" Izuku teased as he mockingly dusted his hands. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki got up from his bed. "I'll come to the airport with you." Izuku smiled and held up 2 thumbs up. "I have to be at the airport at 8 in the morning. I'm going to finish packing now," he said enthusiastically and walked out of the blonde's room. His mother was nearly in tears when she realized it might be their final dinner together, for a while. "Inko, dear, we still have until the morning with him. Young man, make sure you wake up at 6, review everything you have, do your things, feel like you forgot something? Make sure to let us know so we can help," his dad said, kind of strictly. Izuku nodded. "Are you going out for patrol tonight?" he asked. Tsukachi shook his head. "Not today, kid." Izuku's face dropped a bit. "I'll be reviewing my notes," he said and stood up, picking up his plate. Walking into the kitchen, he looked at the fridge, a picture of Dad, Mom and him at the beach. He smiled at the memories. Washing the dishes real quirk, he dropped himself on his bed. I packed enough posters. He whispered, going down his mental checklist. Sheet, he said as he got up from his bed and into the hallway. Where are the bags? He muttered as he looked into the hallway. Nothing. Into the living room, parents cuddling on the couch. Dad, where did we put the shopping bags from today? It could still be in the car. His parents said and laughed at the scene that came on TV. They are on the kitchen table. Making an affirming noise, he walked into the kitchen and snatched the keys, and made his way outside. Feeling the breeze, he shivered. Making sure to look around on their front lawn. You can't be too safe with Midnight's liking towards you, he mused. Unlocking the trunk, his eyes snapped towards the moving shadow in the corner of his eyes. Turning around swiftly, he saw a drunken man, still on the main road. As long as he doesn't try and come inside. Grabbing all the bags in one go, which is quite the accomplishment, he walked inside. Dropped the bags, took out the car keys, locked the car. Walking into the kitchen, he took out a glass and filled it with water. Unlocking his phone, he started to scroll on his social media. Maybe I should actually post something, he thought. Clicking on the plus button, he looked through his photos, using his dad's one he took earlier today, and added a selfie of him and his new glasses looking at a screen, programming something for Baymax. As his caption, he put, "Void setup," as honestly everyone should expect. His first post, he thought, and smiled at that, glad that he didn't post anything cringe-worthy as an 11-year-old. He felt his phone buzz after 5 minutes. About time you posted something, Fee. He rolled his eyes. Yeah, I like the pictures, that's why I posted it. You'll need a lot of time to catch up to me. Okay? He rolled his eyes again. If he's going to do it again, it'll be stuck up there. I don't want the attention, Kakin. It's just for when I leave, easier to stay updated with. It's not like I'm going to see any villains on an island. He said in a voice message and sent it to him. That makes sense, Kay. Izuku smiled and put his phone away, picked up the bag and walked to the washing machine. Always wash your clothes before you wear them. He muttered and opened the present mic radio. Good evening, listeners. Hope you all have had a lovely day. I did. Except for paperwork, he grumbled at the end. Now, have a listen to the uprising artist, Kyotoku Jiro. Light rock music started playing and Izuku took note of the artist. He sat down against the wall. Who knows, maybe I'll get a girlfriend on the island. He mused, kidding, not really, but most part one am kidding. He heard a ping from his phone, an unknown number? He frowned. Are you at the station yet? The message said. Who's this? He replied, leading them on is something Kakin would do. Mina Ishido? Kai, is this you? You're speaking with Midoriya. Oh, what a deech, he gave me another number. So Midori, are you single? The washing machine made a noise as he put it in the dryer. Fancy, I know, but it does the job 10 times faster than air drying. Izuku blinked twice, thinking he didn't read it correctly. Yes, I am. Why? Great. Go out on a date with me. It sounded serious, Izuku decided. I'm all dressed up anyways, can't let this amazing outfit go to waste. But I already ate dinner, he replied seriously. How old are you anyways? 13, she replied back. I'm hoping that I just didn't ask out a 30-year-old. No worries, I'm 14. He replied and took his clothes out of the dryer to fold. What station are you at? I might be able to come. Mizudafu Station? Dress fancy but not too fancy. We can't go on a date if we don't match. Winky face. His jaw dropped as he agreed to go on a date with someone. How can you go on a date with someone you never met? He replied. He got up and took his clothes to his room. He looked at what he had in his hands. Colored patches jacket, Dickies, white shirt with t-shirt on it, and of course his gray glasses. I get a good vibe from you, she connected another message. Plus I like meeting new people. Izuku sighed. She could have easily been kidnapped by someone if she didn't text him. I'm coming with my bike, go to platform 1. He sent and quickly changed into the clothes he laid out and looked in the mirror. He whistled. Shopping was a good idea. He got to the front door and shouted, I'm meeting up with someone. He quickly walked out and got his bike from the shed. He's glad that the station isn't that far away, only a 10 minutes ride. He clicked his lights on and unlocked his phone, keeping one hand on the steer. 9 minutes. He sent and slid his phone back into his pocket. He biked in silence. He locked his bike and walked into the train station. What do you look like? A hot woman, she texted back. Kidding, I am pink. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Walking onto the first platform, it didn't take a while for him to find a pink person. Which really shouldn't be that hard. He quickly sent her green hair, so she knows he isn't just a random stranger. She was wearing a pink sweater with Pinky on it, a purple-pink colored skirt that goes halfway her thighs and black Vans. Ashido! He shouted and walked towards her. She quickly turned her face to me and smiled. Izuku Midoriya? He said and held out his hand for her. She took his hand and shook it, rapidly. I didn't know you were that hot. Do people say that about you a lot? Izuku turned red and smiled at her. Second day today, first one, she basically touched all over my stomach and couldn't stop stepping into my personal space. He said and rubbed the back of his head. That was you? It had been all over the gossip pages, the first time Midnight really got into a person. Does she even know you are 14? She blurted out. Izuku's jaw dropped. So Dad was right, he mumbled under his breath. No, she doesn't. He said and shook his head. Can I touch your hair? The pink person asked. Izuku's brain shortcut. Sure? He didn't sound too sure about it himself. Mina squealed and tried patting the curly hair, then running her hand through. If I hadn't felt it, I would assume your hair were leaves. She said and pulled her hand away. I have tickets for a festival. The green-haired boy said and fished them out of his pocket, more on the fair side. He said and grinned at the girl. I have a train back home in 3 hours. The girl said excitedly, grabbed the boy's arm and started dragging the boy away. Wrong way, a beet red Izuku said. Only took a 5-minute walk for them to arrive. There is a huge wheel, we should get up there first, to measure the time of it. So you don't turn out to be late for your train. The boy said, Smart. She said loudly with a smile and started to drag Izuku to the row, which surprisingly weren't a lot of people. So where do you go to school? She asked. Aldra Junior High, but I am changing schools. Where is the new school going to be? She hummed. Island Academy? She said loudly, so you're a genius? What are you doing here then? I'm transferring tomorrow morning. He said, turning red at her compliment. Might as well tutor me at this point, she mused and stepped into one of the carts, Izuku following shortly after her. Oh, and you can call me Mina-san. Izuku-san. He replied with a smile. You know, I get more of an older brother vibe from you, even though you're only a year older than me. She said, placing her fist under her chin, in a thinking position. Izuku nodded. I get that a lot. I'm unofficially in 2 different families. They laughed. I get called Oni-chan all the time by one. I basically know him since BR, so that's okay. The other family gave me slippers for their home. Her jaw dropped. You hold the honor. She said. Izuku laughed and bowed with his head. Thank you for bestowing me the honor, Todorokis. Her jaw dropped once again. Isn't that a hero's name? Wait, I don't remember who. Izuku smiled and put 2 fingers up. You're lying. Mina said, jaw hitting the ground from this far up. Endeavor. Do you happen to meet pro heroes all the time? Izuku shrugged and nodded. I go on patrol with my dad sometimes, pick up things he forgot, help with the victims and all. I met Endeavor, a few underground heroes, and the number 1 here. He grinned. Show me the pictures. She deadpanned. I don't believe you now, might as well show the Island scholarship. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully and unlocked his phone, swiping till he saw the picture they all took together when they had dinner. They all had been sitting at the dinner table whilst Natsuo put his timer and captured the moment of everyone laughing. I grew up with his kids. He said happily and showed her the picture. This is so cute. She leaned over to see it more clearly. Now all might. Laughing, Izuku swiped till he found one where he was a kid, and made sure it was in a public space. Here, he said and showed it to her. He is so much taller than I thought. I also have a picture with Midnight when she was busy touching me up. He shivered at the thought. Mina laughed and poked his bicep. Can't say I blame her. She teased. The wheel came to its end. It took about half an hour. Want to see who can shoot more things? If you win, I'll get you a huge pink unicorn. Mina gasped. Yes. She said and ran to the shooting game. Most out of 15 bullets? She asked. Izuku nodded and handed the clerk the money. Receiving the bullets, he aimed the gun. Just physics. He mumbled and took a shot. Missing directly next to it. I'm a black belt, how dash. You're losing. Mina said and pointed to her score. Izuku grinned and finished his bullets. Looks like you won by 3, huh? Mina puffed her chest. Yes, I did. She grinned. Let go get you that fluffy unicorn. He smiled and made way to the ducks. This is where I'm good at. He grinned and cracked his fist. He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die. Mine squealed from next to him. Mina shouted, It's so fluffy. Izuku laughed. I had a fun time, but your train is coming. Mina pushed the unicorn against his chest. He tilted his head down a bit to see her. Huh? Give the unicorn a hug, as a thank you for paying and taking me out. Izuku laughed and hugged the unicorn. Thank for the fun time, Imura-san. I'll keep in contact. He said and waved as she boarded the train with a big unicorn. Text me when you get home. Bye-bye, Onaizen. She said as the door closed in front of her eyes. Izuku unlocked his door, and he walked into the living room, trying to see if his parents were still there. Surprisingly, they were, all cuddled up with a movie playing in the background. Izuku smiled and walked over them, picking up a blanket on the way. He dropped the blanket over them, and kissed his mother on the forehead. Good night. He whispered and tiptoed into his room. He sighed and stripped off his clothes and changed into some basketball shorts. Walking into the bathroom, he looked at his hair. The untamable dragon. He joked and started to brush his teeth. Looking at his social media, he raised his eyebrow. Alien Queen has followed you. Clicking on the profile, he raised his eyebrow. Mina-san? Her profile ended up being a bunch of alien stuff and selfies with friends. Guess he ended up using it to keep in contact with friends. Just another few kilometers and we're at the airport. I'll lose my baby. Inko said dramatically from the front seat. Izuku sat back in the back seat and smiled nervously. It's weird without Wally. He admitted, normally Wally would follow him around everywhere. Do you think I'd be allowed to build a spaceship? He asked randomly. I'm not so sure about that, but I'm sure that your uncle has a multiple terrain plane scuba diver things. His dad said from the driver's seat. The green boy perked up. I haven't had that many experiences with mechanics. I'm pretty sure they'll teach me about it. He hummed and looked out of the window. Inko looked back at her kid. I'm sure they'll teach you a lot. Izuku shouldered his book bag. I got the suitcases checked in, now I should get something to eat. Maybe Starbucks has some good cookies, or maybe Katsudon. He began muttering, kind of creeping out the kids next to him waiting to board the plane. Izuku, I love you, but stop muttering. They look terrified. His dad said. The green boy paled a bit and smiled apologetically at their mother. When are you going to do it? He asked. When everyone is here. She likes to be dramatic once in a while. Tsukachi joked, we'll celebrate in privacy. He wiggled his eyebrows at his son, who just gave him a confused look back and shrugged. You know what she likes. Oh, here is the rest. The Todorokis came in view, and Izuku made his way to them. Hey Shoto-kun. The strawberry milk boy brightened up at his best friend. Izuku, you look very comfortable in those clothes. He noticed the new wardrobe change. Izuku was wearing black baggy sweatpants with a red sweater. I have to be. The plane ride is going to take about 12 hours. Is that Mini Wally? He gaped when he saw the machine following behind his best friend. Shoto nodded and picked the robot up. I wanted to give it back. It has been 5 or 6 years since I accidentally took it home. Izuku laughed. I never asked for it back, so it's yours now. Little reminder until I'm back. He said as he accepted the strawberry milk Shoto handed him. Your flames are out. Izuku pouted at Endeavor. You know why. The man playfully rolled his eyes and reached down to pat the green bean's hair. I've already been spotted on my way here, once though, but we'll survive. He said. Izuku was snatched by Natsuo. Bro. Better study good. You genius. You just accepted something and decided to unconsciously inspire me again. The muscular boy said excitedly. Glad I did. Izuku said with a bright smile. He's literally. shining like a disco ball. Fuyumi said and placed her hand on his shoulder. Do good. Was all she said and took her hand back. Izuku nodded. I will. It was a thing they shared whenever either of them did something grand or succeeded. So it meant quite a bit to both of them. In the meanwhile, his mom returned with a bag of Starbucks and 2 cold brews, handing her soon-to-be fiancé 1 cup and her already losing sleep son 1 too. Don't drink too much of that when you're there, she said strictly. Or any alcohol, she quickly added. Ray nodded from next to her. Too much coffee and you'll get nauseous. I got that from Natsuo, the boy is studying so much lately, she said proudly. That was once mom. The boy whined. Yet it still happens to a med student, Fuyumi said from the side. Good afternoon, passengers boarding for plane B7 to I Island are open. Please proceed to gate. The final checks are being completed. You have 15 minutes until we close the gate, the speakers announced. That's me, I got 5 more minutes until I get pushed to it by Dad. Izuku teased and looked over to the Bakugos. Good morning, he said and smiled at them. Katsuki's hair was something. Overslept. He grumbled and walked over to Izuku, punching his arm, softly. Only a bit. Most of it was just him trying as hard as he can. Izuku laughed and ruffled his hair, which caused him to make an irritated face. I have to go now, he said and pulled his little brother in a hug. Yeah, let me go now. Better update me on the quirks there. The blonde mumbled and pushed himself off of the green boy. You have to call me at least once every month. Izuku nodded and smiled at his tough love. Bye guys, I'll miss you. I'll send texts in the family group chats, he said and started heading towards his gate to check in. He's in your family group chats too, Katsuki-kun? Shoto asked, bewildered. I'm surprised how he's in yours too, the blonde said, amazed. Well expected, the guy is a literal sun. He can't stop shining, Natsuo said dramatically. Izuku finally turned around and waved at his big family, hinting his dad to actually do it, like right now. His dad nodded and got on one knee as his mother was in tears waving back. Mitsuki gasped, Inko. The green-haired mother turned to her best friend confused. Oh. She could feel her heart beating. I knew you were the one when I first slid you my card, and I fell in love with your little boy, so much that he is my own son now, and here I will be asking you to be my only wife, forever, he said and pulled out his ring box and opened it, revealing a golden intertwined ring with an emerald in the middle, highlighting the ring. If Inko wasn't in tears before, she sure was now. Why yes. She wiped her tears away and held her hand out for him. Tsukachi grinned and slid the ring on her finger. I love you, he said before pulling her into a short kiss. They could hear Todoroki's cheer, and Mitsuki basically bawled her eyes out at her best friend's engagement. Izuku smiled from his spot as he handed the stewardess his ticket, quickly turning around to his dad and throwing him his thumbs up and saluted him. He smiled at his son and saluted back. Izuku took a breath and started following the signs into the plane, handing another stewardess his ticket. She pointed him to his seat by a window. Have a nice trip. Thank you, he said and bowed a bit, walking to his seat trying to not hit any people accidentally. When he placed his bag on his lap, he unlocked his phone, looking at the video he recorded. His mother looked so happy, and his dad looked like he was in cloud. He sighed and looked outside the window. A new chapter just opened. Chapter 10. Izuku had to keep in his excitement when he actually saw the stuff that was available in first class. Literally, who knew the food that they got was that good? He even got offered champagne. He knew he looked older than he is, but not that much older. He also had so much leg space. If the academy he'll be attending is trying to convince him to stay forever, it's working. Literally, how spoiled is he getting now? He looked at the flyer he received from the stewardess, dismissing an amount of numbers as a smudge. His eyes bugged when he read that there was Wi-Fi on the plane. Immediately unlocking his phone, a bunch of text came through. Most of them are from Mina-san. Opening the chat, he kind of regretted it. To sum it up, she was having trouble with maths to talking about boys to dancing with her favorite group till it ended at a question where he chuckled. Don't set me up with anyone, Mina-san. I'm not even home. He sent. Not even after a few minutes, he got a reply. Where are you then? She then double-texted after a few seconds, I totally forgot you were a genius. NVM, although if you were able to send me some pointers for some DMN geometry? Izuku laughed softly, making sure to not disturb his fellow passengers. When do you have your test? Wednesday. Today was Sunday, he could manage to call her. I'll call you when I land and settle into the dorms. Thank you, Onaikan. How you texting me? Isn't that extremely bad for the plane? Izuku chuckled. Mina-san adopted his role as older brother without any hesitation or problems. I got Wi-Fi, they gave me some flyers, it had some smudged numbers on top, so I guess that wasn't the password. He replied, quickly sending a picture of the clouds. Wi-Fi? In a plane? You're in first class, aren't you? You lucky beach. Also, how dense are you? Asking for future reference. Dense? What do you mean? Also watch your language. Says enough, and no, I will not watch my language. But I will a bit because you're a literal cinnamon roll. Thanks? Is that a compliment? He sent back with a confused look on his face. Shrugging, he locked his phone and took out his computer. He seriously can't thank his dad and Uncle Shield enough for it. The computer was so good for traveling. He just has to lay out his keyboard mat and his mini hologram projector, taking out the Baymax chip. He quickly drew him and a typical doctor's hat they used way back then. He opened his programming program. As a kid he used C++. It took a few days to completely understand what was happening, but he had it under control once he finished reading his father's book that he left behind. He put his headphones on his head, after what seemed to be a struggle. Sometimes he wished he had straight hair, but that'd make him look a bit similar to Shoto? If that ever happens, Izuku shudders at the thought. The boy would make up some crazy theory that he would be his long-forgotten brother. Let's just shake off that thought. He happily put on his favorite music, including the new-found artist, Jiro. After a while he could feel someone tap his shoulder. He slid his headphones to his neck and looked up to see the stewardess from earlier, although she seems a bit red. Pardon, what did you say? His face turned red when his voice suddenly got a lot lower, sounding more of a low baritone instead of his usual tenor voice. Would you like something to drink? The worker repeated, still a bit red. We have jasmine, green and oolong tea, along with some cola and other soda beverages. Izuku cleared his throat a bit. I'll take the green tea and a cola, please. His voice cracked a bit at the end and cringed on the inside. The stewardess started placing the drinks on his little table. Are you okay, miss? You seem a bit red. He asked, innocently. The worker's eyes widened a little bit and she nodded before smiling at him. I'm all okay, sir. Would you like a snack? We have Pocky and Kit Kats. Izuku's eyes shone brightly. Could I have the white chocolate Pocky? She nodded and placed it on his table and continued to work her way down the aisle, helping people as much as she can. Izuku made sure to get another good look at her. Her red face returned to their normal color. Shrugging, he took a sip off of his tea and slid his headphone back on, playing his Disney playlist. His throat felt 10 times better after only one sip. He sighed quietly and continued typing away. He had been sitting on the plane for about 10 hours. Dinner time rolled around. Literally, they delivered them on trays. He was one of the last to receive a menu. It was pretty overwhelming, not being able to decide. The stewardess from earlier came over to take his order. Yeah, I'll take whatever you recommend, he said, his voice luckily not cracking that much anymore. She nodded. Allergencies? None, Izuku said and smiled at her, brightly as always. The stewardess smiled back and walked into the staff region. He'll literally be the death of me. How is he shining? She said to her coworker, who just giggled. I gave him a flyer with my number on top. I think that he thought it was the Wi-Fi password, one said with a disappointed tone. They all laughed together. Izuku cleared his table after the worker left to get his food. He needs to remind himself to actually send in a good review. I'm sure they'll like that. Do good reviews get you a pay raise? Or more jobs? He unknowingly began to mutter. After muttering for a small minute, his eyes widened and he clasped his hands over his mouth. Don't freak out your passengers, he mumbled. He really needed to lose the muttering. He unlocked his phone again and saw that Todoroki's group chat was active. He frowned when they were sending pictures of him in it, as if he died. My sunny boy isn't here anymore, R.I.P. Natsuo sent. The world will be darker, sad face, Fuyumi added. Who will I have to share strawberry milk with? Shoto sent dramatically, or well, it felt extremely dramatic. I also found a new conspiracy theory. What if Zuku's quirk was analyzing? He was so good at it. Sad face. Why are they talking in past tense about me? Izuku, though confused, he decided to hear out his best friend's theory. Again. That's actually might be true, Natsuo sent, but we would have known, right? Zuku would need some kind of thing to activate it? Like, making eye contact. That would explain all the analysis books. We just unlocked a great mystery. Fuyumi sent, Izuku shook his head, amused. The theory would have been true if it actually showed up. Stop talking as if I'm dead. Izuku sent and looked up at the red stewardess. Thank you for the food, he said and bowed slightly. Dessert will come whenever you're done, she said and smiled before she moved to other passengers. Guys, that's a ghost. Shoto sent. There is no other choice. I'm shivering in my timbers. Natsuo sent. We'll have to open another mystery for this one. Maybe the ghost could be a poltergeist. Please stop feeding Shoto more ideas, Nat, Izuku replied, and put his phone away. Looking at the dinner in front of him. Dumplings, pieces of fish, somehow fried shrimp, a side salad to fill and his favorite, katsudon. Definitely leaving a good review. He took a bit of the food and loved every second of it, almost as good as his mom's. When he finished his drink and food, he slid his headphones back on. When the familiar stewardess picked up his food and drinks, he looked at her name tag, June. He slipped his headphones on and put on more mellow music. Just, maybe a nap will do, he thought before his eyes closed and the world was no more. Can you put your seatbelt on? June asked. Izuku's eyes snapped to hers and nodded. I will. He clicked his seatbelt together and looked out of the window, the high-tech walls already coming into view. Quickly putting everything he took out back in his bag, making sure the Baymax chip isn't damaged. This is your captain speaking. We'll be landing in 10 minutes. Please put on your seatbelt and sit tight. A voice rang over the intercoms. Making sure he popped a bubblegum into his mouth and started to chew. Don't want my ears hurting, he thought, and looked outside of the window once they started to descend. How can an airport look so neat? The landing took him out of his thoughts. It shook for a bit. He grinned and chewed his bubblegum. Once they were cleared to leave the plane, he let the elderly couple next to him walk down the aisle first before he grabbed his book bag and walked out to the immigration inspection. He looked closely at the scan. A hologram with his profile appeared next to him as he kept getting scanned. He raised his eyebrow when he saw that they included quirk levels. He couldn't read the numbers next to it but dismissed it with a happy grin on his face. There is hope. Immigration inspection complete, the intercoms said, and Izuku walked out into the airport. This airport looked different than the one back home. His heart clenched. He already misses home, his mom, dad, and his mom's food. Uncle Might and Shoto, maybe even the explosive Bakugo. He walked to the belt and got his bag and shouldered it on the shoulder available, and held his suitcase in his hand. His shoulders slumped. I miss my Wally. He could feel something poke his hand slowly but chose to ignore it. Quickly walking out of the airport, he stood still, waiting outside. His uncle had offered the academy to give his nephew a tour, along with his kid, who will also be attending the academy. A lot of interesting mutation quirks passed him. He liked that. When can I see my Wally? He whined internally. His hand got poked. He can't ignore it anymore. He noticed that the grip of the suitcase was missing. Confused, he looked behind him, hoping to see what he lost. He held up his palm and opened it. What the F dash, he thought. He normally doesn't cuss, but this really is a special case. There was a Wally poking hand, a mini one. It's a solid, and his eyes widened. My quirk levels, he mumbles. He started to think of R2-D2, and it was slowly melting into its shape. Does this mean my quirk is finally here? Could I make it mold into another shape faster? Wait, mold? He muttered. At the end he surprised himself. His jaw dropped. A molding quirk. He has a molding quirk, a transforming one. Was it mentally or just physically? If mentally, does it have any side effects? Like splitting headaches or nosebleeds? If physically, would it affect his stamina? Does it require a touch? Of anywhere on his body? Or just his hands? Could it be he can control the molecules of the thing he'd be molding? Or just the overall shape? This is the time I'm really thankful that I'm on a quirk expert island. He thought. He finally snapped out of his thought process when he felt someone furiously tapping his shoulder. He turned to the person and raised his eyebrow. Melissa? It's the first time they met face to face. She didn't even come up during his calls with her dad. Izuku. First name basis? I mean, we are cousins after all. He thought, amused. Where is Uncle Shield? He asked excitedly. Where do you think? She replied, rolling her eyes slightly jokingly. Izuku shrugged. I'm assuming his lab. He basically lives there from what I gathered. He shrugged when he called his uncle. He was always in his lab. On rare occasions, he got sent home due to him basically breathing work. Ding ding ding. Melissa said. Why do you have AR2D2 in your hand? She suddenly asked. Izuku's eyes bugged. I was missing my Wally, and then this suddenly my suitcase's grip turned into it, and I tried to think of my R2D2, and now I don't have a grip for my suitcase. He sighed. Melissa squealed. Daddy said your quirk was dormant. We should wait until he gets to the place, and then we'll pick up your robots. Did I already tell you about the plan for today? Izuku shook his head at the energetic girl. Do tell the plan. So first off, we're starting here at the airport. We leave your stuff in a locker and then we'll exit the airport, take a walk while we chat and all. Then we get a text from Daddy and we'll meet up at some place that he likes. Pick up your robots from the airport, along with your suitcase and book bag. She said, spitting out the words as if it was a rap song. Izuku processed this and nodded. We actually never had a conversation before. This might actually be fun. Where are the lockers at? He asked and grinned, only to receive a grin of hers back. So what major will you do? Izuku asked. They had been walking around close to the airport. Melissa had a tendency to show everything around them. The excitement is something he took note of. Most likely general science, and if I find any of the subjects interesting, I'll be most likely to ask and follow that specific major. Izuku nodded. I had a plan like this, or well similar, since I have a shorter time here. I'm probably going for most science-based majors, most likely to be general science, engineering, and mechanics. As for non-science-based majors, a quirk studying major. Have you heard of the joint toe theory? It's nonsense. His cousin nodded. Just cause you're missing a joint doesn't mean you have a quirk. Most people with that extra pinky toe have a mental quirk. She exclaimed loudly. I might also think about studying anatomy or biology. Missing toe joint theory needs to be debunked. They have quirk-level readers. Just cause a quirk is dormant doesn't mean there aren't any quirk substances in you. You're going for the full package here, aren't you? His cousin teased. He sheepishly nodded. Degrees are a good thing, especially from here. Melissa nodded at that statement. So your quirk lets you mold things, right? Izuku nodded. I'm assuming molecules in the object I'm touching. You're an engineer, right? He nodded. Doesn't that mean you can intertwine two metals together? Like soldering something together? Izuku's jaw dropped, and through his mind so many possibilities rang. I can make nanobots without risking damage. He deadpanned, quickly jolting down his ideas in his notebook. God knows where he keeps that thing without anyone noticing. His muttering rampage continued. He suddenly felt a familiar bonk on his head. He looked at Melissa with wide eyes. She pulled back her arm and smiled innocently. Your dad told me you would do that, and that I'd have to bonk you. Izuku turned red as expected off of his dad. He also told me that there would be a lot of girls running after you in these 2 years. She said, scrunching up her nose in confusion. If he couldn't turn any redder, scratch that, he exactly did just that. He's been teasing me for getting attention from G-girls. Always pestering me whenever I should ask one out. Melissa giggled. He did this to my daddy too, pestering until he decided to ask someone out. Izuku was flabbergasted and then snorted. Of course he would. They both couldn't hide their amusement and bursted out laughing. Let's go, kids. I need to get back to my lab after. I want to show you something too. He said and pointed at the green-haired teen. He just grinned at his uncle. Do that after the robots and us putting everything in our dorms. His uncle rolled his eyes impatiently. Yeah. He mumbled, make sure you have everything from your locker, I'll go pick up your robots. He said and stalked off further into the airport. Izuku shrugged and pulled the mini R2-D2 out of his pocket, focusing on the grip he used to have earlier. It slowly melted back into its shape. I totally forgot to tell Uncle David. He face-bombed. What am I going to do with babysitting two guys? One a whole adult who is a workaholic and one probably suffers from short-term memory loss but is a genius. Melissa said melodramatically. And I only just met you today, that says a lot. She said and pointingly accused him, joking of course. After they had placed everything in their dorms, they went up to David Shield's lab, Izuku dropping fun facts about certain support gear he noticed on small-time heroes. You keep forgetting, smartass. Melissa said and flicked the back of his head. The greenette eyebrows furrowed. What am I forgetting? Oh right, Uncle David, my quirk appeared today. His uncle's eyebrows raised and his eyes widened. How could you forget to tell me that? He said loudly, quickly pressing a button lower to his lab. Small Dieter kids, we're going to the quirk testing place. I need to find out what his quirk is. His uncle said with a no choice but to listen to me voice. Izuku could hear Melissa from next to him saying, may you rest in peace. He gulped, forgot. Chapter 11. How did you even forget to tell your parents that you landed and have a quirk? His uncle said, I already texted your dad about it. Kind of sounds that he is a bit said. He isn't using any dots at the end of his sentences. Izuku visibly paled. I'm dead, and hooked up to some brain activity scan. Mind telling why? Brain activity scan, while you use your quirk. His uncle shrugged. We can see if it has any drawbacks. So no phone right now? No phone. I'll get Melissa to call Uncle Yagi. The girl next to him nodded and unlocked her phone. Now Izuku, use your quirk please. His uncle would put him in the tube, but as his first day on the island, it's not really advised. Izuku took the steel cube in front of him in his hands, deciding on molding it into another Wally. Do you have a Wally addiction? Melissa asked, placing a hand over the microphone of her phone. Obviously, he said as the final touches came to the Wally. You'll have to watch it with me at least once. You actually have no choice. He said and smiled brightly at her. Uncle Yagi is on the phone. I'll put him on speaker. Young Midoriya, you did not inform us. I forgot. He squeaked out. He heard shuffling from the phone. You simply forgot to tell us. His dad's voice rungied. He heard shuffling again, only more aggressively. Deku, you can't simply just forget. And who even is this uncle of yours? I can poke him and he'll start to cough. Izuku laughed nervously. That's Uncle Yagi. I'll call you guys tomorrow over the photo. I promised Shoto I would call him tonight. He tried to defuse the situation. Shoto? Over Midge. Set your priorities, just call us at the same time. He heard Bakugo say, well not say, more like shouting. That's smart. He could hear him scoff, genius. Rolling his eyes he could hear shuffling again, this time his mother was on the phone. My baby boy has a quirk. She wailed, why didn't you tell us? She glowered, he could feel her black aura through the phone. I'll call you tomorrow, Mom. Promise. Can you do that one more time, Izuku? His uncle called behind his computer screen. He nodded at him and changed the steel mini Wally back into a steel cube. I am coming to visit in the next 2 days. The phone finally said, as Uncle Might retrieved it a few seconds ago. He's ready. All Might said as he stood in the private room with his best friend. The father sighs, make sure you explain everything before you offer him your DNA. He pointed out, and please just give him raspberry smoothie with blood in it instead of your hair, it processes much faster. The number 1 hero nodded. I'd be very happy if he would accept the offer I'll give him, along with him being ready for the consequences. Make sure you mentor him correctly, or we'll have to spar again, and you know how that goes for you. Tsukachi glowered, a black aura surrounding him. It's spreading. He whispered and gulped. After molding the steel cube into a lot of things for about half an hour, he sighed, I'm getting a sore throat, and my nose started to run. Do I get a small cold when I use this? He questioned himself with a hoarse voice. His uncle jokingly rolled his eyes and walked over to his nephew with an electric infrared thermostat. You're burning up a bit, make sure you drink and eat something. Izuku nodded. What are we going to do now? He questioned. You have a briefing with the staff, I think it was about your major? But I notified them about your quirk. When we tried it with the plant means that it doesn't work on living things. Here, we still have to do a bit of research. We'll hand it in whenever Toshi leaves when he's here. Shield said. Izuku nodded. Which way is the administration again? He asked. Melissa smiled at him. First floor, follow the signs. He nodded at her and walked into the elevator. He swiftly pressed the button and unlocked his phone. 5 unopened messages. He opened the Todoroki sibling group chat. Natsuo just had sent a message in it. So, they really dropped a bomb on us, huh? Natsuo sent. Don't, Izuku doesn't know of it yet. Fuyumi sent. I'll tell him later tonight. Shoto, his best friend, sent. Izuku looked at the phone confused and started typing out his text. Who's they? And what's the bomb? Do you want to tell Kaken? Or do we have to call in private? He started bombarding his basically siblings with questions. We'll call in private after Katsuki-kun ends the call. Shoto sent. Izuku sent a sticker that let the dual hair-colored boy know that he understood. He then checked his other messages. One was from his mom. Stay safe, my little boy. Izuku smiled at that, feeling his heart clench. I will, you better stay safe too, Mom. Love you. He sent and looked up when he felt the elevator stop. Oh, you're the stewardess. Izuku Midoriya. He extended his hand to the girl. She blinked twice, her pink hair out of her bun and wearing casual clothes. Junito, I didn't know you were a student here. She hummed casually. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling his ears already getting hot. It's my first day here, I just got into the dorms, I'm one of the younger students this year. She frowned, confused at him. How old are you then? 14, but I'll be turning 15 in July. I'm a first year here. He said and smiled at her. Her eyes widened. I thought you'd be like, I'm 16, turning 17 later in September though. She shrugged. What floor do you need to be on? First, I need to go to the administration. I'll walk there with you, I have to hand in some documents. She said, are you like a super genius? They normally don't take in students younger than 15. Izuku nodded and cringed internally. He didn't want to make it look as if he was bragging about it. They took interest in me, so they got me in as soon as the school year ended and this one here started. So you haven't had any vacation? Lessons start in 4 days. Izuku shook his head. No vacation, but I don't really mind. I can do so much more here than the small high school back home. The girl nodded. I basically jumped at the chance to get out of Kyoto. Not that I don't miss my family, it's just the better diploma and getting the chance to build some inventions. Izuku smiled knowingly and walked out of the elevator once it stopped. So are there any other students here yet? She shook her head. Most of them are still back home. They always come back around 1 or 2 days before school starts up. I'm here early because my job offered me a ride back here if I worked for that plane ride. She nudged him. What were you making in the plane? I always saw you with some headphones on along with those computers. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. It was a program for my robot. His medical vocabulary was way too hard to understand at times, so I had to dummy them down a bit. He walked next to her. She tilted her head to him. Robot? A medical one? They don't really have a lot of those around, which actually is surprising. I know, right? You would think that some more funded hospitals would have some of those robots around, but they don't. But I understand that the workers there wouldn't want them out of a job, would we now? He began muttering. You're muttering that cute? She said shamelessly. Izuku got very red. We're here, I'll see you around. Can you show me your phone real quick? He held his phone in front of hers. She softly tapped her phone with his and a notification popped up. Jun Ito would like to add you to her contacts. Do you accept? Yes or no? It said, tapping the yes option. Jun's phone made a beep noise. Just text me if you ever need help with something. She said before walking into the office across the administration. Will do, Ito-san. He called out before walking into his destination. One of the secretaries stood up and waved at him from her desk. You're one of the new younger students, right? You don't really look like it. You look old. Are you sure that you're like 14? One of her colleagues next to her groaned softly, "Don't be so energetic, you're going to scare him." Her colleague joked, "Come sit here, we have a lot to discuss." Izuku smiled nervously, "I'm one of the new students, yes, Izuku Midoriya." He made his way and shook their hands, and sat down in the comfortable seat. "All we need is your majors and minors for the next 2 years, along with any requirements you'd like for your dorm. We got the message that you'll hand in your quirk details next week or so." Izuku nodded. "What's the max of majors I can do?" he questioned. "Unlimitless, as long as you can keep up with them." The energetic secretary answered, "I'd like to major in engineering and mechanics along with minoring in biology and chemistry, along with the support course." "That's a lot. You sure you take it?" the comms secretary asked. Izuku nodded determined. "If I couldn't take it I wouldn't have been here," he said and smiled at the man brightly. "I can make everyone and myself proud." The man instantly cheered up. "If you say so, kid. If you can't, don't be a stranger and tell us about it." The energetic secretary smiled at the student. "I'm Rikuto and this is Yate, the calm one." He smiled at each of them. "I wanted to ask, is there a common workshop?" They nodded, and the energetic Rikuto spoke up. "There is a common workshop, but most engineering students get a pass they have to share with 4 fellow students for the time you're here, which you'll receive along with the requirements for your dorm, if you have any." "As for the dorm, what kind of specific requirements do you mean?" "Things such as snacks, vegetables, water from the tap is drinkable, any basic shampoo." Which, by the way, students receive a monthly package for their needed things. Izuku nodded and pulled out his notebook and began to write down a bunch of things. "Are there any 7-Elevens around?" Yate nodded. "We'll give you some documents. You need to read and sign along with the map around the academy." Rikuto spoke up. "We also have a uniform for the workshops, but we have your size when you send in your document. It'll be given you when along with the list you just gave." He smiled brightly again. "Thanks." He held the documents in his hand. "Anything else I need to do?" Yate shook his head. "Not that I know of. Have a good day, Midoriya-kun." He waved them goodbye and exited the room, noticing that June was outside leaning against the wall. "So, what did you choose as your major?" "A few." He rubbed the back of his neck as he walked to the elevator with her. "What floor are you on?" "You." 35. Is that close to the workshops?" "Student workshops are on the 40th floor, close enough." She shrugged and pressed their floor's numbers. "You didn't answer my question though." Izuku smiled nervously. "I'm going to do engineering, mechanics and the support course as a major, which the subjects they all have in common will be taught by the hardest major. Along with the minor majors are chemistry and biology." "You really are a genius." She breathes out. He shook his head modestly. I get called that a lot. I never really got comfortable with it." She nodded. "I don't really get that, but wait, how tall are you?" "I just noticed." He shuffled next to her 5 feet 5 inches frame, 165 centimeters. "I'm 5 feet 9 inches, I mean it's not that tall. Doctor says that I'm still growing but you know." He began to stutter when she pressed herself against him. "I literally reach your shoulders, Midori. How can you be so tall at 14? She said. "And you're still growing." She sighed. "Share some centimeters, please." "I can't do that," he said, beet red in the face. "Why, you know biology works." "Of course I do. I major in both engineering and biology, no minors though. I already have my hands full with being a workshop supervisor. There is a chance you'll be stationed at mine. Someone just graduated and a space filled up, along you being a literal genius and with our bit more upgrades tools. The chance you'll be in my station is big." The elevator dinged. "That's my floor. I'll talk to you later, Ito-san." "Have a nice night," he said and walked out. Taking the carabiner from his breathe loops, he held up the little chip and his door slid open. He grinned at this. "I love the technology here," he thought. Checking his phone, seeing that Shoto and Kaken were already spamming him to join the call, he quickly dashed to his desk and immediately unlocked his computer, hearing the calling notification and sound ring. Clicking on accepting the call, first thing he heard was, "Finally, Deku, took your DMN time," Bakugo said, sneering at his camera. "Sorry, was held up." Is it another girl? They do that a lot with you. Shoto remarked from his screen. He shoved his head on his hands and groaned, turning red immediately. Where are your priorities, broccoli boy? Kaken basically barked. Now, we can't blame him, he's the ladies' man. Shoto teased the older kid. Izuku's jaw dropped in faked betrayal. I see how it is, you traitor. I'm surprised that you acknowledge me being alive and not here as a ghost. Rolling his eyes, it's just a theory, just like how your hair is made out of leaves. Todoroki changed the subject. So your quirk. You're the second person to say that. He pouted and grabbed a hammer from his toolbox. This, he said and showed it, reshaping it into a big Lego piece. A molding quirk. Side effects are a sore throat and runny nose, but only after excessive use, or that's what Uncle Shield said. The David Shield? All Might's old sidekick? Katsuki questioningly barked out. Izuku nodded, trying to come up with a subtle lie. He's one of my guardians here. He saw my potential? Does this mean you always have a weapon with you? Shoto asked. Izuku nodded. Technically yes, and the side effects are all I know. Maybe there is a positive one. He shrugged. You guys want to see my dorm? It's pretty spacey and I have it for myself. He said and held up the camera drone, which is meant to follow him when activated and linked with another chip on his carabiner. Yes please, are you sure Bakugo isn't too loud? Izuku nodded. The rooms are soundproof. I tested it with my cousin earlier, it nullifies any sounds. Bakugo snorted. If you just weren't such a cinnamon roll. Izuku looked at the camera confused but shook his head, activating the drone and hearing Bakugo shout at him through its speakers, confirming that it works. So here is the bedroom, he said, opening a door where a small two-person bed was placed, a closet along with an empty clothing rack next to it, a mirror placed against the wall and a great view on the campus. He let the robot do a quick 180 and left the room into the common one. Here is the common area. The TV is a hologram. Same thing just like my computer. Small couch, coffee table. I placed my desk by the window, and the kitchen has a small island where I eat. He said and shrugged. I'm not going to show my bathroom, it's not that big anyways, just a sink, toilet, and a shower. He describes and sat back down at his desk. That would be a good apartment to start in. He could hear Shoto say from the drone. Can I sleep over? I can shout as much as I want. Kaken joked. The three guys laughed when they heard Mitsuki shout from the background, you better not do that now. I think my dad will visit soon, scoping out for some freshly graduated students. I think he said. Shoto said. Sometimes I forget your dad is the number 2 hero. Bakugo sighed. Shoto shrugged. Do you like romance novels? Just a theory. Katsuki was speechless and turned red before he could turn off his camera. Izuku snickered. You don't have to hide, we already know. So I was right. Shoto said and quickly wrote something down. Izuku just sent him a confused look and mentioned the time. Don't you have to give in your laptop, Kaken? Yes, I actually have to go right now. Old hag can't stop spamming my phone. He said, volume slowly increasing over time. Don't call your mom an old hag. Izuku scolded. All he could see was Bakugo sarcastically wave when his mom bursted through his door. He hung up shortly after that. Now Izuku and Shoto were left alone. So, what happened? Izuku said, breaking the sudden silence. I had an older brother, his name was Toya. He sighed. My parents got in a car wreck when they were in their younger years. I think that Fuyumi was 3 years old and at a daycare. Izuku paid very close attention to his friend's body language. He didn't seem uncomfortable or anything, as if he turned off any emotion. The car wreck was set up, Toya was kidnapped, and never to be found anymore. He was presumed to be dead. He said with no emotion. My condolences. Izuku said dumbly, what was he even supposed to say? Is he even processing it correctly? He begins to think. Shoto clenched his jaw and nodded. We would just like to let you know, you're family to us after all. Izuku smiled brightly at him, not his usual brightest but good enough. You're like a little brother to me, Shoto. Don't get sappy on me, you're going to sound like Katsuki-san. Shoto mocked. They laughed. I got to go now, I have a long day tomorrow. Izuku said softly. I'll see you later, as in person. I'm going to nag Dad until he lets me join him. Shoto jokes, whilst not joking at the same time. Izuku chuckled and waved before hanging up. Standing up, he did a few stretches and walked into the bathroom. Making sure he showered, brushed his teeth and flossed. Stripping off of his comfortable plain clothes, he changed into his usual pajamas, Nike basketball shorts and a white tank top. Checking his phone before he went to bed, he raised his eyebrows. Curiously, Jun Ito has sent you a message. You down for a quick workshop tour? You can show me your robots you talked about after. Jun Ito had sent just a few minutes before he slipped in his warm bed. I'm down for it, but my place is a mess right now, so you can't judge me. He sent back. I would never, she texted back with an offended emoji. There is an old-fashioned diner nearby. Want to meet up for dinner then? Then head to the workshop? I'm down. He sent before closing his phone, and quickly after that, his eyes. Chapter 12. Izuku's arm automatically stopped the sound when he heard his alarm go off. Groggily, he sat up from his bed and went to pick his phone up. What? Looking at his nightstand, what used to be his alarm appeared to have turned into a ball. It was his quirk. Did he have such a little self-control over it? He looked at his hands, deciding to better not touch his phone. What do quirk users use when they can't have their quirk under control? Most of them wore gloves. What if he could use his quirk with whatever he touches? Maybe the gloves will give him a false sense of security. He ranted in his mind, not noticing how loud he actually was mumbling. I need to keep the mumbling to quiet down or stop in general. He thought, sound-nullifying walls are scary and wouldn't help his habit. He breathed in as he stretched next to his bed, trying to not think about his quirk at all. He'll buy the gloves later, or maybe his uncle had some. He walked to his fridge and opened it, taking note of how much actually is in it, including water, milk, melon soda, typical American drinks, and best of all, jelly coffee. Just what I needed. He mumbled and opened the cold water bottle. Taking a drink from it, he heard a knock. With a confused look on his face, he reached for the door and pressed a button to open it up. Good morning. An overly cheerful June said, good view. She noted quietly when she took in the tall boy, very happy with his pajamas. The boy turned red when he noticed June's wander off. Good morning, what can I do for you? June held up the package. They dropped it off at mine cause I'll be supervising our workshop, along with some stuff for you. She said, where can I put this? Izuku turned and looked at the room. Come on in, you can put it in the kitchen. He said and walked in, June following after him. She placed the box on the kitchen island. Thank you, Ito-san. He said, slightly embarrassed at his lack of clothing. Do you also happen to know where the cafeteria is? He asked, having not checked the map they gave him yesterday. June smiled at him. Yes, I know where. I could wait here while you dress up? She offered and looked around. Is that your robot? She asked excitedly and jumped to the robot. Wally, this is Ito-san. The girl frowned and waved the name away. You can call me June. I'm partially American. I'm more used to first name anyways. The greenette made sure that the robot was present enough to keep the girl busy. Only if you call me Izuku. He smiled brightly and walked into his room. Looking at the outfit he set ready before entering the plane, he happily picked up the green all-might shirt, noticing that it's only a bit tight, his black breathes and black Nike shoes, along with his white socks. Now to accessorize, he grabbed his gray glasses, put his watch on his wrist, and looked in the mirror. Stupid hair, he muttered. You should cut your hair if it annoys you. June pointed out from the living room. Didn't know I spoke that loud. Sorry, and maybe I should. He began to think of haircuts. He quite frankly had his current haircut for ages, only snipped it a bit when it got too long. I should. He confirmed, walking out of the bedroom only to bump into the door. I forgot it does that, he said, sounding a bit annoyed. He gulped a bit when he heard something getting inflated. Oh no. He muttered. He pressed the door open to see Baymax already making way towards the green bean. Hello, I am Baymax. The white robot said, and waved in a small circle. Your personal healthcare companion. I heard a sound of distress. What seems to be the trouble again? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku gulped, taking note of how his robot remembers his name. Did he really hurt himself that much? Nothing, Baymax. Just stubbed my toe. A quick scan will do it. The robot said and quickly took a look at him. A human body appeared on the robot, highlighting the toe in red. Your toe will heal on itself. Here is a lollipop for complying. Baymax said and took a lolly out of nowhere and held it out for him. He pushed his glasses back and reluctantly accepted the lollipop. Thank you, Baymax. He grumbled and put it in his mouth. Anytime, Izuku Midoriya. He said and walked back into his charging pad only to deflate. What the F did I just witness? Is that the robot you were working on? Does it have an exact layout of your body? What did it mean by again? Does it have something to do with the scars on your shoulder? I bet it does, although it looks more like an eagle did it, not a chicken. Why does he look so familiar? She bombarded him with questions. He felt overwhelmed and his mind went blank, only to reboot himself and answer her questions. You witnessed my robot taking care of me. That's the robot where I am adding extra programs on. It has the basic anatomy book installed on him. It does have something to do with talents. He shivered remembering the pain once his adrenaline rush was over. He is the real-life robot version of an old movie from Disney. He answered and took a deep breath once he finished. We'll have to discuss this. She stood her ground, but we should get to breakfast now. Take the dark blue card from the box. I'll show you the workshop after, and around town after that. She ranted. Izuku, following her words, quickly rummaged through the box and quickly found the dark blue card in a mini pocket on the side. Got the card. He mumbled and straightened his back waiting for instructions. June smiled at him. Let's get our breakfast. She squealed and walked out of his room. Do the doors lock on their own? He quickly asked to make sure his pockets had everything he needed, wallet, earbuds, his mini notepad in his back pocket, and phone with sound on in his right pocket. Clicking the carabiner to his breathe loops, with his door key on, student ID and now his workshop card by a little hole in the top corner. Nope. Make sure you lock it. They made an unique algorithm in every chip. One number wrong and the authorities are alerted. It happened once. She shrugged and waited outside for him. He closed the door behind him and pressed his chip against the scanner. Hearing a click, he followed June into the elevator. Oh, let's take a picture. I need to let my peers know about the new genius. She said and held up her phone. Izuku cleared his throat. Maybe a mirror picture will do? There is an obvious height difference. He said, trying to not sound rude. June nodded. Smart guy. She said loudly before aiming her phone up to the elevator wall that was covered in mirrors. Izuku gave his good smile to the phone as he heard silent clicks go off. He took a sneaky look at June smiling happily. His heart clenched. He already made a friend, a great. What? He could feel it in his gut, that she would be a friend to keep. All done. Do they look good? Of course we do, we'd look good together. She wiggled her eyebrows at him teasingly. The green-haired boy's face turned red. Tea together? He stuttered out. Hearing a ding, he quickly walked out of the elevator. Her being close in such a range wasn't an easy thing to avoid, since she basically clings to you. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes and continued to tease the guy. Are you saying we don't? She pouted and wrapped his arm in a hug, making sure her upper area was pressed against his arm. The boy basically had shut down. A second time in less than an hour. You're going to be the death of me. He thought. Oh, I know I will be. She said, smirking at him before releasing his arm, but grabbing his wrist instead. Anyways, cafeteria is this way. She said before dragging him there. Are the other students arriving today? He asked curiously, trying to ignore his screaming red face. The energetic girl nodded. They'll be arriving later tonight, so all the good food is still here. Izuku perked up at that. I have something to do at 1300, so you'll have me until then. I'll have you till then? The girl teased. Geez, you're going to be tied with midnight now. He said quietly. The pink-haired girl took note of that. You met Midnight? She's like the R-rated hero. She said with her mouth open. Izuku nodded. She told me to call her Midnight-chan, and said that the glasses sealed the deal? He said somewhat questioningly. She's not wrong about the glasses. He could hear June whisper. June. He whispered loudly with an accusing tone. She just grinned and shrugged. Here is the cafeteria. There is a board with food options, a few from every culture of the students here. Homesickness is kind of a big deal on a very secured island. You can't just go in and out here. She pointed to a bunch of machines. You scan it with your student ID, your balance is on there. With your scholarship here you'll get something on your card every month. She listed off and walked to the machines. Izuku's mouth watered at the options. Sushi? I think yes. Katsudon? I think yes. Miso soup? I think yes. He quickly selected all of his wished food and selected the glass of water and melon soda. The vending machine dropped his drinks and the screen notification popped up. Find a seat and relax. Your food will be done in 5 to 10 minutes. It will be brought by a robot. He read. I knew they used robots here. He said proudly and got dragged by June. This is our workshop table, hence the dark blue color. It doesn't have that many seats cause we're the most award-winning of the academy, only a select people will be here. Which congrats by the way, they really recognized your stuff Izuku. She said. Izuku blushed at the given information, only a selection of people get to sit here. Why does the red table have a few seats too? They're the same as ours, just more biology-wise, they have labs. But I also do chemistry and biology. He said under his breath. Yes, but you minor in them, right? That's why you're here, you'll probably get a key to the laboratorium too. She shrugged. That's a lot of keys. Izuku said dumbfounded. Well, that's a lot of majors. She jabbed back, taking a seat. He followed after her, sitting across from her. He just shrugged meekly and opened his melon soda. Unlocking his phone, checking the rest of his messages. AM with David today, see you later. His uncle sent him. Is getting his quirk really such a big thing? He questioned. Did All Might's priority really him? Or was it an overdue visit for his Uncle Shield? You're muttering. June said with an interesting look on her face. What was that about All Might? His body froze. His uncle said to not let anyone know of his family connections, as it can be used against him as leverage. Nothing, just a post about him. He muttered and looked up when a robot rolled next to him. He placed his chosen food in front of him and joined his hands by his chest and whispered a itadakimasu before digging in his food. He let them slip after taking the first bite and he could hear June choke on her food. They looked at each other. Izuku looked at June, horrified. As June looked at him in shock, then her face of shock turned into a teasing grin. You could make a lot more noises of that when I'm around. It was his turn to choke on his food, too straightforward. He whispered and took a sip of his water to avoid coughing. Suddenly his glass turned into a round ball with the water trapped inside of it. He buried his head into his arms. Do you know where to buy gloves? He asked through a muffled voice. June giggled. I'll show you where later. You should turn your ball back into a glass though. It has gotten faster than yesterday. I don't know if I like this yet. He said and turned it back into its original shape, only spilling a bit of water. You just need to know how to keep it passive, June pointed out. Like mine used to. If I focus on big parts or mechanics, a projection in my mind takes it apart. As a kid I couldn't close it. She said and shook her head. Then I learned how to put it off at will. She then shrugged. I think it's safer for me to wear gloves now. Izuku argued. The girl simply just nodded and continued eating her food. So this is the workshop? It looks bigger than I thought, only us being with 4. Izuku reasoned. We're award-winning students with hella potential. Of course we have a big space. Blasting space is in that corner. She pointed to the hazard sign and Izuku snickered remembering Kaken's door. Everyone basically has a trolley for their tools. The pink-haired girl turned to the tall boy. Welcome to the nerd lab. Izuku raised his eyebrows amused. Just wait until you get your nickname. Cyborg will take care of that. She said and grinned at him. He gulped. Should I be scared? Not really, it isn't that bad, until you do something really small and it'll come back to haunt you by your given nickname. She mumbled. Izuku nodded. Can we get the gloves now? He rubbed the back of his neck. I don't want to break anything. June snorted. Sure, anyways, it's close to 1200, so we'll have to hurry for those gloves and get you to your appointment. These would do. June said dig the young Midoriya black gloves that sit tight around his hand until the end of his palm. He pulled them on and flexed his hand in them. We're engineers. Thin gloves from the best material around is good to not hinder work and handle an explosion or two. The pink-haired girl explained. The green-haired boy uncharacteristically pulled June into a hug. Thank you for helping me here, though I'd be lost. He whispered once he felt the girl relax. What would you do without me? She teased. He released the girl and rolled his eyes. I wouldn't know. He jabbed back and nudged her shoulder. Checking his watch and noticing it's 12:30, he clapped his hands. I gotta pay and leave for the central tower. Do you need me to walk back to the academy with you? He offered. The girl grinned at his offer. It was really tempting to take. You don't have to, but I'll leave you to it. Just follow the main street to the tower. You have a phone, just search it up. The pink girl said and walked out of the store. The boy smiled and walked up to the cashier and quickly paid for the gloves, pulling it on immediately. He opened his phone and quickly sent Melissa a text. Uncle Mike there yet? Yes, and I might have said something. That'll make your mom call you multiple times. Oh, tell me why when I'm there. I think it'll take a few more minutes. He sent before focusing on his surroundings. I got lost almost twice. Don't walk into random alleyways to get somewhere faster. He said as he entered his uncle's lab. Taking a quick scan of the room, he noticed that Sam wasn't around. Where's Sam? He questioned. I gave him a day off. The scientist said with a grin. He doesn't know about All Might's form. I'd like to keep it that way. The blonde uncle happily waved at him. Hello, young Midoriya. We have a lot to discuss, but show us your new quirk first. His uncle threw him the steel cube from yesterday. Izuku catched it and quickly took off his gloves, turning the cube into a knuckle duster. I couldn't keep it under control this morning. I've turned about 2 things into a ball. He admitted, turning the knuckle duster into a ball. Uncle Shield nodded at this information. Have you tried to turn it off? Izuku shook his head sheepishly. I thought it'd be a better idea to buy gloves instead. Melissa spoke up from next to the pro hero. What if you can use every part of your body to reshape it? Izuku facepalmed. The scientist sighed and gave him a look. There is a platform. Try to make some spikes or something. The boy followed the instructions and stood on the platform, focusing on taking the front part of the platform and turning it into spikes. Surprisingly it did, but it took a few more seconds. His uncle began writing it down on his notepad. Toshi stood admiring the boy, already thinking of what he'd be able to do if he had one for all. The hero had to tell him about the history of it first, of course. If Tsukachi didn't remind him, he'd 100% forget it. Izuku, can we talk somewhere in private? The hero said abruptly. His nephew gave him a questioning look. It's not about what Melissa told you, right? She hasn't even told me what she told you herself. The tall boy said. Toshinori laughed humorously. We'll have a talk about that too. The boy gulped and followed the #1 hero into a private soundproof room. What did I do? You didn't do anything yet. I'm sure now talk to you about the birds and the bees. The blonde cleared his throat as an attempt to stop the teen from turning red. I'm here to make you an offer, he said, and that caught the greenette's attention. What offer? You might want to sit down for this, Toshinori said and gestured at the couch. It's about my quirk. That sentence was the only thing that can send his nephew into a mumbling session without even missing a minute. All Might sighed and bonked the young teen on his head, attaining his attention immediately. Let me tell you, damn it. Izuku kept his mouth shut. A long time ago, when quirks were still appearing, there was a man with a quirk that allowed him to take quirks from another person. This man is All for One, building up his underground empire by giving the quirkless quirks and making them his lackeys. When his empire starts to grow, his younger brother, his quirkless younger brother, All for One just couldn't stand and lead an empire with such a weak brother. He forcibly gave his younger brother a quirk. But without either of them knowing, he had a dormant quirk. His quirk allowed him to give quirks to other people, which turned into a stockpile of quirks, a building that just receives more and more floors. I am the 8th wielder. I would like to offer you to be the 9th wielder. Izuku froze up when he heard the last sentence. Why you wanted me? To be the 9th wielder? He repeated as a stuttering mess. His uncle nodded. I saw the potential in you. Your dad told me to wait until your own quirk woke up. After a few quick-paced internal struggles, Izuku stood up and bowed to the man. "I accept," he said loud and clear. His uncle smiled at him. "Stop bowing, kid." He scolded, "I also need to tell your parents about the girl. She's just a friend," he said quickly, "although she tied with Midnight today." He mumbled. Blood spewed from the pro-hero's mouth. "Tied? With Midnight? You're in a mess, young Midoriya," the now buffed-up hero said. He quickly cleared his throat. "You're a proper vessel already. I'll be staying for a while to oversee your training. You'll have to send me your schedule later. I'll make sure it doesn't interfere with your academic time along with social life." The boy shone brightly. "That'll be good enough for me." Toshinori walked to a fridge and pulled out a smoothie. "Now drink this. I'm giving you my quirk willingly, which allows you to have it." "Does this mean it has your DNA in this?" the boy questioned. "It's better than hair. Trust me." The man deadpanned. Izuku took his word for it and began to drink his smoothie as he followed Uncle Toshi back into the room, waving brightly at his other uncle and his kid. "You told him about June," he said, playfully punching her shoulder. She squeaked. "It was accidentally. He asked where you were and saw you with June in the dorms. You're literally my neighbor. The walls are soundproof. Did something happen?" his uncle teased suggestively. Izuku nearly spit the smoothie out. "No." They bursted out laughing, except for a red Izuku who was drinking his smoothie. 3 hours later. "So you feel different?" the blonde hero asked curiously. The greenette shook his head. "Not really, I did turn off my molding quirk." "Thanks for that, Uncle Shield." The scientist nodded at him proudly. "I did a close-up scan on the cube when you mold it. It seems like you move it on a molecular level. So, if I shake an area of them, should I be able to make a mini tremor?" the boy questioned. The scientist nodded. "Theoretically you should, it'll take a lot of practice." The green bean looked at his uncle pointedly and handed him an empty paper. "Write it down before you forget. Dad told me to do this." The blonde face-bombed. "Of course he would," he said loudly. "I would totally forget though." He mumbled. "Anyways, young Midoriya, I was able to use it immediately. Let's go down and test it. Nice shirt by the way." Even though Izuku isn't that big of a fanboy for All Might, he still got red in the face. Of course he would notice the t-shirt. It was his face after all. They went down the elevator and ended up in an arena. "It absorbs the shocks when you fight," David Shield said as he pointed at the dummy in one of the corners. "It also records the strength." Izuku was in awe as he looked around the arena. It was a Greek type of arena, or Roman. The boy wasn't so sure of it. "Young Midoriya, clench your butt cheeks and yell this inside your heart, smash." The now buffed-up hero shouted and did his usual pose. His scientist uncle held up his phone and showed his dad. He immediately brightened up. "Hey Dad," he said, waving at the screen. His dad smiled. "Hey Zuku, don't listen to your uncle, don't smash anything. Try using only a bit of power. David, if you'd like to explain why." Shield still held up the phone. Since Toshi was quirkless, One for All had to adapt and give him the power needed to do justice. The quirk power multiplied by somewhat a lot when he got it. "I'm glad you got raised as a muscle machine, or else your limbs would have exploded." Izuku blinked a few times. "Oh," he stuttered out quietly. Taking off his watch, he grabbed one of the normal boxing gloves available. "So just punch it." The scientist nodded and moved behind a protective glass. "Ready when you are." Izuku started to focus 1% of his power into his fist. Pressure. How does pressure work again? Spread it across and feel less pressure. Keep it in one place and feel a lot of pressure? He decided to go with the latter and focused the power throughout his whole body. His body started to be covered by green lightning and red veins. Taking a breath in, he threw a punch at the dummy, making sure he felt comfortable and felt no strain. He upped the percentage to 5%. He grinned when he already had a name for the move, full cowling. He was starting to feel a strain right now. Deciding to end it quickly, he punched the dummy again. He nodded once he let go of the power and the lightning disappeared. The men came back and stood a few meters from him. One pack of a punch kid could knock out a human being with a normal skull. Izuku smiled and turned red. "Thank you." Checking his watch, he gulped. I am late. Apologies, but I have to go right now. He bowed before running into the elevator. Impatiently waiting for it to be at ground level, he quickly zoomed out. He took a breather and thought about what he just did. All he did was punch. What happened to his other senses? Did that get enhanced as well? He focused on one for all again. Full cowl, he thought in his head. Use of quirk was allowed on the island anyways. He began to run, looking around making sure he didn't hit anyone. He felt like the old-time comic hero, the Flash. He came to a quick stop around the corner of the academy, breathing as he leaned on his knees. Am I late? He muttered questioningly, and started to jog back onto the academy territorium, seeing multiple people walking through the gate in groups. This must be the rest of the students. He thought and pulled out his phone, wincing when he noticed a couple of missing messages from a certain pink-haired girl. Hey, where are you? People are coming now. Text me back now. That one was a more recent one. His thumbs immediately began moving. Sorry, got held back a bit. I'm on the corner of the street, too many people by the gate. I'll see you there, send your location. He quickly sent her his location and waited anxiously. After a minute or two, he could see June walked up to him. You're late, she said with a strict tone. You'll owe me a favor now. She grinned, her demeanor changing instantly. Izuku internally let out a sigh of relief. Should I really owe her a favor? Maybe, but is it reasonable? I understand, he said and bowed apologetically. He felt his head make contact with hers as he bumped into her. Sorry, Izuku stuttered out as he was very close to her face. He has cute freckles. She noted. Yeah, let's go, she said and grabbed his wrist. Chapter 13. They slid down into a booth at the old-fashioned American diner. They didn't have this around Nyuzudafu. Izuku said, fully endorsed in the bright colors. June chuckled and handed him one of the menus. His eyes brightened when he noticed the jukebox. Is it just like in the movies? He asked excitedly and got out a coin. You're just like a little child, she blurted out laughing. Izuku pouted at her. This is the first time for me. June slapped a hand over her mouth, trying to stop laughing harder. First time, huh? She teased. Izuku looked at her, confused. Did I say something wrong? He questioned. June must have looked like she was hyperventilating right now. Are you breathing? Oh dear, are you choking on something? Now she was wheezing. She dropped her head on her arms. Please stop, Izuku, you're making it worse. She laughed out. Izuku tilted his head. Oh, you're laughing at me. You said 2 dirty things in a span of 5 minutes. I didn't expect it from a cinnamon roll like you. But you being confused was 10 times funnier, she managed to say after she got her laughing under control. Izuku pouted at her and crossed his arms. I still don't know what's so dirty about asking if you were breathing. June rolled her eyes at the boy. A waiter came up. Can I take your order? I'll have my usual, the pink-haired girl said excitedly. I'll have a cheeseburger, with small fries along with a strawberry milkshake, Izuku said and placed the menu back in the holder. The waiter smiled. Will do. You guys are a great couple. Before Izuku could deny it, June placed her hand on his. Thank you. The couple's special dessert for you guys, the waiter said and walked to the back. Stop shutting down, he mumbled and turned into a strawberry. June started laughing again. We got a free dessert. Be happy, Izuchan, she teased. Izuku just groaned and dropped his head onto the table, softly. He doesn't want to look insane. I'm going to die here, right in my arms, she teased. You enjoy my suffering, he said, looking directly in her dark orange eyes. You're going to be worse than midnight. June laughed and mockingly liked her lips. Yes, she said with a sultry voice. Izuku just turned red again and returned to his previous position. Look, I'll cut it off for the rest of the dinner. I don't need you exploding on me, she said, taking a breath between her laughing. The boy just straightened his back and made eye contact with her. Just never do the lip thingy. I have PTSD. That got both of them turning into a laughing mess, quickly silencing when the waiter came with their food. You really do come around here a lot, he said. You said you wanted the usual. June nodded. Been my favorite spot since I first came here. Izuku took a bite and refrained from releasing again. I see why, he said after he swallowed his first bite. Oh, just you wait, the banana split is to die for. Izuku just grinned at her. Can't wait. You were absolutely correct about the banana split, Izuku said as they stepped in one of the vacant elevators. It was around 1900 now. Everyone would be in their student lounge or just in groups out before school would start in 2 days. June leaned over and pressed the workshop's floor. Duh, she simply said before unlocking her phone. Hey Izuku, did you know All Might was on the island? Yes, articles this morning said so. Oh, so that's what you're muttering about. I can only catch a few words of it this morning. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Muttering isn't a good habit of mine, used to disturb my classmates with it a lot, he said with a slight blush on his cheeks. He felt a jab in his side. I'll let the rest know about it. They'll make sure to bring headphones or earbuds next time. Izuku just chuckled nervously. What if they don't like him? What if he won't get a nickname? That'll say enough, he thought. He followed after June when he heard the ding. Quickly detaching the carabiner from his breathe loops and holding it up against the scanner, making sure he was scanned in. To his surprise, 2 other students were doing their routine checks before school started. Midoriya, meet the rest of the blue squad. June grinned. Huddle up, she somewhat shouted loudly. The 2 other students walked up to the duo, both of them analyzing Izuku. Hey new boy. A girl with a rich dark brown skin said. Setimo, she said and held out her hand. He shook it. Midoriya, your last name sounds Italian. A boy with gray skin held his hand out for his too. Bateman, he said with a British accent and a surprisingly hint of robustness. Izuku noticed black skin patches on his forearm. He grew excited. Is that part of your quirk? And what's the robust voice? Do you have a voice mod inside your brain? Ranted, you must be cyborg, he concluded and shook the robot's hand. The gray guy laughed. Yes, I'm cyborg. The Italian next to me is Chef Yoshi. I'll explain the nickname later. The energetic woman next to you will all be our doom. That's Pinkie Pie. I'll explain that later too. Izuku grinned. Can't wait for the story. I think I already can find a nickname for him. Bateman whispered to Setimo. Yes, you can, Pinkie Pie interrupted. I'm going to bring you to your workspace, since I forgot to tell you that this morning. She finalized and dragged him to one of the corners. A sleek steel workbench stood, along with a tray filled with tools and empty cabinets. You might want to keep Baymax around, the pink-haired girl said and laughed a bit. There is a small kitchen in the student lounge for this floor. We caught her watching My Little Pony at 2 a.m. once, Cyborg shouted from his workbench. Izuku held his lips tight as he looked at the annoyed look on June's face. Deciding he can't keep it in, he bursted out laughing. Why, you were watching My Little Pony at 2 She blushed a bit. I was brain dead. I had just finished a month-long project, literally high on caffeine, she argued. June and I found Setimo making pasta while playing the retro Yoshi Crafted World game. You could hear a small thud after Bateman said that. Izuku raised his eyebrow and turned around, only to see the mad Italian slap the gray Brit with a wooden spoon. He decided to keep his laugh in, not wanting to get smacked by a wooden spoon. Chef Yoshi slowly turned to him. Don't make me get the slipper, she said once she heard him slap a hand over his mouth. Izuku gulped. No ma'am. Setimo brightened up after a hesitant second. Great. I'm assuming you 2 already ate. June and Izuku nodded, after getting teased for about 20 minutes. June said with a weird tone. Bateman cringed at that. That sounded so wrong. I can already see that this guy is the sweetest human being around. Bateman-kun, you're going to be the reason I will be surviving here, he preached. Don't get too happy yet, Midoriya-kun. We have 2 angry girls on our hands now, she said pointing to the 2. We'll be brothers and survive, he said and held his fist out. Izuku grinned and fist bumped the guy. Just don't let me die on the first day here. He gulped and looked at us slightly, said Pinkie Pie. Then smirked smugly. Sorry to leave you behind like that, Pinkie Pie, he teased, but quickly yelped once he felt someone pinch his arm. Ah, he shouted. Where is Baymax when I need him? He asked exasperatedly. Not here now, Izuchan, Stop calling me that. We discussed this. The green-haired boy whined. It's let's go lock up, I finished everything I had to, I don't know about you. Satimo said strictly. Everyone nodded and split ways. Izuku stood with them in the noticeably smaller elevator. Feeling June all pressed up against him, he just held his head high and avoided looking at her. He turned to take a look around. He was the tallest person from their workshop. Second tallest are Chef and Cyborg standing at a 5 foot. The shortest is June standing at a short 5. So you guys are on the same floor? He asked. Bateman nodded. We've been friends since last year. It's impossible to avoid June as a friend though. She'll keep ringing your bell until you come out and talk with her. Out of experience, that's true. Don't ever do that again though. Chef said and glared at the smaller girl. June paled a bit and leaped out when she heard a ding. Izuku laughed under his breath. Stop laughing, you dunce. He heard her shout from rushing out. And come with, I also need to show you something. He shot the two a look and Bateman just sent one back as if saying, good luck, mate. He sighed softly and stepped out of the elevator. Which room are you in? He questioned. 38B. He pressed on the button and the door opened, revealing a messy space. I thought my room was a mess. He commented. It was, mine is just messy, eh? She replied, appearing in the small hallway. I got an email earlier telling us about our current project. She dragged him to her common room, revealing a holographing board. She pressed a few buttons on the side and selected her projectos from Mr. High Up. We're making villain bots for the famous UA. She revealed. Izuku raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yurare? He stuttered out. The girl nodded. It's for their entrance exams. We'll be making good connections that way too. This is away from the academy to help us later. She explained. I'm going to tell Cyborg and Yoshi about it later when school starts. I just need your genius brain to know earlier, so you can already put a base plan for us. And me. He wanted to deny it, but he already knew of the plan, so he really couldn't reverse it now. Yes, I'll send you a summary of what they need. Good night now. She said and walked into her bedroom, leaving alone. He walked out of the dorm, already thinking of a way to action, but not going too far with fully blown planning. He needed to know what they required anyways. He walked back into the elevator and clicked on his floor. With a ding, he walked back into his floor's hallway, greeting Melissa on the way. Hey Melissa. Izuku-san. We need to discuss something about Uncle. She said and gestured to her dorm across from him. He nodded and followed her in her dormitory. What is it? He asked once she closed the door. I added you to my chip, if you need anything and you need to get your new power under control. Have you tried your quirk yet? It must have gone crazy. She said calmly. He shook his head. I've kept it off for the rest of today. He held up a cone and turned it into a mini Eiffel Tower. Although the molding is going so much faster now, I just have to think about it. And I used full cowling to get here in around 2 minutes. He explained. Melissa nodded. You're going to break your bones, your body might be a good vessel. Just don't use 100% yet. Izuku nodded. Thank you for your concern. Can we watch Wall-E? He asked. Well, you did say I have no choice. You do, but you can't really say no either. He pointed out. She sighed and smiled at him. Cast it to my TV. He smiled and moved to her couch. How did you clean everything already? My dorm is literally a mess. I actually took time for it today. You just got back from your date. D-date? And no, we were just having dinner and she showed me around, he argued. If you say so. She teases with a singing voice. He rolled his eyes and started to cast his favorite all-time movie. Then he suddenly got called. He quickly excused himself and walked into the kitchen. Midoriya? He answered. Izuku-san. You need to help with my maths. Mina deadpanned. He face-bombed at his forgetfulness. I'll need to excuse myself, call you in 5 minutes, make sure you have your books with you, and send the names of it to me. He said before hanging up. Walking back into the living room, he saw Melissa on the couch asleep. You weren't planning on watching? He asked, faux betrayal. He just snickered and draped a blanket over her before leaving the room, making sure to lock it before hurrying into his own. He quickly turned on his computer and FaceTimed Mina, turning on his drone as he walked to the kitchen. Izuku-san. The drone said. Hey Mina-san. Sorry about that, I got wrapped up in settling in and making new friends and it dashed. You can tell me the juicy stuff later. I need help with this test. She said and started listing off all that she needs help with. They both came to an end. Thank you. I really needed help, I'll let you know how much I scored tomorrow. How are you settling in? She questioned. Izuku smiled at the camera. I'm doing fine, I just need to clean up this mess before school starts. Along with getting groceries, but the vending machine down the hall is so handy. So much melon soda. That's great. Got any juicy gossip? My quirk woke up and I now know how to use it. He said and grabbed his steel cube that he got, turning it into a knuckle duster. I have a bunch of other things with it as well, enhanced speed, strength, reflexes and all. You name it. He said excitedly. The pink person smiled at him. That's great. Any girls? She teased. He sighed. When I was in the plane, a stewardess kept helping me, that's June. I'm in the same workshop with her. And she will not stop teasing me. He saw Mina shrug as he walked to his mini fridge. Tease her back. That isn't a bad idea. But it'll just encourage her, he said and took out his melon soda. Mina. She's tied with Midnight. Mina shivered from her seat. Tied? Oh dear, you're in for a ride. And you'll be there for 2 years with a Midnight. He could already hear Shoto go. Midnights are everywhere, there is no escaping. He snorted. At least Bateman will help me survive. Bateman? He's some kind of cyborg, I had to keep from asking questions about his quirk. He said, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the black patches on his skin. I'll also ask him about the teasing back stuff, he knows her longer than I do. That's smart. But I have to go to sleep now. Our time zones only differ a bit, but it's still late. You should go to bed too. She lectured and waved before she hung up. Deciding she was right, he put away his melon soda and walked into the bathroom, brushing his teeth and trying to brush his hair. Deciding it wasn't worth the pain, he unlocked his phone and searched up places where he'd cut his hair. Stripping, he jumped into the shower, taking a quick look at the scars on his shoulders. He wondered how the blonde was doing and where she was. Could she be on herself out on the streets? Or did she get taken in? He shook the thought from his head. Quickly dressing in his pajamas, he hit his bed and knocked himself out. Chapter 14. 0930. He sat down in front of the comm. The older man cleared his throat. Your test results came in, as you remember you had to make 3 before you enrolled here. Izuku nodded, the man continued. These were all the end exams of each year. You passed the first one in flying colors, and the other 2 you wrote down that you haven't studied this yet. Which means that we'll be placing you with the rest of HS2, or grade 11 as most know. When you finish studying here, you'll basically have finished high school. Just 1 other year. Which shouldn't be a big deal with the school plan you have submitted. Izuku nodded and repeated the plan he had submitted. Finish the academy here, enroll in a first-year hero course in UA through the entrance exam. Yate nodded. Correct, we have analyzed your plan and have agreed with it. Your schedule will be edited and you'll be enrolled in the classes tomorrow morning. Just make sure to catch up to your majors. The support course is very happy to have you, although you just have to make the items in the workshop you and your fellow engineers share. For your final exam you will have to present it to your teacher. Izuku agreed to the terms. Support course will just send me mails about my tasks? What about chemistry and biology? They have just sent you their catching up videos, along with the books of last year if you would like to read. The tablet you have received has all of the books you need for this year. Don't be afraid to ask your fellow students for help. The man said. Izuku smiled brightly at the man before bowing at him. Thank you for the help. When will I see my schedule? Around 12:30. The videos your chemistry and biology teachers have sent are supposed to be around 1 to 2 hours long. I have estimated that you'll be done studying nearly everything by the end of today. The man said, confident in the green-haired boy. The boy brightened at that even more. Thank you for the confidence in me, sir. He said before bowing and leaving the room. He had submitted his documents that he needed to read over and sign, which just included workplace safety and stuff he'd need this school year. Schedule will come in at 12:30, we'll send you it then. He texted his uncle All Might. Great young Midoriya. He replied. Izuku raised his eyebrow when he got added to a group chat. Do you accept the Blue Club invite from Jun Ito? It said. The boy quickly placed together what it meant and accepted the invite. That didn't take as much time as I thought. Anyways, Izuku-kun, workplace meeting at 11:30. Project I told you about. Jun texted. He ran a hand through his hair. I'll be on time, I need to get a haircut first. He replied, letting her know. Told you. She replied. Leave the poor guy alone, Pinkie Pie. Bateman suddenly texted. You already met him first, I'm feeling bad for him. Does everyone have their schedule yet? Yes, Chef texted at the same time as Jun. I'm getting mine at 12:30, small change, am in your grade now. Izuku said and left the campus. He passed a store and checked himself in the mirror. He was wearing his light tan breathes, a shirt underneath the dark tan vest and his black glasses on his nose. He was happy he was wearing his black Nike shoes. He especially was happy that his dad helped him with his fashion style. Congrats. Cyborg had sent, Jun following right after. Thanks. I'll see you guys later. He sent and closed his phone, sliding it in his pocket. He kept walking down the street enjoying the sun. Turning around the corner he noticed the barbershop and walked in. He walked out of the store. The barber had complimented his style as a real gentleman style. He just thanked the barber and let him cut his hair. They had small talk. Izuku didn't stutter once, which was a great thing. He rubbed the back of his head. He definitely liked the new undercut, but it just feels different. Same with how much shorter it really is now. Normally it's a huge bush. Would Mina-san still think it's a bunch of leaves? He quickly checked his watch. 1100. He had enough time to spare and took this as a chance to wander around. He met a few wandering heroes, but you couldn't imagine his surprise when he basically saw his uncle Enji walk around in his hero suit. Enji-san. He shouted and waved at him. It took him a few tries to get his attention away from his fans. Izuku-kun. How are you doing? He said, prying himself off of his fans, pulling the boy into a hug. You've grown. Your head is to my shoulders now. The man laughed. Who knows, you'll be my height later. The man said, amused. Oh, I will be, don't you worry about that. I heard you got your quirk. Would you mind showing it to me later? The number 2 hero asked. Shoto could come along too. He said he wanted to surprise you, but that's impossible. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Hero Forum said you arrived with a kid. How did he think I'd be surprised? His father sighed. Just don't trigger him with any supernatural idea. He had interrogated me if I got my quirk from the sun themselves. The man said, irritated. Izuku bursted out laughing. He quickly checked his watch. 11:20. Enji-sen, I have to go now, but I'll text you later. I have a meeting with some classmates. Enji ruffled the green hair. Nice haircut, kid. See you later. He said and walked off, only to get swarmed by fans again. Izuku activated his full cowling at 5% and started running in the middle of the street, making sure to not hit or get hit by any cars, and in a few minutes he arrived at the gate. Quickly shaking his hair, making sure it isn't swept all the way back by the wind. Quickly walking into the somewhat crowded elevator, he pressed the button to the 40th level. He patiently waited as he leaned against the metal wall. It took a total of 5 minutes, until every person got off at their floor. He was now alone. He stepped out and scanned his way into the room, already hearing bickering. He stood next to Chef. Are they always like this? He questioned with a confused look. They have been arguing over the last extra bowl of pasta for about 8 minutes. Yours is in the microwave we put in the corner there, she said and pointed to one next to the entrance. When did this get here? This morning. We submitted a request for a mini kitchen last year. We finally got it because they looked at how many hours we actually spend here. Setimo explained. Thank you for the food. Does this have cream in it? OMG, you're the Italian equivalent to my mom. Izuku unconsciously ummed when he took the first bite. That stopped Jun's arguing. She looked at Bateman. Told you he did that. Izuku looked at her confused. Do what? I told you. She hissed to the robot. Nothing, Izuku-kun. He shrugged and continued eating. When are you going to start? He asked Jun. Jun pushed Bateman off of her. Now. They act like siblings. Izuku whispered to the Italian and snickered. Can you teach me how to make this sometime? He asked. Chef Yoshi nodded at him. The gray-skinned boy sat next to the others as June opened a hologram. We'll be making villain prototypes for the UA entrance exam. Requirements is that it's made from dash, June began her explaining. We have also been given their points. For the one-pointer, we need a lot of open spaces, rectangular shape for the body, arms just the same, where the examinees have to disable them, quick but fragile, they need to be kind of slow, with cannons just like yours, Triss. You have cannons? Izuku asked him. He nodded and swiftly turned his arm around like a revolver opening its AMA compartment. Only his revealed a cannon. How do you reload? I have a small ammo compartment, I'm just happy I learned how to use it, or else I'd be a walking gun not knowing how to work. Holy chips! The three of them bursted out laughing. Why, you're too pure. June stammered out, whilst trying to breathe. Bateman started to brush away his laughing tears. Even Setimo would cuss. But you find a way around it. He bursted out into another laughing fit. Izuku pouted. I will not cuss. He stood his ground. That just entertained the three of them even more. Can you please continue, June? I have a meeting later. He whined. Okay. June regained her breath. Second pointers, looks like a scorpion, 3-eye scanners, for legs, all of them legs need padding. For the 3 points, we need a more compact but agile robot. They asked for wheels in this one, 3 small scanners as eyes. Cannons on shoulders. Some kind of mouthguard shaped by the eyes. Is that understood? The 3 nodded. June clapped her hands. Let's start with the design and go from there. I'll be doing the 0-pointer, which is freaking huge. Chef Yoshi, the 1-point robot, Izuku, the 2-pointer robot, and for our cannon man I'm assigning you the 3-pointer. Understood? Understood. The 3 voiced back. June grinned. Great. Another thing, Izuku, why were you photographed hugging, talking and having a whole butt family reunion with the number 2 hero? I actually was wondering that too. Setimo commented. He's an uncle figure of mine, I'm best friends with his son, and close ones with his other kids, he explained, rubbing the back of his neck as he felt all of the 6 eyes pointed at him. What the Kazo? Setimo said loudly. The F dash. June. Izuku winced at the loud voices. Yeah. He trailed off. He never had to keep his relation with the Todorokis a secret. He actually once had a rumor going on that he was Endeavor's love child. With the amount of times they were spotted in public, if he didn't know better he would suspect that Shoto said it. He unlocked his phone and sent his uncle Shield a text. Could I use the training arena today? His uncle replied only a few minutes after. Added your name to the list, you'll get a card at the entrance. That'll give you clearance to the open training facilities while you're here. The man replied. Izuku shook his head. Of course he had to get a card for it. At this rate he'll have a whole collection. He felt a pair of eyes piercing the back of his head. He turned around and sent a questioning look at the pink-haired girl. She just shook her head. Like your hair, Izuku-an. Izuku smiled brightly. Thank you, June. Who were you texting? My uncle. Am I being interrogated? Maybe, probably yes. She replied. Bateman and Setimo just looked at each other, sighing softly. Leave the boy alone. Cyborg scolded. After a somewhat intense staring battle, June sighed and left the subject alone. Fine. Izuku sent the cyborg a thanking look. The cyborg just nodded at him. Izuku reopened his phone and sent Enji a text and time, also telling him to get Shoto in his training clothes. He closed his phone and smiled awkwardly at the trio, checking the time, 12:15. I have an appointment later, and have to study now, if you'll excuse me. He said and waved before walking out of the room and into the elevator. The trio just looked at each other. This guy has mad connections. June said, breaking the silence. The cyborg nodded. I thought I had a lot, but he just comes in and drops that on us. Setimo just smacked both of them on their heads. Now, let's get a base plan before you forget it again. She said, emphasizing on again, and making sure June saw her looking. June held her hands up in surrender. Izuku grinned happily once he saw the 2 Todorokis enter the building. He had been chatting with the receptionist before that. Then just said, Shoto-kun. he said and did his handshake with the boy. How have you been, Shoto? Izuku asked excitedly. I haven't been sleeping. He deadpanned. So many theories I can't keep up. Enji and Izuku shared a look at each other and then at the boy. Shoto, what kept you up this time? If you have 2 quirks. Izuku's sweat dropped. Shoto, everyone only has 1 quirk. Enji scolded. The green-haired boy quickly recomposed himself. Let's go so I can demonstrate the quirk I have, he said and scanned himself in, waiting for the Todorokis in the elevator, swiftly sending his new schedule to the number 1 hero. They quietly listened to Shoto's crazy theory, knowing that intervening would just raise his suspicion. They all stepped out of the metal box and into the Roman-styled Colosseum. Here is where I get trained by AP.T, the gym part is on another side. Why are you getting trained? Shoto asked. My quirk, it enhanced overnight, so I had to get it checked out. They said it was from it being so inactive is just had to be active for a bit. Izuku shrugged. You wearing your training clothes under that? Shoto nodded and pulled his backpack off of his shoulder. Wait, I needed to take a selfie with you guys as proof, Izuku said quickly, turning his phone on, opening the camera app, and taking a selfie with Shoto throwing up peace signs. Do you always have to crouch down with fans? Izuku asked. Enji nodded. It's really annoying sometimes, he mumbled. Shoto continued stripping to his training clothes. I trained with Dad, even more now that you left Muzutafu, he said with a neutral tone. Good. He grinned and took a few steps away to create some space between the two, activating full cowling. Izuku looked at the pieces of wood they left in the corner for him to train. You may begin while I get a weapon, he said before breaking out in a run. In a few mere seconds he had reshaped the plank of wood into a bow's staff. He could feel the short ice peaks follow after his trail, along with fire aimed at his chest. He started spinning it in a circle, blowing away any of the fire directed at him. With his super strength he took a medium-high jump and landed behind Shoto. Boo! He said before his heterochromia friend could turn around, punching the pressure points of the back of his legs, making him go on one knee. Izuku upped to 6% and appeared in front of Shoto, raising the bow staff to be under his chin. Dead, he said before reshaping the staff into a blunt katana. Enji grinned from the side. I like this game, I want to try too. Izuku chuckled and grinned at the man. You don't mind hard stuff, right? He said, throwing the now plank back onto the pile. The number 2 pro hero shook his head. Come at me, he said. Izuku grinned as he crouched down and created a blunt katana out of concrete from the ground, making sure the concrete he took was taken from the seat places. Once he saw the pro hero move his feet, he molded some concrete around the man's feet. Izuku smiled and stood straight back up, activating full cowling once again up to 6%. Running right at the man who had activated his hellfire and made a similar weapon in his hand. Izuku quickly turned his katana back into a bow staff, appearing on the man's side. He threw his staff down onto the inside of his elbow, making his sword disappear into the air. The green-haired team quickly then pulled up a cage around the tall man, simultaneously molding his bow staff back into a sharp katana. Dead, the boy said proudly. The pro hero threw his hands up, admitting to defeat. Good job, kid, I just haven't stretched yet. Izuku laughed softly, dropping his katana to the ground, making everything go back to its original place. That was 2 quirks, Shoto said as he was writing something down on his notepad. Izuku shook his head. I actually have an enchanting quirk. The molding is just a passive side effect, he said smoothly. Uncle Shield had been drilling it into his thick skull when he thought of the possibility that someone would ask about it. That could explain it, Shoto said, shrugging his shoulder and placing the notepad back into his backpack. Did you pick that up because of me? Izuku asked teasingly, pointing to his notepad. Enji sighed. He had been doing it since you left. He convinced me to order him a white and pin board. That thing is going to be full of theories, Izuku exclaimed. You literally have 10 notebooks full of quirk analysis from heroes and 4 from villains, the younger Todoroki pointed out, again, in his neutral voice. Izuku rubbed the back off of his neck as he got called out, red in the face. And you don't even analyze your own quirk. Shoto added. How would you know? Hirubek. 'Cause I know you. He deadpanned. Where is your own quirk analysis then? He asked. Why yeah, good point. He checked his watch. That thing is basically indestructible. I have to go now. Dinner starts at 17:30, he said sadly. I have to study and catch up for my major and minors. They upped me a year, so I'll have to worry about literature too. He sighed. How long are you guys here? Opening the elevator for them. For another 2 days, I only came here to personally offer a few freshly graduated kids a position at my agency. Ding, they stepped inside. So I could have dinner with you guys tomorrow? Izuku asked. Enji nodded. Of course kid, I'll set reservations, wear something fancy. Another ding sounded and they walked out. Izuku said a quick goodbye to the receptionist and stood outside with the father and kid. Taking a fresh breath in, he smiled and waved at them, pulling Shoto into a hug. Sleep, he said before releasing him. The trio said farewell and Izuku parted ways. He activated his full cowling and ran back to his dormitory, quickly jumping into the shower. When he left the shower, he walked to his dress and put on his pajamas, making sure to pull a hoodie over his head, quickly opened the Blue Club group chat. Izuku grabbed his carabiner, tablet, headphones and slid it around his neck. What time do you all go to the cafeteria? He texted. After only a few minutes, June replied, I was just about to text you, we're going down right now. Izuku turned his phone off, walked out of his dorm, locked the door and pressed the elevator button. Hello. He greeted the blue table. He smiled at June. Are you guys going to the workshop after? He questioned. The pink-haired girl nodded. We'll be working on the robot designs. You can do other stuff. The deadline for the design is set for a week and a half. We'll need to get approval from the UA principal first, before continuing. They also added a new feature for clients, current overview for their projects, as in live. Along with some kind of sticky notes they can add. Chef added. Ding. They stepped out and walked into the cafeteria. They all did their things, although it was far more crowded. Which one has menu options? He asked June. June pointed to the less crowded one on the left. He sighed in relief and walked that way, waiting for the 2 people in front of him to finish ordering, which only took about 4 minutes. He looked over his options. Ichijiu Sansai. The well-balanced meal. Uncle Mite's words ran through his head. Quickly selecting that along with his usual water and melon soda, he made way to the signature blue table, already seeing Cyborg sitting there. You're lying about Endeavor. He deadpanned. There is no other way. Izuku laughed softly, unlocking his phone. He felt June jab his side. Shoo. He scooted over, making space for her, as Bateman does the same for Setimo. He showed his selfie that he made earlier to his new group of friends. Bateman's jaw dropped. Setimo just made an impressive expression. June wasn't looking at the phone. June was actually looking at his hair. She reached over and patted his damp hair. He gave her a confused look. She just pulled one back and it sprang back into a curl. She giggled. Then her eyes widened at what she just did. She was about to open her mouth to say something but got interrupted. Food for Izuku Midoriya, Jun Ito, Tristan Bateman and Eva Setimo. A robotic voice said. Izuku turned beet red. Bateman and Setimo were just placing their trays onto the table in hopes to not feel the awkward aurora coming off from both of them. Izuku sends a quick thank you before digging into the food, his blush calming down a lot more. They all stepped back into the cramped elevator. Did this just turn 10 times smaller than last time? Izuku noted. There is no other way than it did. June squealed from being pressed against Izuku, her arm not able to avoid feeling his defined muscles. He sat down by his workbench, putting on his headphones as his fellow students continued on their robot designs. He turned on the biology catching up video as a podcast and opened his own app for the design. He took one of the special pens and started to test out the new app and pen. Definitely works smoothly, wouldn't expect anything else. He thought before taking his focus back on the makeshift podcast. He began searching up reference pictures of scorpions, making a note of their requirements on the side, to make sure he had everything that was needed. 3 scanners, let's make them red for intimidation. For legs with padding, mini kind of shields? Vulnerable points? At the huge hinges, he added 2 exclamation marks to that one. He grinned, trying to add a sense of vintage toys in them, Ghost McCard ball. The overall shape off of the 2-pointer was a ball 4 legs with shield padding in front, vulnerable hinges, 2 tails, with either a compact little later and electrifying machine. Izuku frowned when he could hear the podcast end. He quickly summarized everything he knew onto a separate note app on his tablet. He did look into his book file a few times. He now pressed his chemistry video, playing that as if it's a podcast again, but with his book on his side this time. Chemistry is no joke. You could do one thing wrong and it'll all explode in his face. He raised his eyebrow in surprise when he noticed the client already had added a note. Great job for an hour. Add some more depth details. Vulnerable points in the tail are too uncovered. Duly noted. He wrote back and added this to the list. Maybe wrap some thin indented metal around it? That'd be some kind of support, but a bit is still too uncovered. Enough space for future heroes to notice with a keen eye. He grinned at his design and thought, this is going to be fun. Chapter 15. Maybe the engineering course was going to be fun, and the support course. But the chance that chemistry would be fun? Isn't that high, unless he gets to explode something, that would definitely motivate him. He stood in front of his first chemistry class. He already had gotten dinner with the Todorokis before they left. It was fun. A few people who he chatted with on campus sometimes passed and waved at them, or more at the pro hero. He then had gone to the workshop, his design got accepted, he got the needed metal alloy, the scanners, the chips, electrical boards, wires and all of that. He just needs a little push for the programming. The client had said to let the cannons aim at places that are the hardest to injure, align with places that aren't too vital. Izuku quickly snapped himself out of his daydream and entered the classroom a few minutes early. He let out a sigh of relief when he noticed Melissa, although he was a bit confused. He slid in the empty seat next to her, placing his book bag on the desk. "Hey, Shield," he said with a happy grin. Melissa wore an equally happy grin. "Hey, Midoriya, what are you doing here?" "I got into the second year, so I'm here for chemistry. What are you doing here?" She hummed. "Same thing while you're here. Are you going to the support course lessons?" Izuku shook his head. "I just get everything in engineering. I do get to do online homework. Just a bunch of quirk analyzing with building support items from the workshop." Melissa punched his arm. "You're with the high-ups, aren't you?" "The blue table." The teen nodded. "They're very nice. The project we're doing now is very nice. I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to talk about it." He wondered. "You can tell me if you're allowed, but we have to shut up now." She pointed to the figure that had just walked into the classroom. Izuku had been making notes for the 50-minute lesson. He had already gone ahead a bit. He was at a slight disadvantage though. He didn't have any experience in the field. He'd have to ask Melissa if she could help him. As the lesson ended, the teacher called Izuku to his desk. "Yes, sensei." "You're growing quite the collection there," she said and gestured to his carabiner. "I could add permission to the lab onto your workshop chip, since growing a chip collection isn't the handiest." Izuku nodded at that. Yesterday he came back from the workshop, very tired. He had been scanning the wrong chip against his door for about 4 minutes until he realized. "The lab is actually across from the workshop you work in." The teacher noted. "Just make sure you stay up to date with the class. If you're ahead of our current lessons, let me know." The green boy rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I might be ahead a bit." The teacher raised her eyebrows at that. "I'll let you do a quiz. If I see anything above 85%, you don't have to come to the lessons until I say so." "Which chapter did you study?" she questioned. "Until chapter 8. The teacher stood there, stunned. "The book has 24 chapters. She deadpanned. Izuku nodded. "So you're telling me that you already studied a third of the book?" He nodded again. "I'll quiz you next lesson," she said and dismissed the boy. He smiled at the teacher and left the classroom, checking his schedule of which lesson he had now, maths. He'll do fine in that. He started walking to his class, making sure to skip the elevator and use the less crowded stairs, which would be way faster anyways. When he walked into the classroom he took note of the people. He suddenly felt someone tap him on his shoulder. "You effing genius, what are you doing in advanced maths?" The pink-haired girl cussed. He turned red. It's one of my favorite subjects. I could be ahead of the lesson but there weren't any books for it." He stuttered out. June nodded in understanding. I get that, I have that struggle too. But this class is really worth the trouble. She sympathized and sat down at one of the joint desks. Come on, genius, are you sure your quirk isn't genius? Izuku laughed and sat down next to her. What? Are you saying I shouldn't be a genius? June froze. She didn't expect him to jab back. Normally he would just get flustered. June just shrugged and shut up, since the teacher walked into the class. They later found themselves alone in the workshop. Hey Izuku-kun, have you ever thought about no strings attached? Izuku looked at her, confused. No strings attached? Basically a physical relationship, nothing more, no commitment. Oh, they fell silent after that, deep in thought. 2 weeks later, Bateman tapped him on the shoulder repeatedly. Izuku groaned as he woke up and wiped his drool away. He then looked around. He was in the workshop, and he fell asleep. How long was I out? He asked with a deeper voice than normal. Half an hour, your robot is looking good so far. He said and pointed at the design that was projected on his holographic puck. Izuku nodded and took a sip from his coffee, feeling quite happy how he left it in his thermos. Thank you, my sleep schedule has been so messed up. He groaned out. The client is happy with it. He just gives me some directions if it needs adjusting. Looks like you're the favorite. Bateman said. Maybe I'm just that skilled. He jabbed back. They both laughed. Hey, have you seen June? She hasn't been around that much. Bateman nodded. She does this a lot whenever we have a big project. She's probably in her room. Breathing in her robot, she always comes in around 4 a.m., so Setimo makes her favorite pasta and leaves it in the microwave. Izuku checked his watch, 2300. So she hasn't eaten all day? He asked, concerned. If you want to try, food is in the microwave. The cyborg said and left. Izuku nodded determined. She'll eat, don't you worry. Little warning, her robot might be a beach right now and she'll be mad at that. She stays in her room to keep the anger for herself. He walked up to her door. Did she have him allowed to enter her dorm? Only one way to find out. He shrugged and scanned, waiting anxiously. Click, he let out a relieved sigh. He opened the door and looked around. It's a mess. He said under his breath and walked into the small living room, where energy drinks have been lying around on the ground, along with a bouncing Ito. Hey June. His deep voice rang out. Yes, Izuku-kun? She replied, full of energy. Have you eaten? She shook her head vigorously. But I did have all these drinks, she said and gestured to the empty cans on the ground. In one day? Yes. When was the last time you had fresh air? He asked, skeptical. She put on her thinking face. About 4 days ago, could be 7. Izuku sighed. Eat this, and you're going out with me. I have a surprise. He said and placed the covered bowl on her coffee table. June gazed at him. Izuku glared back at her, as if saying she doesn't have a choice. The girl then shrugged. I like surprises, she said and took a fork out of I don't even know where. Thin air? Izuku started picking up all the energy drinks and placed it in her trash can. How did you not have a heart attack yet? He mumbled under his breath. Hey Izuku. June called out. Izuku's heart clenched. That's what his dad and mom called him. Maybe he should call them soon. Did you fall asleep at the workshop? How would you know? Well, pasta is obviously from Setimo. She always puts my portion in the microwave. She listed off, and you have bed hair. Izuku quickly ruffled his hair. Better? The pink-haired girl shook her head, and gestured to him to come closer. He inched a bit closer to her. She then patted his hair down. Better, she confirmed. Somewhere in June. He was leaning against his kitchen counter, drinking a strawberry milk carton. He sighed and sat down at his desk to check his mail. Subject: Vacation Accommodation. Dear Midoriya Izuku, as you know, vacation is nearing us. Since it's your first vacation here, we'd like to summarize everything in one email. Without a doubt, you'll be wondering if you could stay here in the dorms or fly home to your family in Japan. Our facilities do not cover your flying expenses if you do decide to fly back home. Please let us know if you stay or go. Fill in the document attached to this email and deliver it back to the administration. Make sure you give it in the last 3 weeks before vacation begins. If not delivered, we won't be allowed to let you leave the island. With kind regards. Izuku reread it, already printing the document to the common room, since he really didn't want to buy a printer for a basically digitized school. In the meanwhile, he powered on his computer and quickly headed to the common printer that everyone uses. Wally, wake up, you're coming with me, you need to go out once in a while. Don't want your belt going bad from all those lazy things you're doing. Hey Midoriya, Melissa said. Hey Shield, what are you up to? She sighed. My friend here, she said and nudged the girl, is deciding to either go home or stay here. But she also has an incomplete essay and research to give off. Her friends started whining at her. Melissa merely rolled her eyes and looked at Izuku, trying to get an answer out of him. Izuku just rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, it just depends. At home, there could be a lot of distractions, along with considering your deadline. You should be able to make a choice with those factors. He said and glared at Melissa. He doesn't like being put in the spotlight, he just felt relieved the other people that currently are in the common room mind their business. That's true, the deadline is halfway through vacation, and it only lasts for a month. Melissa's friend said and nodded. I'm just going to go home and just try and finish it throughout these 2 weeks. Izuku smiled at them and snatched his paper from the printer and quickly shuffled back into his room. Noticing that his computer already had started up, he quickly started a call with his mom. After a few minutes of it ringing, he looked up. Hey Mom, he said excitedly and waved. Zuku, my baby boy, I miss you. She pouted. I miss you too, he said sadly. I was hoping I could ask something. His mom suddenly had a dark aura surrounding her. Izuku, you know you can always call me and ask me something too. He suddenly felt as if he got scolded by Setimo and got slapped with a wooden spoon. He shook himself out of his flashback. It's nothing bad. Promise. He quickly defended. I was just wondering if we'd be able to cover me flying back home for this vacation? Of course we're able to. His dad scolded once he came into the camera's view. Your uncle just arrived. Toshi, be nice and say hi. Izuku chuckled. Nothing has changed in their dynamic. Young Midoriya. Your mother's cooking is so great. If she wasn't engaged to this buffoon, I would have proposed to her myself. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw his dad's expression. The man always put on a face when he used his quirk, dead meat. He whispered and threw his mom a look. You motherfucker, you're not even lying. Tsukachi said and he threw his arms in the air. You're on timeout. Go outside 20 minutes. He said with his no-choice tone. The blonde hero just sputtered out an apology before quickly walking away. His dad's mood immediately changed when he got scolding from his fiancée. Tsukachi no Mesa. How dare you put a fully grown man into a corner? He is the one who trained our boy. You go there and apologize now. She said, still a bit flustered from the compliment. Well, could you classify it as a compliment? Izuku's head snapped to the sound that came from his door. It revealed his favorite Italian, or well, the only Italian he actually knows. Setimo. What's up? Food, she said and held up his bowl. Once he got in the rhythm in the workshop, he was appointed a bowl, like saying he officially was a Blue Table member. He bowed and accepted the bowl. Thank you, Setimo. Izuku. I didn't raise you like this, introduce me. His mother scolded. I guess they all were in a scolding mood today. He quickly sputtered out an introduction, not wanting to be scolded at even more. Mom, this is Setimo. Setimo, this is Inko Midoriya, my amazing mother. Thank you for feeding my son. The mother said excitedly. The boy always forgets to eat once he starts building a robot, or during the exam PRD he tends to forget then as well. There definitely was a bit of bite in that, and definitely was trying to make a point. Setimo just laughed softly. Anytime, Signora. He tends to forget a lot. Me and a fellow classmate had been feeding him since he's here, and then I set off a chain reaction of him feeding another friend of ours. Inko sighed. He does that a lot too. So selfless. Did you know he once just went in some alleyway to help a girl? He missed his training because of that. Setimo raised her eyebrows at that and nudged the boy. You'll have to tell us the story at the table. We won't have any time for that once exams start, which you need to prepare for, along with the robot and your support item for the end exam. Izuku nodded at the mother friend. Will do, see you at the table. Setimo bowed to the camera. It was nice to meet you, Miss Midoriya, she said and waved before leaving his dorm. Izuku quickly grabbed a fork and spoon and started to dig in. Tell her to call me Inko, his mother frowned, and wipe your mouth. Izuku quickly obeyed. Inko just sighed. We miss you, Izuku. Tsukachi is taking it out on your uncle, and I am taking it out on him. Izuku stifled a laugh. When is the wedding? End of July, his mom said excitedly. Izuku immediately perked up. Are you going to keep your last name? Inko shook her head. Will always be Midoriya's at heart. She smiled. And Inko Tsukachi doesn't sound that bad, right? Neither does Izuku Tsukachi. The green-haired boy smiled at that. I'm happy that you have dad around, Mom. Inko started fanning her face. Don't make me cry, Izuku. A sudden alarm shook him and his mom out of their moment. I have to go, Mom. Dinner is ready, and I have to tell a story now. He groaned out at the last one. Go, make sure you come home this summer vacation, she said before hanging up on her son. He quickly then got a message. Sorry for hanging up that fast. Extend the invitation to the Shields, would you? Izuku quickly sent a message back saying he would do that and walked down the hallway and into the elevator, noticing that the blue table was staring at something behind him, his hello falling on deaf ears. He turned around to where they'd be looking at Wally. He sighed and quickly ordered the robot to go to the common room and not break anything. The robot just made a sound that sounded like he would do it, and not at the same time. Izuku quickly sent the robot a glare before the elevator door closed. So, that was Wally. I think you already met him, June, he said, shuffling on his feet. June just snorted. Your robot acts like a literal dog. Izuku stifled. I do like dogs more. I disagree. Cats are so much better, Bateman said from his corner of the elevator. Then a full-blown discussion started up. You still need to tell us about what your mom said, Setimo said, smirking at his exasperated expression he gave her. First food, please, he pleaded.